Just give us a few moments. We're about to start. Mocha. The art.
Who gave it to us?
Mocha.
They literally gave it to us.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Good evening, everyone. This is about to start the commission meeting for Tuesday, December 17th, 2024. Madam Clerk, can I get a roll call, please?
Commissioner Chernoff,
Here.
Commissioner Florimon,
Here.
Commissioner Jean,
Here.
Commissioner Linsu,
Here.
Commissioner Smuckler,
Present.
Vice Mayor Phil Smith,
Present.
Mayor Michael Joseph.
Present, and for the correction, time is 6:03. Next on the agenda is invocation, Pastor Dwayne Fudge, St. Mary Missionary Baptist Church.
Mayor, to all of our commissioners, city manager, city attorneys, city clerk as well. It's good to be here today. Let us go to God in prayer. Most holy and gracious God, we come this evening as a unified group of city leaders and residents of the city of North Miami Beach. We pray, Lord God, for your direction, for your leading today, for our mayor and those that will work with him, and asking that you would give them direction, that you would open up, Lord God, our understanding. Give us the insight and the wisdom that they need to lead this great city of North Miami Beach. We ask for your presence, and we pray in Yeshua's name. Amen.
Amen. Amen.
Next up, our Pledge of Allegiance, number 3. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, and indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. And I will take a moment of personal privilege to recognize a giant of our community that recently passed away, Ms. Sandra Douglas from the great area of Washington Park. I will ask my colleagues if they want to opine, as well as Mr. Campbell, Willie Campbell, from North Miami Beach, Washington Park area. So, Vice Mayor, if you want to start off.
Yes, we've
Oh,
lost.
and Mayor Mishkan. Apologies, Mayor Mishkan, because this is the first meeting we've had since.
That's
So
what I was just-
we have 3 individuals we would like to honor, so please go ahead, Vice Mayor.
I was just going to say we'd be remiss if we didn't recognize our former mayor, Jeff Mishkan, as well. And that's why we really have to appreciate every day. These are pillars in North Miami Beach. These are people that built our community and never gave up on us. Never gave up on us. So I want everybody to recognize what a precious day each day is, and I hope God is holding them on his lap.
Commissioner Florida.
We definitely want to send our deepest thoughts and condolences to the families of Mayor Mishkan, and we also want to send our condolences and thoughts to the family of Sandra Douglas, and we're just finding out about Mr. Campbell, who is, I believe, the first house that you see when you enter into Washington Park from the south side of the city, and he's always sitting on that porch, getting fresh air, and such a kind hearted human being. All of these people hold a special place in our hearts, and we pray for their families, and our thoughts are with them and their families. And as a city, we need to make sure that you honor them appropriately for what they mean to us. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Smucker.
Thank you. Yes, I want to ditto the sentiments of Vice Mayor Smith and Commissioner Formand, and I'm sure as well as the rest of you, to the families of Mayor Mishkan and James Campbell and Sandra Douglas. My sympathy goes out to you. Sandra was a recipient in November of 2021 of the Commissioner Status of Woman of the Month, sorry. And I got to get a little bio on her, and it was just beautiful. So our sympathies go out to their families.
Commissioner Jean.
Thank you so much. Yes, I wanted to extend our deepest sympathies and condolences to the families who are currently grieving, the Mishkan family, the Douglas family, and the Campbell family, especially during the holiday season. So may their legacy and their memory live on. Thank you.
Commissioner Sue.
I'd also like to extend my condolences to the families of the Mishkan family, the Campbell family, and the Douglas family. Their contribution, it seems like our residents are dwindling down every day. Please cherish the ones that are with us now and remember the ones that have gone and remember their legacy along with that. Thank you.
Should turn off.
I'll do.
No worries. I echo the same sentiments. My condolences, obviously, on behalf of the city and this commission, our condolences to Mayor Mishkan, Ms. Sandra Douglas, and Mr. Willie Campbell. Thank you so very much. Next item on the agenda is, Madam Clerk, do we have any requests, withdrawals or deferments or additions to the agenda, number 4?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Per the request of Vice Mayor Smith, a presentation will be added regarding the MOCA partnership, Per the request also of Vice Mayor Smith, item 11.10, which is resolution number R 2024-136, is to be deferred. Per the request of Mayor Joseph, item 11.11, which is resolution number 2024-137, that is also to be deferred. Per the request of the City Manager's Office, an item will be added to the consent agenda that is titled FDOT Public Transportation Development Program. That will be placed under legislation, which will now be 11.12. I have the resolutions here, and I'll be passing it out to you in a brief moment. Per the request of Commissioner Sue, a discussion item will be added titled CRA Transportation, which will now be item 15.3. Mr. Mayor, those are the only changes that have been brought to my attention.
Do I have a motion to approve the agenda?
I'll make the motion as amended.
Second. From Commissioner Chernoff, all in favor? Aye. Thank you. Next, we have presentations, 5.1, county updates from our great Commissioner Marlene Bastian, one of our two greats, Nikki Steinberg being the other. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes. Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Olivier Telusma. Each works perfectly fine. I'm an attorney that has the privilege of serving as a senior policy and legislative strategist for Commissioner Marlene Bastien. She regrets that she cannot be with you till all tonight, but she sends her best wishes and her warm regards. Happy holidays, by the way, and I hope you're enjoying this holiday season with your friends and loved ones. And so, my commissioner took office. She had a singular focus to ensure that District 2 was a district in which anyone, irrespective of wealth, social status, could live, work, and play. And in order to do that, she understood that she needed to make significant investments in housing and public safety and the business community. And I want to start with something that's near and dear to my heart, which is the affordable housing crisis. We understand very acutely in South Florida, but specifically in Miami-Dade, that there is a truly affordable housing crisis, that the rising cost of living in Miami-Dade prevent many from living here and, more importantly, from staying here, which is why I'm proud to work for a commissioner that sought to bring several affordable housing developments to Miami-Dade County, including a development in which half of its units are priced at or below 100% area median income. And for those who may not, have their hands in this work, area median income for one person in Miami-Dade County is just under $78,000 a year. And so 120% AMI is just, to be frank, largely out of reach for most residents living in Miami-Dade County. And so our chief priority of Commissioner Bastien's is to ensure that new housing developments in the county are truly affordable, which means your teachers, your firefighters, your police officers can afford to stay, live, and raise their families right here in Miami-Dade County and not have to make the decisions that so many people who live in North Miami Beach have to make, which is, do I pay my rent? Do I pay for groceries? Do I pay for the electric? Do I leave Miami-Dade County altogether? Do I leave Florida altogether? And so the affordable housing crisis also affects people who are struggling to stay in their homes, which is why I'm also proud to work for a commissioner that sponsored legislation that put over $2 million in the eviction diversion program. And again, that work is very near and dear to my heart. In my past life, prior to working at the county, I worked at a law firm that partially specialized in eviction defense for low-income tenants. And so through the eviction diversion program, eligible residents are able to get representation in court at no cost. And that is proven, legal representation is proven to help low-income folk evade and perhaps negotiate their way through eviction court. Public safety has also been a primary concern for my commissioner. She's worked closely with law enforcement to rework patrols and remain active in their participation in homeowners association meetings to consistently understand the needs of residents. She's secured millions of dollars in rebuilding roads and public infrastructure to ensure that folk can comfortably live and drive through their neighborhoods, again, irrespective of where you live. He also wants to highlight the progress made on the Northeast Corridor. The Northeast Corridor is one of 6 rapid transit corridors of the Miami-Dade County Strategic Rapid Area Transit, or the SMART program. And parts of the Northeast Corridor will be absolutely essential in connecting residents from Aventura all the way down through North Miami Beach, all the way down through the Government Center. Just this year, she sponsored legislation approving the city of North Miami's street naming of Irv David Boulevard. And again, I'm a car guy, so I deeply appreciate the fact that she did that. But he was a businessman that had a long-standing impact in this community. And so in conclusion, because I understand you have a long meeting, that we know that there's a lot of work to be done. There's still more roads that need to be paved. There are individuals who are struggling to stay in their homes, but I am proud to work for a commissioner who every day gets up with the best of the residents in her mind, in her thoughts. And so I'm looking forward to continue to doing this work. And if you have any questions, we have an open door policy at District 2. Our address for the record is 915 Northeast 125th Street. Yeah, I think that's it. Thank you.
One moment. Do we have any questions from the dais?
I wonder if we could, I don't know if it would strictly be in the municipality of the city, or if we could take some kind of resolution to the county. Because Aventura, in order for them to get some of the things that they want when they're building, they have to promise a certain percentage to the teachers, to the firemen, to the policemen. So is that something that the county could, just like they're now, pass something that the railroad, if you're on the railroad, you have a certain amount if you have affordable housing to go high. But is that something you could bring back and perhaps make a mandate in these cities?
Well, I'm happy to look into it for you. I don't know the law off the top of my head, but I'm happy to get back to your office and write something up and see if it's possible. But
because when it comes from you as this municipality by yourself as a city, the developers are looking at it.
Oh.
No, I'm not joking.
Are you okay?
Thank you. The developers look at it as if you're trying to gouge them. And if we do it in the county, that's a regulation, just like it is with the. I'm not sorry.
Take your time, please.
I'm sorry, but if the county made the regulation as they did with the railroad track, then I think it'll make a tremendous impact for all of Dade County, not just one municipality. So if you would, all right, thank you. That's so sweet.
Yeah.
I'd like, and if you could bring that back.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I'll bring that back and see the feasibility
Thank
of that.
you.
Yes. Other questions?
Any other thoughts from the commission? Thank you so very much.
Thank you so much.
Next item is presentation 5.2, solid waste and recycling collection, disposal, insourcing presentation.
Are we going to make the presentation that we amended to Mocha first?
Oh, yes. Apologies, Vice Mayor. Mocha. Presentation's up next. Thank you. Thank you. It's first meeting. Sorry.
It's all good. We're here to correct you whenever needed.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor, Commission, and residents. It's truly an honor to be here this evening. My name is Shauna Sheldon. I'm Executive Director of the Museum of Contemporary Art in North Miami. MoCA has been serving the community for nearly 30 years, and I'm so proud of the legacy we've nurtured and the mission that continues to guide us. Groundbreaking art and exceptional dedication to our community. And that's why we're here today, to celebrate a new partnership between the City of North Miami Beach and the Museum of Contemporary Art North Miami. MoCA is actually the only major cultural institution in District 2 of the county, right? So we're the cultural anchor of this area of the region, and in that, we are your museum. So we're looking forward to welcoming more residents and constituents to the museum and offering some of our services. Through this partnership, North Miami Beach residents will receive a 20% discount to admission at the museum all year round. MoCA is going to provide a free youth program at your amazing North Miami Beach Library, and that'll be led by our Director of Education and Community Engagement, who's here with us today, Amanda. And the artwork that is created is going to be actually displayed in the museum as part of our annual community exhibition that we have at the museum in spring 2025, and that happens each year. And so just to tell you a little bit about what we do, MoCA's many things. Our exhibitions provide a platform for contemporary artists for meaningful, cutting-edge work, and in doing this, we are exposing them to audiences locally, nationally, internationally. We've had a really exciting art week, and I'm sure you may have seen some of our exhibitions featured in the news over the last week. Currently on view, an artist named Andrea Chung and South Florida-based artist Smita Sen. Those exhibitions will be on view through April 25. But I also want to emphasize MoCA's role as a teaching museum and a gathering place for the community. Annually, we serve thousands of youth, children, teens, adults through our hands-on art-making programs. We have something for everyone of all ages, from toddlers to seniors, and all of it is free. We're especially proud of our Teen Art Force program that has been serving teens with free after-school programming for over 25 years. And now we're looking forward to expanding the access to North Miami Beach residents through this collaboration and partnership. So once again, I want to thank you for giving us this opportunity, and welcome our board chair, Dr. Rudy Moise, to say a few words.
Thank you, Shana. Mr. Mayor, commissioners, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. I'm delighted to be here. This is my very first time in this beautiful chamber. First of all, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to congratulate you on your new position, and also congratulate Commissioner Florimond and Jean for the re-election. This is a true testament of the wonderful job that you're doing for the citizens of North Miami Beach. Though I'm not a resident of this beautiful city, I recently moved from Davie to Sunny Isles, but I drive to the city to go to work and to go home. So I feel like I belong. So you'll be seeing more of me, and I'll be checking on you guys to make sure that you're doing your work. As a physician, let me tell you that art is a healthy thing. A recent survey conducted by Emerson College polling revealed that 94% of respondents view the arts as essential to their community's quality of life, underscoring the significance of institutions like MOCA. As a leader in the Haitian community, I'm proud of MOCA's effort to amplify diverse perspectives in the arts. Under the leadership of our Executive Director, Shana Sheldon, MOCA has curated a series of international acclaimed exhibitions. These exhibitions have showcased work by artists hailing from Haiti, Cuba, and other backgrounds, providing a platform for cultural connections and understanding. One of these artists, Haitian-born, North Miami-raised artist Didier William, not only highlighted the artist's unique perspective, but also instilled a sense of pride and connection among the local Haitian residents. We are looking forward to honoring the artists at the upcoming gala in February 2025. And of course, you're all invited. Additionally, MOCA's permanent collections, which include works from historically underrepresented artists and communities, serves as a testament to the museum's commitment to equity and representation in the arts. Through these exhibitions, MOCA has played a big role in celebrating differences and promoting cross-cultural understanding within South Florida. As the current chair of the museum, my goal is to ensure that MOCA remains deeply rooted in the community and expand audiences with partnerships like this one, while also reaching new heights of excellence and recognition on a global scale. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We do have a,
Ms. Sheldon, if you'll come up, and if my fellow commissioners
of course, point personal privilege.
if you will join me, this is very exciting, very exciting. What you don't realize is this partnership came under the umbrella of our first meeting. Please, we want you to come up here. Again, let me start over and explain to you what this means to all of you that are sitting here and all of you that are listening at home. This came under economic development as a partnership, and when it was brought up to MOCA, when the Museum of Contemporary Art was presented the idea, you know what they said? Open arms. We're in. We are going to be a partner. So what does this mean to us? What does it mean to them? Well, hopefully you won't just ride through North Miami Beach anymore, that you'll stop and see the children under your leadership, under your guidance, exploring art, exploring what else is available to them. And then art that's brought from around the world, artists that are brought from every corner with every diverse, just thought how they sculpture, how they present, how they paint. All of that is open to our public and North Miami Beach residents at a tremendous discount. I mean, year-round. So I remember years ago, my dear friend who has traveled the world, she said she had never seen an art exhibit like the Gucci scarves. And you have to go. Where else could you get that to teach your children about the vast learning experiences? And we got it right here through them and through my economic, Mercedes, and of course, Marlene Modestine. They're the ones that said, let's do this. They brought me in, and then I was brought in with open arms. I can't thank you enough, and we want to present this beautiful plaque to you in recognition of the fact that we are now partners. It is a signed contract. It's not going to be pretend. It is real. You can't sit there with that blue hair without coming up and having your picture part of it. Oh, one of the other trustees, please come up. Every single person that's involved, we want you to be a part of our picture that goes on the wall with this amazing partnership. And Adina's here too. You're a resident North Miami Beach.
I am a resident and a trustee.
And you know what? She doesn't just ride through. She lives here.
Ready? 3, 2, 1.
Okay, now our library is exposed to everybody that appreciates art. We can't thank you enough. We look forward to many, many years of this partnership. Bless you for helping us make it happen. Thank you. We could read it. In recognition of the established partnership and commitment to collaboration between the City of North Miami Beach and MoCA to promote programming, education and arts, and community engagement beginning this 17th day of December 2024. Yay! Thank you so much. We appreciate you. You never know. It's very exciting.
So, so now it's a solid waste, right? This is the other thing. Is it F dot? No. Thank you, MoCA. Madam Clerk,
Solid
what's
waste.
the next item?
Solid waste.
Solid waste.
Recycle.
Okay. Solid waste presentation. That is item 5.2. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. A little hard to follow that with a presentation on solid waste, but we're going to do our best.
All right.
That one. On behalf of Hill International, we've been requested by the Commission to provide an overview of the potential for insourcing solid waste by the City of North Miami Beach. We'll run through a presentation, myself and Mr. Jim Harnum, for about 10 to 12 minutes so that you've got an overview. You have a copy of the documentation in front of you, as well as there'll be a final report presented to the City Manager upon completion. So, next slide, please. Miami Beach is looking to evaluate its solid waste program. It's looking to understand what delivery model is best suited. And to do that, we were asked to identify, review the documentation for the cost of service for several models and the risks associated to the city with each of those models. Opportunities for level of service improvement abound. Improvement of litter control, reduced missed pickups, reduced bulk collection complaints, and streamlining administration and billing. Currently, a contract exists between the city and Coastal Waste Management. Effective since June of 2022, it runs through 2029. Prior to this, the city had contracted waste collection with Waste Management, and between 11 and 12 years ago, the city worked through in-house collection of waste and the treatment of solid waste for the community. Complaints are always going to be there. Our team is made up of experts from around North America. This is a system and this is a service that generates complaints. It's visible, it's there, it's in your face. What we'd like to do is identify those areas where city staff feel like they're more in control of the solid waste collection and able to address those stakeholder complaints. We benchmark communities. The City of North Miami Beach uses benchmarking communities with respect to its strategic plan. We looked at those communities. We looked at what they do and how they service the solid waste collection. Every community has a tailored solution to fit their needs, their employee base, their administration, and what they feel is essential for their population. But there's no set pattern. You develop something that works for you. You develop something that your residents are proud of and that they recognize the level of service that the city's providing. Can you hear me back there? Oh. Is that better? Excellent. Thank you. In addition to benchmarking the communities adjacent to the city of North Miami Beach, we looked at communities in surrounding states, identified what was happening in those communities with respect to solid waste collection, to identify if there were elements that could be transferable to North Miami Beach. Generally, your surrounding states, Louisiana, Georgia, we use Texas as well for the hot climates, looked at a reduced frequency of garbage collection, but roughly the same frequency of recycling collection. Again, another aspect of how different communities resolve this issue. We looked at your current contract conditions, a 7-year term with 3 options to renew. The contractor is a franchisor, has the right to collect waste and recycling for a franchise fee. Responsible for all transfer fees, costs passed on to the consumer. The contractor must supply all aspects of the service, and Coastal Waste does that, from carts to bins and a platform for customers to sign up to the service. Recycling, all the recovered materials from your recycling program are property of the contractor, as defined by the contract. Primarily, we focused on tonnage, collection, staff, vehicles at the current service levels. The contract has no termination clause. That's an element in the contract that we've identified. There have been 3 amendments to the contract since its inception of June of 2022. The first 2 amendments were financial amendments. The third amendment was a level of service amendment, which provides immediate impact to the consumer base and the stakeholders. There were nearly 1,700 pages of specific complaint analysis from 2022 to 2024. It seems like a lot, but it comes with the system. The good news is complaints are decreasing in frequency. There was a transition period. Anytime you transition a service like this, you're going to get complaints. Things will happen. Drivers aren't familiar with the routes. Systems are being set up and prioritized. We took out the period from June to August of 2022 as a transition period. But in looking at it, generally complaints are decreasing in their number. Still, there are improvements that can be made, and that's the element of this. I'm going to ask Jim to talk through now an analysis of the options that we identified for the Commissioner's consideration.
Great. Thank you, sir. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, and Commissioners, and congratulations, Mr. Mayor, on your election. My name is Jim Harnham, and I've been in public works for over 38 years now. One of my assignments was the Commissioner of Public Works and Solid Waste Management for the City of Toronto. So over 3.5 million people in the City of Toronto, and I was a person in charge of that with over 1,200 employees that collected garbage and transfer fees. So I've been doing this my whole life. And I started a small consulting firm, and they asked me to join this team to try and analyze what makes sense here in your community. So we analyzed the status quo. So there's some good things with the status quo, and we want to identify those things. I'm going to need glasses here. Sorry. You've got process and billing already set up with the status. Can I turn this a little bit just so I can see? There we go. Thank you. And then I can speak into the mic. Sorry. You've got the least amount of disruption happens with the status quo. So whenever you change, as Peter said, you're going to have disruption. You're going to have a transition there. The status quo offers you a revenue source through franchise fees. There's no need to end the contract with Coastal if you stick with the status quo. And, it sounds like I'm sugarcoating this, but I'm going to get to the good and bad in all of these models. The residents and businesses are familiar with the cost and the fees. It does not address, though, the current customer service issues. In addition, it does not allow the city to make changes without negotiating with the contractor. And whenever you're negotiating after a contract's been signed, that usually costs money. Their improvements could be realized, however, with the status quo, with some additional negotiations with your current contractor. Then we looked at the second model, which is bringing all of those operations back in-house. So we heard clearly that this was a model you wanted to explore, and most likely this will have a higher overall cost. So one of the things you do when you enter into a contract with a contractor, you transfer your risk and you pay a fee for that. Bringing that back in-house, you're going to assume some of those risks and those costs. You're going to have the loss of revenue with the elimination of the franchise fee. So you will be doing this work and you will be charging either through the tax roll or through fees to homeowners and businesses that garbage, but you will not receive those fees any longer. It's the most complex to set up. This model is, it's not easy. You've got to get trucks, drivers, carts, shop space. You've got to negotiate contracts for supplies, repairs for vehicles. You've got, I'll identify some of the risks in a minute, legislative risks as well. It's most likely you're going to incur some type of legal expense. You don't have an exit clause with this contract. So the contractor most likely is not going to just want to give up doing that work. So there will be most likely some type of financial compensation for loss of profits. North Miami Beach could face a reputational issue as well. So you enter into contracts in good faith, and you could really be looking at a reputational issue if you start canceling contracts that you've entered into in good faith. Next, it gives North Miami, going with the all-in-house though, gives North Miami Beach full control of operations. The good and the bad of that, but it gives you the full control of how you want to run your operations. And secondly, it addresses the customer service issues by bringing that in-house, and you have now control of how you want to provide those services. The next thing we did was we looked at a hybrid model. So rather than just look at the status quo, and so it's all or nothing, or it's all or nothing, we looked at something in between. And the hybrid model really sees bringing the residential in-house and leaving the ICI, or industrial, commercial, and multi-residential with the contractor. And what this does, the costs are relatively equal if you go with used equipment and used carts. So there is an opportunity with a hybrid model to negotiate with your current contractor. That would be totally up to you to decide how to do that. They could potentially keep the industrial commercial side, and you would bring the residential back in-house. And that would allow you to open that discussion with your contractor to decide how that would work. There's a gradual transition that can happen with the residential. The multi-residential and the ICI, or industrial commercial, they're a little bit more complex. They have different schedules. They have different size bins. They've got all, it's quite a complex operation when you're dealing with multi-residential and industrial commercial. Residential is pretty straightforward. It's carts twice a week, once a week, and then there's bulk pickup. This resolves, this could allow you, as I said, an amicable out with your contractor, but that would be something you would have to explore. It resolves the missed pickup and bulk collection complaints that you're currently having. You're currently using a grabber to do the bulk collection, and there's quite a few complaints over that. And you could decide to go to a two-person truck, but you could also negotiate that with your contractor right now. Lastly, the commercial and the multi-residential could stay with the contractor until 2029. At that point, you could decide if you've done a great job with the residential, you could decide to bring that in-house, or you could do, in Canada, we're from Toronto, all industrial, commercial, and multi-residential aren't done through the city or through franchisees. We allow them to just go to whoever they want to pick up their garbage. So residential is picked up by a contractor or by the city, and ICI and multi-residential are picked up by whoever they want to hire. It's totally up to them. Many of the previous slides, and sorry, I'm going to talk about some risks here in a minute, sorry. So the status quo, there's no change in the cost of the current contract. With the all operations in-house, I've got some details in your packages for you there, and I can walk you through some of them if there are questions. But we're looking at roughly $11.2 million a year and about a $26 million capital outlay for new vehicles, new carts, and all of the things that you're going to need to bring that operation in-house. The hybrid model sees about $4.8 million to $6.4 million. And what that does is the 4.8 is if you use used equipment and the used carts that you already have, you would have to purchase those either on the market or from your current contractor. Or if you bought new vehicles for residential and new carts, you would be up to closer to $6.4 million annually. And that includes a capital cost that we would amortize over 10 years. So you would pay that loan back included in that $6.4 million. So I won't get into all the financial assumptions, but just a couple key ones here. Looks like roughly 24 to 25 staff you would need if you wanted to bring all of this in-house. This financial assumptions are the largest one, which is all in-house. You would need approximately 20 vehicles to bring that in-house. You'd need about $10 million in initial setup costs, and then could be upwards of $6 million, $7 million to settle a potential lawsuit with your contractor. So again, all of that added up, you're looking at about $25 million in capital cost as initial outlay. The capital cost carrying for a 10-year amortization would be about $3.7 million, $3.3 million a year, and you'd be looking at a total of about $11.2 million to bring all of these operations in-house. I didn't go into that same detail for the hybrid, but you do have some of that information, and it will be in the final report as well. But I did want to identify some high-level risks here. You've got a financial risk that the overall cost to collect will increase for yourselves and your residents. I'm pretty certain of that with 38 years experience that if you brought all of this in-house in the short term, your costs are going to increase. Your customer service. Anytime you transition, as Peter said, you are going to lose a year to a year and a half to get up to speed, and you're going to have that transition. So you're going to, reputationally, you're going to say, let's cancel this, let's negotiate with a contractor, let's bring it all in-house, and then you're going to have a year of pain, year and a half of pain. So it's going to be a difficult conversation. You've got legislative and legal issues. There's many legislations in solid waste. People just think you just pick up garbage. There's state, federal legislations, there's spills, there's environmental legislations, EPA, all of those things you will have to get up to speed because you don't have that currently in-house. Again, operationally, you will be responsible for all operations. This is a messy business, no pun intended, and it is fraught with complaints and issues. And then lastly, I already spoke to this, is environmental. And I said this earlier, what you do when you hire a contractor is you transfer that risk to them for a cost. And they basically have expertise because they do this a lot more than you would in your smaller community, and they really help you manage that risk. So, almost done here. Next steps. So we took two approaches here. We wanted to give you some recommendations in reviewing your material that regardless of what you do, these are some good recommendations that we think you should pursue. The first is enhancing your marketing and communication around recycling. There are definite benefits to recycling. You have very low recycling numbers in this community, so there's definitely a benefit to enhance some of that marketing and try to get people using recycling more often. There is a payback for recycling. Purchasing of small, we heard loud and clear, litter is a big issue. And these are quite common in our area, just small sidewalk litter vacs. And rather than having someone going around with a bag and broom or a bag and stick, you've got these litter vacs, very efficient. You can cover 10 times the space in a day. And they're a fairly low-cost vehicle. You can move to your bulk collection to a two-person loader. So we'll eliminate your complaints with your grabber. You would have to negotiate that change with your contractor, or even if you brought it in-house, you may want to go to a two-person crew with two people on the back of the truck throwing the heavy, large stuff into the back of the truck. And then lastly, involving the community and stakeholders in discussing what do they want out of their solid waste services. And then these are our recommendations if you want to bring this in-house, if you go that route. we would recommend, I would recommend, and we would recommend as a team that you go to the hybrid solution and try the residential first. With that, and I do need my glasses for this one, begin negotiations with Coastal and look at what the customers or the residential and the bulk collection would look like. If those negotiations are successful, then you would build a transition team and you would start to set a date and put a plan in place to transition that. Recommendation 2 would be continue those negotiations. You do have some leverage. I'll leave that to a session with your staff, but you do have some leverage that you could negotiate. They keep the ICI and some fees, and you take the residential. There are some opportunities there. And then lastly, consider moving the residential customers. And this one, I think, is really a no-brainer for this community. You do a lot of billing for residential customers. The service is essentially the same for everybody on the residential side. The odd maybe 8 to 12% of your residents have 2 bins, but primarily everybody has the same service. So why are you sending out bills and collecting and fees and all of that? If you put that on your tax roll and you eliminate the fee and put that on your tax roll, you can get rid of all of that administrative cost of sending out bills every month and collecting that fee. So that's our analysis. Some next steps for you are we want to finish this report for you, incorporate your feedback and questions today from the Commission, finalize the report and issue that to the City Manager. And then you as a Commission, I would suggest to give staff clear direction. Doesn't have to be tonight, but clear direction on which way you'd like to go if you'd like them to start an open discussion with Coastal. And then moving ahead, if you're moving ahead with the in-house model, look at putting a team together to negotiate with your contractor, and if that's successful, put a team together to transition. So that's our presentation. We're happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Starting with Commissioner Chernoff, your thoughts.
Good evening. First of all, I want to tell Coastal that we're not really unhappy with you, that you're doing a good job, and this is all a matter of our residential feedback to all of us. That is that when we had it as our own, we had much better customer service. If there was an issue, we went out immediately. My concern with the numbers is that sitting on the outside before I came back, they went out to private, to Waste Management first and now Coastal. Waste Management was $7 million, they're now $14 million. Well, where does that stop? We have no control over whether they charge us, what they charge us. So they can charge us whatever they want, we have to buy the service. So that's the issue. So if you tell me that in a hybrid model, it could cost us $6 million a year or $7 million a year, that's half of what I'm paying right now. So what would be the negative of doing that? And again, in my understanding of the waste department, is the commercial is the headache. Nobody wants the commercial. They take it because it's part of our city and they got to take it. But if they had their choice, they wouldn't. It's the other way around? The commercial's the easy one and the residential's the hard one? Oh, okay. All right. All right. But again, then the other thing that your report doesn't look into is that we could lease the trucks, really lease to own. And there's companies out there that do the maintenance, do everything for it. So it's half the dollars of $25 million to do the overhead to come in. And that would be a way to think about it. I'm definitely want to investigate more of it coming in-house. I like the idea, and it's not against any company. It's not against that. It's totally, when I campaigned, every household had a complaint about what was going on with their cans. And back then, we didn't pick up the recycling every week. Now we pick it up every week because we added it. We added it at another cost. So above the contract that we're paying, now we're paying more for the recycling. So, you know, what stops the contractor from, when this contract is up in 29, to say, okay, 14 million isn't cutting it, now you're at 19 million. And that's what I'm afraid of.
Commissioner Chernoff. Commissioner Smith.
Thank you. The thing is, it's very important when you're the purse holder for somebody else to make sure you don't throw away their money. But on the other hand, sometimes the caring about the person, they're willing to pay that extra money. So there's a personal element that you don't get in a corporate company that has rules and regulations of how they run in every city. So that's one of the areas when we discuss this that I want to not negate. That's a very important factor. And when we talk to residents, that's the part they miss the most. That's the part they want, that personal taking care of them. And I personally have seen and heard as a commissioner a lot of the nightmares, but nothing that can't be corrected. It's corrected if you make a phone call. The problem is the more phone calls you make, the more the people get aggravated if they had to call again. Got corrected, but this is the third time I had to have the can replaced because they tore off the lid. So I think those two elements are something we have to consider when we're considering whether we switch completely, whether we have a hybrid or not. There's not a dollar amount you can put on the personal service that they really are asking for.
Sure. Through you, Mr. Mayor, would you like me to respond, or? Oh, okay. No, I would just say one of the recommendations, number 4 there, would be to consult the community and really, make a concerted effort to consult the community and see, are they willing to pay more? Do they want increased bulk? Do they want, what is important to them, and how much are they willing to pay? So I think you're bang on there, Vice Mayor.
With all respect for what you do for 38 years, I can only say to you, it's interesting how when we went back to private company to run the water plant, which took 2 years to get that back, and I worked very hard on that, actually the cost went way down.
Absolutely.
The cost went way down. The money we got back into our bank account went way up. So the projection of how it's going to cost you a lot more, it could be that we get very efficient. We hire the right people. We hire people that care, which was the biggest element when we had our own garbage. The people that worked here cared. They cared that the neighbor didn't put out her garbage, and they saw them every week. They knocked on her door, was she okay? And so that's the element that you can't put on a piece of paper. That's the element that's missing. And who knows? I know you did your research. I know you do it for 38 years. But in the end of the day, the water plant just brought us money, a lot of millions of dollars, instead of costing us. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Commissioner Sue.
I just want to clarify this page where it says collection frequency and benchmarking Florida. I believe it's page 7. There are certain municipalities that have solid waste collection with their own personnel and equipment. You're saying that the trucks belong to Aventura. You're saying, is that what that's?
Yes, sorry, this page here, yeah. So the column that is the outsourced or whether that's in-house. Sorry, I'm just trying to see the.
It's the first line.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So what's the question, sorry?
So the question is, so they have their own equipment or personnel or both?
I can go through them. So where it says waste management outsourced, WM outsource company.
Yes.
So this is the company that does the work for those municipalities.
So the column before that, what does that mean?
Yes, with their own equipment, correct. So there's
They're hybrid solutions.
They're hybrid solutions. Sorry.
Okay, so they provide their own employees.
Their own employees on residential, and some of it's a mixed bag. So that's why we put that column in there, so you would know whether it was contracted out, whether it was hybrid, or whether it was in-house.
Okay.
So if it says no, solid waste collection with own personnel equipment. If it says no, that's in-house. Am I getting that right?
Like Delray Beach is no, and it's waste management still.
The other way around. I'm sorry. Yeah. I need glasses. 38 years, I need glasses there.
No, but look, there's waste management, yes, and then there's waste management, no. We'll touch base later.
Yeah, if it says no, then it's a hybrid. So they have a contractor and they have in-house as well.
Okay.
And then if it just says yes, then that's contracted out.
I see. Okay.
100%.
100%.
Sorry for the confusion there.
No problem. And then, so then, no, that means that it could be in various different combinations, like, is it always commercial? That stays with
Typically,
the contractor?
again, I'm from Toronto, Canada. All ICI is 90, I would say 99% of multi-residential and commercial is private. So it's just, there's no franchise fees. We don't get involved in the billing. We just say, you go hire whatever company you want to hire.
Well, my concern actually is, I think like right now, a lot of commercial, the commercial expenses are actually carrying our residents. So I do have a lot of complaints from business owners as well, saying that they are paying 3 or 4 times more than they would if they were to source their own garbage. So with that said, business is is razor thin margins these days. And I'd like to hear your recommendation on what would be the best solution to do.
Well, I think at the short term, you have a contract till 2029.
Right.
So, that's your barrier right now, unless you would like to negotiate getting out of that contract. And then if that's the case, then I would suggest open the floodgates and let the market dictate who can pick up the ICI garbage. You're providing a service, and that's why I was suggesting putting that on the tax base when when you have residential garbage collection. ICI, they're all different. One has a 2 cubic yard bin, one has a 4 cubic yard, one has lots of food waste, one has just cardboard. They're all different. So you allow the market, you allow whatever contractor, there could be 15 different contractors picking up your ICI here in this community, as there are in many places.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
City Attorney, you have a thought before I go to Commissioner Forma?
Just to, on the point Commissioner Sue raises, just Vice Mayor Sue. Or is there-
Not yet. Not yet.
Sorry. Okay, sorry, not trying to push. But just to clarify this one chart, if I'm reading it correctly, does this show that only 2 cities don't use a commercial outsourced company for any purpose whatsoever, and that would be the 2 that have NA, they're yes for their own personnel and equipment, and NA, those are the only ones that are completely in-house. Everyone else uses some outsourced company for some purpose, either a hybrid or as a servicer or something. Those are the only 2 that are completely in-house. Is that correct?
That's our understanding.
I will say yes, and we will clarify that in the final report. But
And I'm sorry to interrupt council members, but I just wanted to be sure we clarified Commissioner Sue's.
Thank you. Thank you so much,
Thank you,
Mr.
Mayor.
Attorney.
Commissioner Forma.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to go back to water because when we outsourced our water utility and had this sort of a public-private partnership, the reason people started to complain and the reason we had issues with other municipalities was because of the service, was because of the cost. There's certain things that, have your residents calling you day in and day out that bring these issues to the level of, considering to bring them back in-house. And so it's what the residents see, the end users. And they always think about, well, when it was in-house, when bulk trash was picked up, they cleaned up after themselves, right? And so when you take a tour of places like Highland Village, and with your manager, and you hear bulk trash was picked up, and then you look around and you're like, well, it looks like they never stopped by because there's so much left over. And so that's where the issue is. That's where the issue is. What you're looking at here is, of course, cost, and what it's going to cost to bring it back, et cetera, et cetera. Our vice mayor talked about what happened with water and how much money we saved. Trash may be a little different, garbage may be a bit different, but we need to fix the issue of what happens when these trucks are in our neighborhoods picking up trash, picking up garbage, and what they leave behind. I think that if the residents can actually see an improvement, then the conversation can change to kind of match what we're looking at fiscally, right? Because most people don't want to pay more. Most people don't want to pay more, but they still, it doesn't mean that they deserve any less of a service from Coastal or from Waste Management or from any other company. You talked about switching from company to company. I think after a certain number of years, whatever issues were with the previous company become yours, right? Or, well, you're not Coastal, but it becomes Coastal's issue. And it's been a couple of years now, and we're still dealing with those same problems. And I think when people are talking about bringing things in-house, it's because of the fact that we believe that employees of the city feel more of a fiduciary responsibility when it comes to the work that they do. And until we can communicate that with those who are driving those trucks to make sure that they know that when they're in North Miami Beach, you know, they're supposed to look at it from the lens of the residents, then nothing will change. The reason I made sure that I asked to have those logos on the truck is while we may not own the equipment, but if you see North Miami Beach's logo on the truck, it gives you a sense of, you know, ownership of what's going on. Right. And so I don't think that information has really been translated to the employees of Coastal. And so while I look forward to seeing more information from you, I will say, you know, no fault of your own, but we've seen this before. We've seen it under Esmond Scott when we did a study, and now we're seeing it again. And I think the last study we did was, what, 4 years ago, maybe 5 years ago?
We did it when Surrey was manager as well, right?
Who?
Mr. Surrey.
I think we did, you're right. Okay, so this is now probably our third study that we've done. So whenever this commission says, we need to look at insourcing, the first thing we do is we go and we cut a check to somebody like you to come and tell us why we can't, right?
Yeah.
And I'm just keeping it real. And I'm not minimizing the effort. What I'm saying is that's what it boils down to, is that we get a consultant, they go out, they look at it, and they say, here's why you can't do it, right? Or here's why it doesn't make sense. The same thing happened with water until we decided we were going to ignore what everybody was saying and we were going to bring it back in. And now look at the result. It may not be the same thing for solid waste. It may not be. But I think everyone here would agree that all we want to get to is good service for our residents. That's the bottom line. No matter how we provide it, we want to make sure that they're satisfied. And if they're not satisfied, that's when we start looking at options. So most of my interest really is in how do we better the service? How do we better the service? I think that's what we need to dive into a little bit more. When I'm hearing things about a two-man system for bulk trash, if you can explain to me how that works better. To me, it might seem a little bit more strenuous. It might seem like it will take longer to pick up the same amount of bulk than you would if you had a automatic machine doing it. Or explain to me why that's even an option. The hybrid option too makes sense to me. So if you can dive a little bit deeper into that. For one, I don't like letting the market dictate, or I don't see the positive outlay of the market dictating what happens with commercial, although the price may change. But I amount that to going to Wynwood and seeing 50 motorcycles or 50 Vespas lined up waiting for Uber Eats orders, and your streets are just cluttered with these, different people delivering food all day, right? Is that how we want our community to look, with 10 different vendors driving up and down our streets, doing it the way they see fit? Or do we want to have some form of control over how that system operates? So if you can just answer the question about the two-man system for bulk and also the market dictating.
Sure.
That would be good. Thank you.
Yeah, so first off, we're not
improving service.
Yeah,
first and foremost.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we're not recommending not to bring it in-house. We're saying you have an impetus right now, and that's the length of your contract and no exit clause. There is an opportunity to bring residential in-house and there's a negotiation that could happen there. So I think in our defense, we have given you an option, not to be defensive, but we have given you an option to bring, that is feasible, that is financially viable, to bring residential in-house. And then I think on the two-man crew, the grabber, the picture of the grabber there kind of says it. Oh, there's a better picture there, sorry. This one. So the picture of the grabber, basically what that does is just picks up the junk. And then you have if you've got appliances or you've got mattresses or you've got a two-man crew where you're throwing that into a rear loader, it's called, instead of a grabber. The grabber picks it up, puts it in a truck. That might be a first sweep, and then someone goes and cleans up after. So those are costs. You have to negotiate that. That's not in your contract. And then as far as the market dictating, that's about competition. If someone gets really good and it's waste management and they're really good here and they can offer a lower price, it doesn't have to be 15 different companies in a small community like this. You might have one or two, but they will, you don't have to send out bills. You don't have to charge a franchise fee. You don't have to get involved in the administration of that. That's the benefit of the market, not having 15, 20 people, but somebody will come through and be the best at it, and they will then offer the best service and price to the industrial commercial. That was my thought process there.
Thank you.
Commissioner Jean?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. I think one of the first questions that I had was about fee sustainability. So in case that you decide to do a hybrid model, how would the fee schedule play into sustainability of a long-term contract, even in a hybrid model?
Yeah, I think in the hybrid model, one of the recommendations we would make is to move the residential to the tax base. So stop sending out a monthly bill. Stop charging by the cart, and fees for that's basically a utility bill. Instead, you put it on the tax roll, and the same amount of money. Let's call it $6.4 million is the high side of that. Instead of the people paying those fees, they're now paying that equivalent amount in their tax bill.
All right, great. And to Commissioner Chernoff's point about the leasing option, with the hybrid model, are you including all of those elements for us to evaluate? Like, for example, if we lease and, how many vehicles we have to lease versus purchase?
Yeah, I can just quickly speak to that in a discussion I had with the commissioner early on as part of the process. He identified several potential viable sources for leasing. We looked into them. Those have been incorporated in the low-end model with respect to leasing as part of the hybrid element.
Okay, awesome.
Yeah, so the 4 million versus the 6 million is the leasing versus purchasing or utilizing used vehicles as well.
And in your experience, let's say a city does decide to say, okay, there's no clause to terminate, we want to terminate, or whatever the cost will be there. How do cities usually finance this?
Sure. Well, again, from my experience, I ran 1,200 employees and 3.5 million people picking up garbage. We had half the city contracted and half the city in-house. What that did was allowed us to, and it's similar to your hybrid model, it allowed us to introduce competition. So our union staff that were frontline, that worked for the city, had to keep up with the contractor, and the contractor service level had to keep up with our private or our public staff. So I think what we do, though, is we don't want to be buying used vehicles. If you go with the cheap version, 4 million, and you buy used vehicles, garbage trucks break every day. So when you think you have complaints, if you start buying used vehicles or lease...
Because I saw you only have one mechanic in there for repairs.
And that was on the bringing it all in-house. We had a hired mechanic in the model for the hybrid model. And what happens with garbage trucks is they break, they leak, and when a truck goes down, you have to either have extra trucks or you've missed a whole route for the day. And now you think you have complaints now. If you miss a whole route, you've got a lot of complaints. So that's the cost, right? That's what you're paying a contractor for those risks. You will always have, I had 1,200 employees in-house. I had another 800 employees that were contracted. We had equal amount of complaints. You will always get complaints with garbage.
So my last question. So I guess for the hybrid model, for me, what would be a clearer perspective of it is to see what the transition would look like, right?
Absolutely.
Including the options of buying, including potential liabilities with a lawsuit, et cetera. But I think one of the other things I didn't see in here was spacing and location.
Absolutely.
So do you guys also look to identify potential areas within the city that will then be housing those 20 vehicles or what have you? Is that part of this presentation as well?
Yeah, we have a stopgap there for the total in-house model. We think you need a yard and location for your staff. With the hybrid model, we chose to try to blend that into your current operations because there was only 9 vehicles. So that's definitely something that needs to be considered. Do you need a yard? Is that going to be located near someone's house that's going to complain about stinky trucks? All of those considerations when you bring it in-house are your issues where Coastal may have, or any contractor may have, a depot somewhere else. So you may go from missed pickup complaints to garbage trucks stink or they leak or whatever the case might be.
So as you do your final report, I think that would be something that I would want to add to that, to see a final overview of the potential costs.
Sure.
So that we can have a clearer, because even if we do a hybrid model and it's at the lower end of the 4 million, what else are we not factoring in that 4 million?
Absolutely.
Would be a clearer picture. And also considering the county and what they're going through with trash as well, that's another conversation as well that we need to consider if we want to take on that liability. Thank you.
Absolutely.
So Commissioner Florma had one last point before we move on. Oh, a quick point.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So that contract that we have with Coastal, we need to do a deep dive into that contract because, similar to what we have with Freebie, there are opportunities for this city to earn money through piggybacks and things of that sort. And I've never heard that conversation happen here. And I don't know if our procurement department director is here, if she can speak to that. But there are opportunities within that contract for us to earn revenues. And like I said, the service is really the most important thing. So if for any reason we decide that we're not going to bring it in or we're going to go with a hybrid model, there's still opportunities there for us to earn money and bring in revenue for our city that I would like for us to also explore. I don't know if that's part of your study, if you're looking into how we can,
It wasn't, but as a true consultant, we're happy to do that for you.
Well,
No, it wasn't part. I'm sorry, I'm being funny. It wasn't part of our study.
So I don't know if our procurement director stood. If she can speak to that, maybe we can start looking into that as well, so that we can figure out how we can bring in some revenue from this contract. Thank you.
I'm pretty sure she can't go to fully detailed. She's probably going to say yes or no, basically.
Good evening, Mayor, Commission. So the easiest, the cleanest answer at this juncture, no.
Okay.
We don't have the legislation for something like a UAP that we would be earning any dollars from piggybacking a contract like this, or any contract. So we would really have to look into those options for future agreements.
The additional revenue, Commissioner, that we receive would be through the franchise fees, which is already part of our budget.
Okay. So you're saying in this contract, there's no opportunity for piggyback earnings? I'm getting a different response from the vendor.
So earnings such as from other
Like if another municipality piggybacks off of the contract that we have now, is there an opportunity? Now, I'm not going to put, you guys are already on the spot.
No,
so
because
maybe
it looks like the vendors back there shaking their head saying, yes, there are opportunities.
There's no piggyback language in the contract.
I know there's no piggyback. Well, she's motioning differently, but however, can we have? I guess right now we're discussing something that's going to come back to us anyways, in a capacity.
And that's what I'm asking. If they can bring that back as a conversation, okay, that would be good.
If you can just answer that and then have a further conversation.
We specifically put that language in there to try to be more incentive.
For the residents, can you
Piggyback
explain
language.
who you are? Just
I'm
so-
sorry, Eileen Damaso with Coastal Waste and Recycling. There is language of piggyback there, because we did think about that. It's something that we have in town of Davie, so we decided to put it in there because it's another incentive for the contract. But it is piggyback in there. I forgot the percentage, but it is in there.
Okay, well, if you guys can get together with our team to kind of discuss that, and then also I know that there's monies that Coastal is giving every year. I don't know if it's 200,000 or what the amount
It's
is.
$481,000.
$481,000. So we
And the
would match-
franchise fees and the solid waste fees that come back to the city to pay for the money that.
Right, but that 481 is
That is something we do every year. It gets, the contract obligations includes the
full-time
50,000
employees
and there's some, it's for the.
and the item that's on your agenda
Yes.
tonight.
And the contract, the money we give back to the beautification, along with goodness gracious, the scholarships and the utility help. I think that's it. But it totals about 481.
Through the chair, that 400,000 is 2 years, though.
We've had it for 2 years now, yeah. So every
Not
year,
400,000
come January, you'll get a check.
Okay. Moving forward, just to wrap up, I know we have, I'm asking staff to hear these comments, incorporate this and come back to us, because I know it's going to come back. One last issue I want to point out is that I want to have some type of study or part of the presentation that includes the fact of how much our multifamily is taking the burden off the residential, because I have a lot of, I've gotten a lot of calls from residential multifamily feeling that they're getting gypped.
Well,
and if they're taking advantage, and I need to have some type of study that shows how egregious that is. So I know it's going to take time. I'm not asking for that now, but I want that to be included in the final study. Thank you.
And just we'll get you those exact numbers just as a recap on it. Remember, the city had about $7 million worth of debt because of the waste management contract and having them service over for 2 years. So the multifamily and the commercial franchise fees is what's paying that down. And I think we're about $1.5 to $2 million left.
Well, I'm just saying that's good.
We'll get you the exact numbers.
And I know they need some relief, especially with the whole, when it comes to the new requirements for condos and what have you. So this is just something that we can help alleviate some of the burden for our multifamily units. Next up is...
Through the mayor?
Yes.
Could I also ask if the study to bring two things? One is how much we charge our commercial compared to other municipalities? Because the phone calls I get is how much they're paying so much more than where they have businesses in other cities and they have to pay for the garbage there. So I'd like to have that, and I'd also like to have in the study that... oh my God, I just forgot. But, okay, I'll think of it.
I was just clarifying if she needed. But that being said, thank you so very much. Next item up is PD. Thank you. Interim Chief Juan Panos. Thank you.
The other thing in the study would be to think about whether or not we really want to continue with recycle.
Right.
County's taken away, I believe, so let's contemplate that. Let's have that as part of the study, please, Mr. Manager.
Oh, good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioner, City Manager, and those in attendance. My name is Juan Pinillos. I'm the Interim Chief of Police for the North Miami Beach Police Department. I want to thank all of you for giving us an opportunity to give you a brief overview of the Police Department's goals and achievements so far this year. So within every professional police department, you must have an effective and applicable vision statement. Our vision statement is to create a safe and inclusive community through proactive engagement, collaborative partnerships, and innovative strategies, upholding the principles of fairness, integrity, and accountability, fostering trust and respect between law enforcement and the public, ensuring justice for all. On the screen, you'll see our organizational chart. It's basically broken down into 4 divisions. This is currently how our department is structured. We have our administrative division, our operations division, our investigative division, and our community affairs bureau. And throughout the presentation, I'll give you a little overview of each one as we go along. A little bit about myself. I'm a 24-year law enforcement veteran. I started my law enforcement career in 1999 with the St. Charles Parish Sheriff's Office, which is located in New Orleans, Louisiana. I did 5 years there and relocated back to South Florida, where I did a year with the Miami Shores Police Department. And then I came to the great city of North Miami Beach, where I've been here for 18 wonderful years. Prior to that, I was enlisted in the United States Army as an infantryman for 3 years and was honorably discharged. With me is my counterpart, Interim Deputy Chief Nichols, who has a very similar law enforcement experience, 23 years law enforcement, total 18 years law enforcement with North Miami Beach, and he's also a military veteran. Talking a little bit about our equipment and technology that we've obtained this year, we've obtained 47 new police department vehicles, 20 Zoll defibrillators, which were given to our patrol officers to work out in the streets. We were also able to purchase the amazing Carbine Apex system, which has been wonderful with our dispatchers, and it's been working out very well with our residents. 2 Polaris terrain vehicles were added to the fleet to help with providing police presence within communities, business plazas, and large events. 2 new high-tech drones were purchased to provide detailed aerial imagery to document crime scenes and preserve evidence. And recently, we were able to purchase the new Motorola radios. It's a project that was a long time coming, over 10 years, and we're able to train all our officers in the department with cutting-edge equipment to improve communication, safety, and response. Some of our department highlights include our special response team, who were able to conduct 29 successful deployments and callouts. Our K-9 unit was deployed 50 times to assist with drug seizures, criminal arrests, and warrants. Our uniformed patrol officers handled over 80,000 calls for service. Our Marine Patrol has been deployed over 40 times and has 8 certified Marine Patrol operators. Our Tactical Investigation Unit made over 60 arrests to include narcotics, burglary, and robbery offenders. Proceeds from narcotics-related search warrant investigations totaled $114,703. Investigational DEA and forfeitures and seizures in connection to federal narcotics investigations were approximately $2 million. The Tactical Investigation Unit seized 15 firearms used in the commission of a crime so far this year, and we added 3 detectives to our Tactical Investigations Unit to help combat crime and address gang violence. When it comes to training, I can tell you that we have one of the best training cadre here in the police department, made up of our men and women. Not only do they train the officers here in-house, but they also train in our police academies, training hundreds of officers every year throughout Miami-Dade County, and they also train other officers in other agencies. So for this year, we've attended 230 training courses as a department. We also, for the first time in department history, hosted our very own SWAT school, which is a huge milestone. It's something that we've been wanting to do for a very, very long time. We've also partnered with our area schools and community houses of worship to conduct regular active shooter trainings throughout the year. We also partnered with the George Colina Consulting Group to offer the latest in-house leadership training to focus on effective management, skills, and development. Our hurricane and disaster preparedness team initiated a citywide tabletop exercise, a director in-house training, a mock hurricane exercise consisting of police and city personnel with other agencies participating. When it comes to recruitment and hiring, so far this year, we've been able to hire 8 police officers, 4 police communication officers, 1 crime scene technician, 2 community service officers, and 6 police cadets. Currently, there are 93 sworn officers, and we are budgeted for 107. We are very thankful for the COPS grant, which will now allow us to hire 8 additional officers. 2 officers are actually graduating the police academy this week, and 2 in February. And I'm proud to announce that we'll be swearing in 7 new police officers on January 16th. Also proud to announce that we have a sergeant's and captain's promotion exam that's scheduled to take place in March of next year. Looking at our crime stats, if you look at the first graph, it depicts crime stats from 2020 to 2024. As you can see, from 2020 to 2021, you had a slight decrease in crime of 1%, and from 2021 to 2022, it went up 7%, and then in 2022 to 2023, it went up another 1%. But the most glaring fact that you'll see here is a side-by-side comparison. We had a huge impact in crime. This year, we were able to reduce crime so far by 24% in every single major category. From 2020 to 2023, although there was a slight uptick in crime, you can still see that some of the major categories were slightly impacted in a downward trend. But overall, in 2024, thanks to the commitment of our police officers, they were able to reduce crime by 24%, which is pretty amazing. Moving on to arrests and citations, another significant impact from 2023 to 2024. There was an increase in arrests by 33% and went from 779 to 1,036. Citations also was a large increase of 118% from 2,871 citations to 6,249. In order to keep effectively building a safer and stronger community, we identified 5 key priorities. That's strengthening our community safety, zeroing in on agency excellence, enhancing our police services, building on our community engagement, and finally, fostering strong relationships with our mayor and commissioners. We invite everyone here on the dais to please come along, train with us, experience ride-alongs, and witness our commitment firsthand. On behalf of the police department, we want to thank everybody here, the mayor, commission, for always supporting our police department every single day, for allowing us to do our job, giving us the equipment that we need, and we welcome you all anytime to come train with us. On a personal note, I'd like to thank the manager for his guidance, his leadership, his trust in me and my staff to move our agency forward. So with that, I'll take any questions that you all may have. Thank you very much for your time.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you so much. I think the most important thing I have recognized the last 2 days was at a seminar yesterday. And at that seminar, the chief, the gentleman that was the speaker was from Chicago. And was he? He was from Chicago. So he was talking about the building. Now, this is a man, the CEO of one of the largest companies in the world. His building had bullet holes in it. Somebody was robbed and stabbed at his front door. We're talking luxury, multi-million dollar apartments. And he moved his company to Miami, and he said, what you don't recognize here is how safe you are on the street. And you know, that was so profound to me, how we take for granted how safe we are in North Miami Beach. We can go to the store and not worry about a bullet hole in our car. We can go on the street and not worry about being stabbed. And I have to tell you, we don't appreciate our policemen enough, our policewomen enough, and we don't recognize how grateful we should all be every day, because here, he's not talking he came from another country. He's talking here in the United States, how bad some of these major companies are, and that's why he moved his multi-billion-dollar business to Miami. So I want to thank you, thank your staff, and I want to make sure every day I appreciate you more. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Commissioner Smoker.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Have we ordered that bear claw? Is that what it's called?
Bearcat, yes.
Bearcat, whatever.
It's in the works. It's already been approved, so.
Okay, so we're getting it soon?
It has to go into production. It takes about a year or so, but yes, we'll be getting it.
Okay, but
Thank you.
not because of us, right? We've already done everything that needs to be done, so we can get it sooner rather than later. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Commissioner Sue.
Okay, thank you. Well, I personally had an incident on Friday where I was rear-ended, and I was in the middle of the freeway. I had called and asked. Yes, I'm okay. Well, I mean a little. Yeah.
You've got 14 days.
Yeah.
No, I already went to see a
Oh,
doctor
okay. No,
today.
no. Every lawyer thought of that once that hit. So.
Yeah, so thank you. I already went to see a doctor. Okay, no, well, the whole point was that I had our deputy interim chief. I don't know which one to put in that order, but I had Mr. Nichols here on my case, supporting me throughout the whole time. And what was amazing was that, we don't realize that our officers are so experienced, knowledgeable, and know exactly what to do. I think we are very lucky in North Miami Beach to have our police officers, especially Chief Pinillos and Chief Nichols. They got a Florida Highway Patrol officer, major, not just any officer. He got a major on rushing to my car and supporting me when it was actually, I think the other person actually took off. So thank you very much. They found everything, and we're on track. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Yes.
Commissioner Florimon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to thank you guys for your service and everything that you guys do. You guys at the helm of the department, with your experience and your tenure thus far in North Miami Beach, brings a lot of expertise, trust as well. So it's good to see Chief Pinillos and Deputy Chief Nichols, working very hard to, keep our stellar department where it should be. I want to know if you guys are working. I see we have Gang Alternative here in the city off of Hanford Boulevard. I remember at one point there was Branches, which was called South Florida Urban Ministries, and Panzu at another point was here within our city. And a lot of the work that I see that you guys do is reactive, not because it's something that you can avoid. It's just that partly that's the nature of the police business, is that things happen and you respond to them. And so my question is, what are we doing in regards to crime prevention by working with our youth and working with these organizations to prevent them from going down that track and becoming the people we have to constantly worry about? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. So, as you know, one of the key factors that I mentioned earlier was building our community partnerships. Our PAL program is a very robust program that we have. I remember working with Panzu back in the day, years and years ago, and I'm not sure what happened to that project or that program. I'm sure it's still around, but it's not okay. But we have our crime prevention unit. We just hired another crime prevention specialist, and we're looking to hire another part-time crime prevention specialist. So hopefully in the very near future, we can start reaching out and communicating better with those organizations and building a stronger relationship with them.
Yeah, I definitely like to see that. Have you guys been working with Gang Alternative since they're here in North Miami Beach? I don't know how long they've been here, but I did notice they're building here.
I don't want to say yes or no. I really don't know the answer to that, but I'll find out.
Okay, please do. Thank you so much for all you guys do.
Thank you, Chief. Commissioner Shaw.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to say thank you. I attended the Law and Order meeting for the first time. So thank you for all that you do and all that the officers, the men and women in blue are doing for the great city of North Miami Beach. I had a question about spot fire.
Shot spotter.
Shots fired?
Shot spotter.
Shot spotter. How is that program doing?
It's doing well. We've had it for probably close to 3 years now, or 2 or 3 years, and it's been doing very well. We obviously want to be able to purchase another shot spotter to put, another part of the city. But so far, it's been working really well. We haven't really had any issues with the vendor, so it's doing its job.
Awesome. Yeah. I also wanted to ask about traffic and speeding. I know people are always complaining about traffic and speeding, and I just want to know any tactical things that you guys are doing to help mitigate that.
So, as you know, we receive traffic and speeding complaints daily. Every day we get those traffic complaints, and we put them in order, and we have our traffic unit. They go out there and they do what they can, address those issues specifically. We also give those specific issues to our patrol officers, who also address them in conjunction with our motor officers.
Awesome. And the last thing I wanted to ask about is, I know we have such a diverse force, and so is there any way that you can include how many Creole-speaking officers do you have? How many Spanish-speaking officers? I know we have our first Jewish officer that came on a couple years ago, but I want to also see what are we doing to diversify the force a little bit more and to make sure that it's reflective of the residents. So I would love to see that in the report, to see how we're engaging those different groups throughout the city.
Absolutely. We actually have that data for you. I don't have it with me right here, but we have that information for you. You're welcome.
I just want the public to know that our police department has never been as happy as they have under these two gentlemen. We are very blessed to have you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Thank you for your service.
Mayor,
thank you
if
for your
I may
service.
have a point of personal privilege.
Yes, Mr. Manager, please.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, over the past month, we've had two critical employees join our team for very important positions, and I'd like to at least introduce them. I know they've communicated via email, and I've sent you their contact as well, but I want to kind of introduce them not only to you, but also to the community. First, we have a new Chief Financial Officer. His name is Tariq Ramani. He comes to us with over 20 years of experience in municipal financial management and strategic planning. His last position was a deputy city manager for the city of Carson, California. During his time there, he improved Carson's bond rating to a AA minus the first time since the 80s that city had that. His general fund reserve was able to grow to $45.2 million. While he also secured over $47 million in savings through a pension obligation bond refinancing, citywide audit of their oil refineries, which recovered over $4 million annually, as well as implementing an initiative that saw a new revenue stream of $12 million annually to the city. In 2022, he won the CFO award by the Los Angeles Business Journal and was named top 100 local government influencer as well. Tariq, if you can stand up and maybe just say two quick words and just two.
I'll be expedient tonight.
Honorable Mayor and Commissioners, it's an honor to be here tonight, and it's also an honor to serve as your new Chief Financial Officer. Thank you, Mr. City Manager, for the introduction. I'm here just to really listen, learn, and support all of you to have a financial process that really delivers your priorities and also delivers all the things that the community really wanted. I spent the last 2 weeks really getting to know the great staff here in the city of North Miami Beach. I also learned a lot, and I'm really planning to hit the floor running and kind of support all of you to what you see is good for the city of North Miami Beach. My goal, honestly, is to make North Miami Beach the best in South Florida, not only in South Florida, but also a benchmark nationwide. I'm ready to roll up my sleeves and work with the city manager and everyone to kind of collaborate together and deliver all of the things that the residents really wanted for them. And I'm here if you have any question for me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Welcome.
Thank you. And that was 4 words. Next, I want to introduce Hamid Nikvan. He's our new water utility director. He comes with over 15 years of experience in utility operations, infrastructure management, and capital improvement planning. Most recently, he was the assistant or acting utilities director for the city of Cooper City. Prior to that, he was with Deerfield Beach, 2 cities very similar in utility to us, where he successfully managed water and wastewater operations, ensuring regulatory compliance. He enhanced efficiencies with the computerized maintenance management systems, improved their meter reading systems, and also leveraged technical expertise in SCADA, which is a system that we have for infrastructure design and asset management to improve service delivery as well. I apologize. Hamid, if you can stand up, since Tariq took 4 words, I'll give you 2.5.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Commissioner, City Manager, and staff. Thank you, City Manager. I'm honored to be part of the North Miami Beach team. My goal here is to focus on infrastructure improvement, process improvement that is needed in utility department, and also we're going to take our utility to the next level. So with the direction from the Commissioner and City Manager Office, we're going to work together and make a lot of positive change. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor and Commissioners, key aspect for both of these hires is that they, during their interview, was able to provide a vision beyond just a technical scope, more of a business operation and how to improve resources and extend each and every dollar that we spend in these departments. And I'm excited to have them on board. So thank you for your continued support, and we welcome you gentlemen to the team.
Thank you. Yes, point of personal privilege by Commissioner Flourmont.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. There are a few people here that I would like to acknowledge. First of all, I'd like to acknowledge our Commissioner and Chairman Emeritus from the Miami-Dade County Commission, Commissioner Jean Monestime, Honorable Jean Monestime. In addition to that, I thought I saw our White House representative here, Ms. Karen Andre.
Stepped out.
Okay, well, we do have Ms. Karen Andre here. She's the Associate Director for the Division of Consumer Education and External Affairs, and also she is part of the White House administration, and so wanted to also recognize her. Miami represented in DC, so that's great. In addition to that, also, we also have Farah Juste, who is a stalwart in our community. She probably also stepped out, but also wanted to recognize Farah Juste as well. Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor.
Former Commissioner Barbara Fremont. You're not recognized.
Well, that was. Thank you for that clarification, Ms. Because next up is public comment. Just to clarify, before we start, for a public comment, anything on the agenda you guys can speak on. If it's on the agenda, please speak on that. And this is your opportunity to do so. So I'm going to allow our city clerk to open it up. Civility is key, but she'll go through the entire spiel. But this is your opportunity to speak on anything on the agenda. Remember that not all items will come up for an opportunity to speak, but on this aspect, this is your opportunity to speak on the agenda. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. The Mayor and Commissioner of the City of North Miami Beach has opened the meeting for public comment. There is a 3-minute time limit for each speaker. Speaker, you'll be called to the podium. Please state your name or the organization which you are representing. The Mayor and Commissioner of the City of North Miami Beach recognizes the importance of civility. The City of North Miami Beach requests that all in attendance. The first two speakers are Stacy Roskin and then Muriel Edouard.
Good evening. My name is Stacy Roskin. I'm proud to serve as the president of the Eastern Shores Property Owners Association, also known as the SPOA. Our association represents approximately 250 homes in Eastern Shores. Our objective is to advocate for the best interest of the community. On behalf of SPOA, I'd like to extend our congratulations to those of you who are newly elected and to those of you who have been re-elected. We appreciate your dedication to our community and look forward to working together. As a 22-year resident of Eastern Shores, I've witnessed the neighborhood's transition. Unfortunately, in the last few years, we've seen a significant decline in landscaping, upkeep, and code enforcement and speeding. Despite efforts to address these issues, the problems persist. The recent water pipe replacement projects has left our streets in disarray, and we're eager to see the completion of these repairs. There is also the Intercoastal Mall project. While we're cautiously optimistic and excited about its redevelopment, our residents remain concerned about the traffic problems that will arise from it unless certain measures are taken. These are some of the top issues our residents have identified as needing attention. In the coming months, we look forward to collaborating with you and the city administration to address these issues and restore Eastern Shores to its former beauty and make it an even more beautiful and safer place to live. We've invited you to our annual SPOA meeting in January, which will provide an excellent opportunity for us to discuss ways to improve our community and for you to meet our residents. If there's anything our association can do to facilitate a smoother collaboration between the city and our neighborhood, please don't hesitate to let us know. Thank you for your time, and I wish you all a joyous holiday season and a happy and healthy new year.
Thank you, Dr. Roskin.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Mireille Edouard. I live 1301 Northeast, 154th Street. I've been here before. I know most of you guys know me. And if I'm here today, it's for only one thing. It's for the garbage can. People, they don't take it for 2 weeks. I come down here and to find out why. They give me a number. The number was false number. So I have to come downstairs again. They give me the right number to call. When I call, they give me the name Salum Molkier. I was talking to her about the situation. 8 days, no garbage pickup in front of my house. We don't have an alley. We've been through that before. When Sam, thank you, Sam, anyway, Sam not here. I think Sam and Kenny, they taken care of that for me about a year ago. No problem. Now, they change it again, they don't pick it up. And for me, my neighbor, there's a lot of people. Sometimes I stand up right in front of my house, the garbage can pass. They don't pick it up, which I didn't know. You guys wanted me to walk like 150 steps from my house to the alley to bring the garbage can there. I didn't know that. I lived there from March 1990 until today. That's where I live. So I don't know, when you guys change stuff down here, why the neighbor don't know anything about it? And why should I pay for a service to pick up in front of my house about 35 years ago? And now I have to walk with it like I'm bringing my dog or my kids or little Charlie to the garbage, to the alley. Why I have to do that? When I told her that I can't do that, she said, I must do it. I said, why? Then you know what? They don't pick it up. She said, call her. They don't pick it up. I call again. That's when I wish to Sam. Sam sent somebody to pick it up. When the guy come, I wasn't there. My daughter was there. The guy said to her, the reason why they don't pick up my garbage can is because I was supposed to take it to the garbage, to the alley. I want to know, when you guys change that, what should I do about that? Because I think this is the last time I come here about garbage issue.
15 seconds.
Since you guys say Costco do a good job, I don't see the good job at all.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Is there a way we can get staff to try to address the last current speaker? Thank you. They'll be able to assist you. Sorry for the inconvenience. Yeah, Coastal is here. Okay.
Kathleen Joachim, and then Jeb Hanwerger.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. By the way, congratulations to all of you who are here this evening for election, who've been elected and re-election. My name is Kathleen Joachim, and I reside in Ulita. I ask for your patience while I read this concerning Sandra Douglas. November 16, 2021, the Commission of Status of Women chose Sandra Douglas as Woman of the Month because of her exceptional qualities for serving our community. Sandra has resided in the city of North Miami Beach, Washington Park area for almost 12 years. She has been with the Voters Council of North Miami Beach for 10 years as a chaplain, preside over the yearly seniors Thanksgiving luncheon, and also preside over the Voters Council Candidate Forum. Sandra stayed involved in our community, alerts the city on issues such as bulk trash problems, and lights that are not working in the area. Comes to and speak up at city commission meetings, and she can also be seen at many city functions. Sandra serves as a deaconess in her church, sings in her church choir, and is a member of its hostess committee. Sandra is the Florida State Chair of the Alpha Alpha Psi Sorority Incorporated, a member of Kingdom Intercessory Prayer Call, and employed with the International Longshoremen Association Benefit Funds Office. The Commission on Status of Women would like to thank Sandra Douglas for her many contributions in helping our city move forward, and had welcomed her as our November 2021 Woman of the Month. There are a lot of things you all didn't know about Sandra Douglas. Sandra was my friend. She was a sister. She was the reason that I pledged to Alpha Alpha Psi. Sandra was kind, caring, the type of person who told you the truth, even when you didn't want to hear it. Sandra was so peace at Alpha Alpha Psi, but she was also a thunder when she needed to be. It's been a year since I took Sandra to the hospital for something I thought was minor, but she ended up staying in the hospital and went on to, to a rehab place. She had her problems. We thought she was getting better. Sandra was the type of person that would text, would call. We would go out to lunch, to dinner. She never missed a meeting. In the morning, at 6 a.m., we would all be in a prayer group 7 days a week. What you all don't know was Sandra would ask everyone to pray for Washington Park and then the city of North Miami Beach. Even when she was not able to make that meeting, we all knew to pray for Washington Park and the city of North Miami Beach, for every elected officials and every employee. That was Sandra Douglas. When I went to see Sandra a few days ago, I found out that the people at the rehab didn't even know that Sandra called 911 herself because she was in distress. I ran to the hospital. When I got there, they were giving her treatment. After that, we sat and talked. I called her daughter and told Veronica, Sandra's not going back to that place. I know I don't have any way of making decisions about her life, but she's not going back to that place. Because if you have to call 911 for herself and you're at a rehab place, this is not working. But Sandra watched every commission meeting. She wanted to be updated on everything that's going on with the city. She was happy for everyone's winning, always wanted everyone to get along. So my friend, my sister, my mentor passed away. Yesterday around 7:30, she went to be with the Lord. Sandra always wanted peace for all of us. We can continue. So, in our honor tonight, I am here wearing my Alpha Alpha Psi gab, thanking each and single one of you who have called, who have texted, because at the end she said there were so many texts. Sometimes she forgot to respond. She didn't mean to, but it was difficult at times for her. Sandra loved each and single one of you and prayed for the city always. So Sandra funeral will be this upcoming Saturday at Mount Zion Church at 301 Northwest 9th Street at 11 a.m. She will be cremated, And after that, in January, her daughter will be having a celebration in, back in Georgia. So thank you all for listening to me. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
Next speaker, Jeb Hanwerger.
My name's Jeb Hanwerger. I'm a resident and of North Miami Beach for over 20 years. Some recent developments have taken place that I'd like to share and put on the record. Recently, a few weeks ago, at the end of November, our State Surgeon General, Dr. Ladapo, announced guidance recommending against community water fluoridation due to the neuropsychiatric risks associated with fluoride exposure. Community water fluoridation is a process of adjusting the amount of fluoride in drinking water to a level recommended to prevent tooth decay. Historically, community water fluoridation was considered to be a method to systemically, through ingestion, deliver fluoride to all community members. However, currently many municipalities, including right here in Florida, recently at Collier County and Naples, and other places throughout the U.S. and several European countries, including Austria, Belgium, France, Germany, Italy, Norway, and Sweden, have eliminated water fluoridation. Today, fluoride is widely available from multiple sources, including topical fluoride, such as toothpaste, mouthwashes, and fluoride applications by dental providers. Fluoride does show to strengthen teeth, making them decay resistant. However, research is being conducted to review the impacts of fluoride to the vulnerable population, especially pregnant women and small children. Floridians, especially here in North Miami Beach, should be aware of safety concerns related to systemic fluoride exposure, including adverse effects in children, reducing IQ, attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, increased neurobehavioral problems, sleep cycle disturbances, skeletal fluorosis, which includes the risk of bone fractures, potential risk of premature menarche in adolescent girls, potential suppression of the thyroid gland by inhibiting iodine absorption. Due to the neuropsychiatric risk associated with fluoride exposure, particularly in pregnant women and children, and the wide availability of alternative sources of fluoride for dental health, the State Surgeon General recommends against community water fluoridation. The Florida Department of Health strongly supports oral and overall health through school-based preventative dental programs, county health department dental clinics, screening and treatment referral in preschool, provider education, including training on oral health service delivery, promotion of healthy habits with an emphasis on reduction in sugar, providing oral health care supplies to community partners, providing tobacco and vaping cessation resources and services. Dr. Ladapo said, it's clear more research is necessary to address safety and efficacy concerns regarding community water fluoridation. The previously considered benefit of water fluoridation does not outweigh the current known risks, especially for special populations like pregnant women and children. And I'll leave this here on the record for all the commissioners and the mayor.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Janice Coakley, and then former Commissioner Barbara Kramer.
Yes. Yes.
While Ms. Copley's coming up, could I direct the manager to get with the head of the water department, the newly hired gentleman, and to look into that question about the fluoride in the water?
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
The only reason there's fluoride in our water is from the health department's requirement, period.
But I understand it's being changed in January, so if that's the case, that's why I'd like him to, I've been getting emails, so I'd appreciate it if.
I'm sure the manager will get us more information. Thank you so very much. We have a Girl Scout troop.
Yes.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Mayor, Commissioner, congratulations to the newly elected mayor, re-electors, and the new.
State your name, please.
Oh, Janice Coakley. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Janice Coakley. Again, congratulations to everyone. I'm here tonight with my Girl Scout Troop 347. They are working on a democracy badge, and that's to see how government is run. and to visit. We're going to visit 2 other cities. They learn how to fill out, which they can't vote yet, but we did a mock voters registration and different things like this. So, and they had to go and look up the political person wherever they live, because some live, I have one live in North Miami Beach, someone live in Miramont. So they have to look and see who, because one day they're going to be adults. And I was explaining to them about the agenda. So they are here tonight to observe how the City of North Miami Beach government run, and when they attend another meeting, they can see how another city runs, so they can know a little bit more about government. So we won't stay to the end. They freezing. It's school tomorrow. But I just wanted them to attend the meeting tonight. Thank you all.
Thank you. All right. Next speaker.
They deserve their badges.
I think I had 2 badges on my session. They outperformed me for sure. Season's greetings, everyone. Congratulations. Inaugural meeting of the new commission. I'm Barbara Kramer. Give me a minute there. It's city attorney. In regards to item 11.11, which is resolution 2024-137, we're spending over $100,000 for another consultant that, in my opinion, this could be done by staff. Perhaps the Transit Alliance Miami might be a better source in which to gain insight into our trolley routes and whether the money set aside from CITT funds is going to good use, because the supermajority of these funds go to the trolley while its other uses are neglected. So do any of you even know what it costs per rider for this service? Because it's super expensive. And what about the majority of the residents that don't use the service, but they see nothing for the CITT funds that we receive? In regards to Resolution 2024-119, as the president of Wake Up NMB, which is a 501c4, I don't see a waiver for us. I understand that we can be politically active with that designation, but we do shine a light on local government by educating our communities to important legislation that affects the residents. Having a meet and greet during election time is no different, for the candidates, is no different in scope if a 501c3 does this. We encourage and have had asked for representatives from the city to come to our meetings, and perhaps this is something we need to further discuss, because we don't want to lose that room, which really, is the only place for us to have our meetings. Maybe we can figure something out that you guys don't feel that we're encouraging something maybe candidates or what have you. So we'll like to talk about that. As far as the $150,000 consultant about bringing back garbage, this is like the 3rd time we've done this, and I think we really need to get to our residents and really find out whether they want to spend more for garbage or they can put up with some of the nuances we're dealing with, which really aren't nuances, because after I just heard from that woman, we need to make Coastal accountable, okay? If you're going to have outside contractors, and freaking get on top of them and make them accountable. And lastly, when are we going to have a permanent chief? We have had an interim chief for over a year. What city does this? Enough is enough. We're paying somebody almost $200,000 to not come to work, and it's just absurd already.
15 seconds.
And one more thing before I forget. Think about the pensions also and how you're going to find employees post-COVID for our sanitation department. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Bruce Lamberto.
Good evening. Good evening, Bruce Lamberto, Eastern Shores. I'm kind of going to mirror what Commissioner Kramer just talked about. Again, another study. This has been shot down by this commission twice already when it came up earlier in the year. The direction was from this commission that they were going to put the trolley coordinator on the trolley to gather the data that the consultant that we're going to hire is going to do. And I know several of you have directed the manager or asked the manager to have that done, and it just didn't get done all year long. So we would have had that data by now had that taken place. So again, keep trying, try again, and maybe you'll get it through. But again, we're like $12 million in debt right now, from what I understand. We have a huge pension obligation that we're really searching where we're going to get this money from. And again, it's things like this that you cut out. You cut out this fat so that we can get our balance sheet where it needs to be. I don't understand why we're going to have this duplicate service. We have a full-time coordinator that's probably costing us over $100,000 a year in salary and benefits, and then we're going to pay a consultant to basically do the same thing. Now, I did check with the county on handing out this. There is no requirement to have a study. There is a requirement to post if we do bring it back in-house. That's something that would be a major component, since pensions seem to be the issue that's having this big hole in our budget right now. So that should be asked of the consultant to do that number and figure that in. But I'm hoping you're not going to approve this yet another consultant for this trolley study. I want to ask you one more thing. There's no place in North Miami Beach where the trolleys really don't run. So trying to shift the route around, I don't know what you're going to do. You might lose the 2 people that ride it over here to pick up the 2 people that ride it over there. So we're not an urban city like South Beach, where you have high rises and you have a 20-minute circuit. We're a residential community where everybody can drive to, and there's no charge for parking. So I just don't see the purpose of this study. Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, I just wanted to let the audience know that 11.11, the trolley route has been deferred, so we're not voting on that
Those
today.
pulled. But thank you for clarifying, Commissioner Smucker. Next speaker.
Yannick Desgrange, Farajus, and then Melissa Winchester.
No, that's fine. Good evening. Happy holidays and congratulations to the mayor and the newly elected or re-elected members of the commission. My name is Karen Andre. This is Yannick Desgrange, my mom, and apparently I am in the running for best daughter because I'm home for the holidays and I have been enlisted to come here and speak before the council on behalf of my family and some neighbors who are also here. We're lifelong North Miami Beach residents. I'm a proud NMB Charger, and my mom owns a business immediately south of the intersection of 151st Street and Northeast 12th Avenue. And as you all may know, that Northeast 12th Avenue, there's a light on 159th Street and a light on 149th Street, and the 10 blocks in between is like the Autobahn, unfortunately, for far too many people. And we own properties on the southwest side of the intersection, which is actually unincorporated. We do have a neighbor here who does live in two neighbors who do live on the North Miami Beach side of the intersection. All of us, all 4 neighbors, have had cars careening into our yards, breaking fences, endangering the lives of pedestrians and or citizens who are sitting at the bus stops. And notwithstanding, my mother owns a daycare center immediately half a block south of this intersection. So we understand it's a county road. We understand that actually the city has tried to be responsive and put up a sign that I think we need to check on the lighting, but at least the city has been responsive. We want to thank you for that, but we do want to urge you all working and raising this to the county and working with the citizens, because but for the grace of God, we have not had any actual physical injuries, but we know not what tomorrow holds. So, Mom, would you want to add anything? Am I best daughter now? Come on.
Oh, how could I speak after a lawyer has been speaking? My English is not that perfect, but we've been going through a dilemma, and for the past 35 years, right on the corner of 151st Street and Northeast 2nd Avenue. 12th Avenue, excuse me. We got Mr. Martinez, across the street from me, we got Mrs.
McNabb.
McNabb, which is present right here, and we got Mrs. Rose Covier on the other side. It is not there's no 2 months that goes on, there's not a crash.
How many times for you this year?
This year we had a 7. This time only, and my gate, because kids are playing there because the place is zoned for daycare. So kids are playing there, and when I go to my insurance, they tell me, "Hey, it's under your deductible. You have to take care of it because the car did never reach your house." So I had to face that every day. So I am tired. Help.
All right, so 9 seconds, Mr. Zamacona. I'm going to email him, but I did want to raise this to the council because, again, we've been lucky that there has been no loss of life, but we want to alert everyone, and please help us. Thank you very much. Happy holidays.
Thank you. Point of privilege?
No, I just wanted to say, I did mention both of your names and introduce you guys earlier. So Karen Andre from the White House and Farah Juste, these are the 2 women that I had mentioned earlier. And so this is very important. I believe I knocked on you said, I forgot the name, Miss McNabb's door a couple of months ago during the elections. And I think in the month of November, there were 2 accidents that took out that gate. You guys fixed the gate, and literally a week later, someone crashed into it again. So if we can look into that as soon as possible, thank you.
Thank you so much.
As well as in consultation with our county
yes,
Commissioner Bastian's office as well. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Next speaker.
Good evening, everyone, and congratulations to everyone on the panel, mayor and council, city manager, and so forth. My name is Melissa Winchester. I'm a Voters Council member, and I want to thank y'all for everything that you have been doing, that you have done already. I'm looking forward to 2025 and more so 2026. That's really it for me. I have one thing. Washington Park this past week and in the past weeks, they have taken some hits with a couple of deaths with Mr. Campbell, and upon yesterday with Ms. Douglas. The community as a whole are in all of our prayers for their families. Along with that, this coming week, this coming Friday, we will be having a celebration for our building. And I have sent out to invite all, including those in the crowd here. Please come out, put on your kickball shoes, and we're gonna do some old school games for these kids. No video games. Leave the cell phone in the car or in your back pocket. I do appreciate y'all. And I look forward to the new journey. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Mr. Mayor, that was our last signs. I see one more coming.
Okay.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. Welcome to the newbies, including the Mayor and Ms. Sue.
State your name, sir.
And
Please.
I'm giving out my greetings first. My name is Mubarak Azan. Mr. Mayor, you said something about whatever is on the agenda, we have to discuss it now. Is that clear? I mean, it's like 20 items on the agenda. We have to discuss it now in this 3 minutes?
This is the...
Are you made a slip of the tongue there. You want me to discuss 20 items in 3 minutes? Okay. You know, they have a saying that
Mr. Kazan, did you say your name?
Yeah, I did say.
Okay.
President Biden, he said, you just don't love your country when you win. You also love it when you lose. Likewise for the city as well. You do not love your city only when you win. You love it when you lose. Okay, so we had some guys for the sanitation that did some assessment. And if I did not know that they were doing assessment for the city to be impartial of bringing back the sanitation in-house, I would have thought that they were advocates for coastal. Because that is what it seems like. Every question you ask is like honing to stay with coastal. But it's not. What the lady said there earlier, I have the same problem. The service is terrible. I had a time-dated stamp picture tonight of the recyclable hadn't been picked up 5:45. I'm leaving to come to the meeting. I have it here. And, we had a problem bringing the water plant back, and all the consultants and so told us not to. But you have to be willing to bring it back in-house. If you're not willing, we're wasting money and we're wasting time. These guys spoke to us like if we never had sanitation here before. We're the experts. We were the best in North Miami, in Dade County. And, our service was top-notch. And there are a couple things that you do not outsource. You do not outsource passport to private companies. And when I came to this city, you do not outsource our water plant and you do not outsource our sanitation. In 2002, when I came here, Councilman Jay Chernoff, he was a councilman then. From 2002 to 2016, I complained about everything else except the water and sanitation. It's only when we outsourced it in 2016 then complaints started. From then, and it hasn't stopped until now. There's no, no smoothing out for these people. Matter of fact, when waste management was about to leave for the last 3 to 4 years, we had it terrible, terrible. I think Wayne Heisinger was the owner, and when he passed away, like the rest of them think that, give it to North Miami Beach, man. Give us a shaft.
15 seconds.
And Mayor, commissioners, I expect you to hold yourself at a high standard and serve this city well. If you fail, the city fails. If you win, we win. Thank you very much for having me.
The last signed speaker is Coach Roland Jerome.
Good evening, everyone. Congratulations to Mayor Daniela and Fermo. I was here and I liked the ceremony.
Speaker?
Installation. I ate a lot. Thank you very much. The reason I'm here, we have been playing at...
Sir, please state your name for the record.
Yes, Coach Roland. You said it. I am Coach Roland.
Thank you.
Okay. We have been playing at Allen Park, 1770, Northeast 162nd Street, for almost 20 years. And now they ask us to pay a fee. I ask PAX to waive it. They say I have to come in front of you to discuss that. So I ask you if you can waive the fee for us, please. You want to say something?
Yes. The main reason, because we normally use Allen Park we have a veteran clubs of Miami, like over 50. So we normally practice, we play pickup games and things like that. But it seems like we reached to a point where they want us to have all the paperwork done, which we did. However, they told us in order for us to have that waive, we have to come to the council and ask them. We already worked some schedule with them, so we're just waiting now on the decision to see if it will be fine to do that.
Our Parks our assistant manager, Andy, can you assist on this issue or give some clarification?
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, I will look into it. I'll have Ian, the interim Parks Director, grab them on the side and work it out. Definitely paperwork is needed. We need to, have.
For liability purposes, that's
liability
completely,
purposes
that's understood.
and all that. And we'll look into what those fees are.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Mr. Mayor.
No, Commissioner Florent, you have a point?
In the meantime, because based on what you're saying, it's not going to get resolved today. So in the meantime, are we able to continue the same status quo with the pickup games that they're playing now until we figure out the fee situation?
That wouldn't be a problem while we figure that out, as long as the liability of waiver and the forms are filled out. We can navigate the other stuff.
That's the main issue. I want to make sure that we're on the same page, because if something were to happen, God forbid,
of course,
we don't have our taxpayers being held liable. But I'm pretty sure they'll work it out. Thank you. Next speaker. You have an additional
to
point?
clarify, because we were requested to have a liability insurance, certificate of insurance, to make sure everything is fine with the city, and the city would be the insured. So I think that would be no issue with the.
Okay. Well, I'm sure we'll work it out. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Mr. Mayor, that we do not have any more speakers.
All right. Next on the agenda is the consent, right? No, Commissioner announcements. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Our communications manager, Jennifer, will give a brief overview, and I believe she's already provided a hard copy packet with the calendar of dates and flyers.
Thank you. I'll be reviewing the event list from December 2024 till January 2025. Tomorrow, Economic Development Commission kickoff meeting. That's Wednesday, December 18th at 5 p.m. at the McDonald Center. Thursday, December 19th from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. Farm Share Drive-Through Distribution at Ulita Park Community Center. Friday, December 20th from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. Senior Luncheon at McDonald Center. Thursday, December 26th at 7 p.m. in front of North Miami Beach City Hall is the menorah lighting. Friday, December 27th, 11 a.m., Hanukkah Storytime Arts and Craft at the North Miami Beach Discovery Library. Friday, December 27th at 3:30, Kwanzaa History Time and Arts and Crafts at North Miami Beach Discovery Library. Celebrate New Year's Eve at NMB Library. That's Tuesday, December 31st at 10 a.m. at the North Miami Beach Discovery Library. Now, the January 2025 events. Lego Day, Saturday, January 4th at 1 p.m., North Miami Beach Discovery Library. Monday, January 6th, D2 Teen Movie Mondays at 1 p.m. at the North Miami Beach Discovery Library. Friday, January 10th at 3 p.m., Olaf's birthday celebration at the North Miami Beach Discovery Library. Monday, January 13th at 1 p.m., D2 Movie Mondays, North Miami Beach Discovery Library. Thursday, January 16th, 9 a.m. to 12 p.m., Farm Share Drive-Through Distribution at the Kevin R. Sims Aquatic Center. Thursday, January 16th at 6 p.m., MLK Jr. Storytime event at the North Miami Beach Discovery Library. Monday, January 20th is Martin Luther King Jr. Day. That is a holiday. Tuesday, January 21st at 6 p.m. is our next City Commission meeting. Wednesday, January 22nd at 6 p.m., it's the Irv David Co-Designation Boulevard Ceremony at Prestige Imports. Friday, January 24th at 6 p.m., Friday, January 24th at 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. is our senior luncheon at the McDonald Center. Saturday, January 25th at 2 p.m. is our literacy fair at the North Miami Beach Discovery Library. And last but not least, Monday, January 27th, at 1 p.m., D2 Movie Mondays at the North Miami Beach Discovery Library. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Could I ask one of our commissioners to come back so we can continue the commission meeting? We don't have a quorum.
Vice Mayor, the next item is commissioners' reports, and you really don't need a quorum for.
We don't have a clerk to start the commissioner report?
I'm going to call for that, and the clerk stepped away for a moment. So if we're done with the manager's announcements at this time, it would be appropriate to move to commissioners' reports, and in whatever order You, as presiding officer, want to call for the commissioners' reports, but you really don't need a quorum for commissioners to just make a report unless...
Commissioner Chernoff, you want to start off?
Good evening, everybody. Congratulations to Daniela Jean, Mackenzie Florimon, and Michael Joseph and Lynn Sue for all being elected in our last election. Congratulations. And for those of you who remember the last swearing-in ceremony, and again, what a swearing-in ceremony you all had, so congratulations. But the last swearing-in ceremony with Phyllis and I in Fortuna, I had Mayor Mishcon be my swearer-in. So that was the last public appearance that Mayor Mishcon did, and he wasn't the best in health because he couldn't get up to the stage. If you all remember, he used a cane, but God bless him, he did come to swear me in, and I was very proud of that moment. And rest in peace, Mayor Mishcon. He was my mayor for 16 years, and I'm going to miss him. Okay. Michael was on the Jim DeFeeti show this Sunday. What a nice job he did. Michael Joseph, our mayor, was on the Jim DeFeeti, which was Sunday morning. He did a great job, and one of the things he mentioned was septic to sewer. I think I am also on board with septic to sewer, so that needs to be front and center, and if all of us agree, then let's move forward on it. Okay, Public Works Snowfest, what a beautiful night. We kept in our tradition with no rain to our events, so we had open convertibles. We did not get wet during the parade. So, again, I hope everybody had a good time. Happy holidays to everybody. Merry Christmas, Happy Kwanzaa, Happy Hanukkah, and Happy New Year. Okay, what else? There was police officers. We wish you all to be safe during the holidays. It's a very trying time, and we definitely love that you protect us, and we want to protect you. Farm share, you all know that's Thursday, and that's it.
Mayor.
Oh, Sandra Douglas and Mr. Campbell, our condolences to your families, and we do, to Ketley, I'm so sorry you lost Sandra, and Sandra was a institution for us also, and a great part of Washington Park who championed it forever. So thank you all. Have a good night.
Commissioner Jean?
Thank you so much. Good evening, everyone. Wanted to thank everyone for coming out tonight, and also send a special congratulations to our new commissioner, Commissioner Sue, and welcome back to Commissioner Florimon and myself, and welcome to our new mayor, Michael Joseph. Congratulations. Happy holidays to everyone. Hopefully you make time to spend with your families and enjoy each other during this time. Special thanks to our police department, parks, and all of our city staff for all the amazing events that have been going on citywide. And thank you for making our city the great city to be in. Also wanted to reiterate the deepest sympathies and condolences to the Mishcon, Douglas, and Campbell family during their time of bereavement. I did want to highlight through the manager's office, through the mayor, an invitation from Congresswoman Frederica Wilson's office. I think they were trying to get a hold of you guys for the upcoming MLK breakfast, and I'm not sure if you guys were able to connect on that. Awesome. I know there were some residents that mentioned the street sweepers that were out of service. Not sure if we were able to make any headways in the street sweepers since the streets haven't been cleaned since it's not working. Not sure what headway you guys have been able to make there, but definitely wanted an update. I wanted to highlight the conversation on coastal as well. Can we look into increasing those marketing efforts to our residents as it relates to dates and schedules? Because a lot of residents are very confused as to the missed pickups and the dates. And also, Mr. Manager, as I promised, Washington Park, we're looking for updates as often as you have them. So I know we have some items pertaining to the project itself tonight, but I'm definitely looking to receive more frequent updates. I've seen some on social media, but I'm also looking to make sure that with the online dashboard that you're looking to implement, that we have more steady updates on that project. Thank you so much.
Commissioner Florimon?
Thank you. First off, I'd like to extend my thoughts and prayers to the families of Mayor Mishcon, Sandra Douglas, and also Mr. Campbell. You know, Mayor Mishkan was, I believe, one of the most prominent and influential mayors in this city's history. The reality is that he chaired this board during a lot of advancement in the city, from infrastructure to really putting our city on the map. And I believe that particular commission was a commission that everyone respected and everyone learned from, and we definitely salute the progress that Mayor Mishkan brought to our city, and so our thoughts are with his family. You know, Sandra Douglas was special to all of us, and she, you know, meant so much to Washington Park and to the entire city of North Miami Beach. She held us all accountable. She really did. She, you know, had a soothing voice, but you know, when it was time for her to tell you, hey, what you know, you're doing something that you're not supposed to, or when she had to correct you, she would. And you know, she was special to all of us. You know, there's no way you can put it in words what she meant to the community of North Miami Beach. You know, Ms. Ketley mentioned a lot of what she accomplished and what she did. And, you know, thank you so much for memorializing her contributions here today. And, you know, we want to extend also our thoughts and prayers to her family. And, you know, when I think about Mr. Campbell, it's always the first stop that you make in Washington Park. That's the first door you knock on. And, you know, I think he recently just switched his car, if I'm not mistaken, because I think he had like a Crown Victoria, something like that, that was there for years. And then he just recently, if I'm not mistaken, switched his car. And that's the conversation I remember having with him and after knocking on his door this election season. But he was always present, very cool, calm guy, and had all the beautiful pictures of his family, generations of his family on the wall. And you know, this is history. This is our history here in North Miami Beach, and we really have to make sure that as a commission we honor them appropriately as a city. So I wanted to make sure that I said that, because it's important that we do so. Mr. Manager, I know you're hearing us, that we honor these pillars in our community appropriately in the city of North Miami Beach. Aside from that, Mr. Mayor, congratulations, Lin Sue, and welcome aboard. Congratulations, Commissioner Jean. You have a very fashion-forward commissioner next to you, so you know you got some competition, Miss Lin Sue, right? But congratulations.
She always dresses fabulous.
No, oh my goodness. Okay, well, let's leave that alone. I tried to, you know, I'm trying. Now all of you guys are gonna, you know, everyone's fashion forward. Yeah. All right, everyone's fashion forward.
You know, we got a 3-minute.
I know.
I don't know why the clerk didn't
And
start
Mr.
the
Mayor,
clock.
I'm gonna try my best to make it easy for you. There we go.
All right. Okay.
I'm gonna try to make it easier for you, Mr. Mayor, because
You do for one, you do for all.
you have a lot to manage.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Commissioner Smuckler.
Thank you. Once again, my condolences to the families of Mayor Mishkan, Sandra Douglas, and James Campbell. I want to welcome Commissioner Lin Sue to the dais. I'll only have 2 years with you, but it'll be fun for 2 years. And I want to re-welcome Commissioner Jean and Commissioner Florimond, and I want to welcome Mayor Joseph Batwell. See, you're coming back, but as a mayor, so I'm not sure how to do it, but congratulations to all of you. Thank you, Parks and Recs, for making Snowfest so much fun, and that Christmas tree was just amazingly beautiful. So thank you, and I'm looking forward to seeing all of you at the menorah lighting
26.
Thursday, December 26th at 7 p.m., which is Boxing Day.
Yeah.
Also, I want to thank all of you that emailed me, texted me, phone calls, visits over my little incident here 9 weeks ago tonight. Did you all know that Florida's most friendly city is
NMB.
North Miami Beach? I don't know, the managers told me so it must be true. Where did it come from, Mr. Manager?
Yeah, I believe Commissioner Floormine submitted it, and they couldn't find anybody. Maybe they couldn't find anybody else.
Commissioner, that was a study that was conducted by, and I want to get their name correct. Square Foot Homes and ELG or something like that, in which they surveyed and evaluated over 90 cities across 19 factors, including the education, recreation, healthcare, and economic stability. North Miami Beach earned the top spot due to its leadership in education, healthcare, alongside economic stability, despite being noted as one of the least affordable cities. So we still have a lot of work to do moving forward, but we did get the top honor throughout the state.
Right. So, Kazan, next time you come up here and say that we're the third most corrupt city from 6 years ago, remember to say we're also the most friendly city. Okay? Happy Hanukkah, Merry Christmas, joyous Kwanzaa, healthy New Year to all of you. And like always, thank you to our wonderful, amazing police department for taking care of all of us, keeping us safe, our visitors, our residents, our businesses. Thank you so much. We really do appreciate you. That's it.
Commissioner Sue?
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for coming. I also like to express my condolences to the family, the Mishkan family, the Campbell family, and the Douglas family. The people that have transitioned on have made such a contribution in our community, it touched all of our lives, and even hearing the stories about them, though not knowing them personally and long enough, really touched my heart on how much they have contributed to our community and to each and every one of us. So I would also like to congratulate our mayor on winning his election, and also Commissioner Jean and Commissioner Floormine for your re-election. The swearing-in ceremony was beautiful. I know a lot of people were very happy to have joined that. And I'd also like to thank our staff again for the wonderful Snowfest event that was just really, really fun. I enjoyed it myself, and we had one of our performers here up on stage, that was exceptional. If you had a chance to see the video, you would really enjoy it. If you didn't, if you saw it in person, it would be even more fun.
We'll play it for you.
Yeah, we'll play
That's
it
because
for you.
I can't dance right now, but otherwise it'd be mean on him.
Yes.
Just saying.
But just the fact that we enjoyed ourselves so much, it's a reflection of what the staff had put in and your energy and effort that you put into our events. So thank you for that. I know that I haven't been responding to some people's phone calls, texts, and emails. I'm trying to do them within the let's just say 2 business day period. I'm trying to get back to those so that everybody knows that I'm going to be in communication. This is very important to me. I'm also working with our Bernice Morris on working out office hours and also visiting you at your community centers. If you are very interested in that and like me to go and visit you because there's something you want me to see, like how your garbage isn't picked up or anything that is an issue in your area, like our contractors not, being accountable for smoothing out your streets after they've torn it up. If there's a stop sign that you need, I have had that request already. already and have reported that to our manager. So anything that you need or you'd like me to see your community, please reach out to me. I think the city's email is on there. My phone number's on there. This is why I'm here. You elected me to come here because you need someone to help get some stuff done for you. Okay, so with that said, please have a safe holiday season, whether you celebrate Hanukkah, Christmas, or Kwanzaa. I wish you have a happy one. And of course, to all of us, Happy New Year. We look forward to a wonderful 2025, and we will together triumph and make North Miami Beach not just the family-friendly, best in education, right? Livable, workable. We also want to make it affordable and a place that you never want to leave and always want to come back. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Smith.
Thank you very much. I too want to say to Lily and the children and the grandchildren of Mayor Mishcon that in my 15 years, I never found a person that loved North Miami Beach better than Jeff Mishcon. He loved it and cared about it and paid attention to it till the day he died. So we have to always honor him. And as I said, we as a commission owe it to him to make sure that our commission runs as smoothly as he ran his. And to Sandra Douglas and her family, her daughter, you know, it's a shock and yet not a shock. She's been sick for a year, and she came down here to take over her aunt's house. I believe it was her aunt, and she jumped in with both feet and became a very strong North Miami Beach resident that cared about our city. James Campbell, we were there today, the mayor and I, and the room was packed, but his family is all of us. His family extended to everybody that lived in North Miami Beach. I never went to Washington Park that he wasn't sitting in that room to make a better city for all of us. So to all those families, we thank you for sharing your loved ones with us, and we hope that they're sitting on God's lap. I also want to say that Friday's the senior luncheon. That's the holiday luncheon. It is beautiful. You have got to register. They have to know how many people are coming and how much food to order. But if you can come, it's wonderful. I want to also mention and thank Andrew Plotkin for stepping up and becoming the acting deputy. And what he did, which nobody knew because it was done quietly and just part of his job, is he trained the acting recreation department, Mr. Force. He trained him so that it's smooth the whole way around. And we thank you for that. He did an amazing job with Mr. Plotkin out of town. He ran the Snowfest, and it was done well with safety and clean, and everybody had a variety of what to pick from and what to enjoy. So with that, I want to thank you both. I was remiss by not mentioning Adina, our librarian, as a big part of our great celebration of our partnership with MoCA, because not only did she have the relationship with them, but she's opened the library and brought in them so that North Miami Beach can do their share in the sharing. We want to do our part. So I want to thank her as well. I want to say congratulations to Winnie. We all know Winnie, but she had her 200th radio show, which is quite an accomplishment in 4 years and going strong, and she gives a big service to that diversified segment of our population as well. So we want to congratulate her. I want to also mention, as Dr. Roskin did, that they have an annual Eastern Shores homeowners meeting, and they have invited all of us. I hope you'll come. I hope not only for you to get to meet the residents, but I want the residents to meet you and know who they are putting their city's hands in. So I'd love for you all to come. I think the date's going to be somewhere at the end of January, and she'll be sure to notify everybody. I, too, want to congratulate our new commission. It was a very strong campaign. I campaigned probably the hardest I ever did, and I wasn't even running. So it was a strong campaign, and that's why the congratulations mean so much more. These are the people that our city have elected, and we're excited to work with them. So I congratulate Commissioner John and Commissioner Sue and Commissioner Flourmine and our new mayor, Michael Joseph. You know, the diversity in our city shows up here, but the good thing about that is working together, everybody will be covered. Everybody be covered. So whatever your need is in North Miami Beach, if you don't feel comfortable because you think we wouldn't understand, get the one that would understand. And anytime that I can be of help, I'm only a phone call away. I tell everybody that, and they can't believe that I answer the phone. I do. If I don't, I'm in the shower. So keep that in mind.
Thank you.
We had a wonderful, wonderful Snowfest that was safe and had something for everybody. We also gave away the turkeys so that we made sure everybody in North Miami Beach could have a beautiful Thanksgiving. And that is under our leadership and our finances and all of us making sure that North Miami Beach's homes have love and memories, which brings me to my conclusion, which I want everybody to have a happy Kwanzaa, a great Hanukkah, a fabulous Christmas. But remember, every time you speak to your children, your parents, your neighbors, you're making a memory. So don't yell at your neighbor because they didn't cut their hedge. Because remember, the memory you're leaving them isn't a good one. Let's leave good, happy memories in 2024 for all those that we love. Be safe. And you are going to be safe in North Miami Beach because we have the best police department in the United States. You're going to be very safe, and thank you to them as well. God bless you all.
Mayor Michael Joseph.
Thank you. I'll be brief because I want to make a record tonight by being succinct, and we can end the meeting on time. And I think we can if we stick to the agenda. Congratulations to my colleagues, Commissioner Flourmine, Commissioner Sue, Commissioner Zahn, as well as I'm looking forward to working with each of you all, Vice Mayor, Commissioner Smuckler, and Commissioner Chernoff. I was gonna wait for, I know there's a part on the agenda for mayoral discussion, but I'll just add it here. I'm gonna be looking forward to doing sunshine meetings with each one of you. It's going to be, and it's something that I don't think we've ever actually had an opportunity to do, where we could have meetings with other commissioners, one-on-one, or two others, but it just has to be advertised. So, because I want to have your aspect and our vision moving forward. I'm hoping to have a State of the City address next year, but I also want to be inclusive to what your thoughts are on a one-on-one basis to also make sure it's inclusive of your thoughts. So I want to.
Mayor, you should note, for benefit of the public, I know you know.
Yes, so
those
please,
meetings are open to the public, but that doesn't mean you get to interrupt or comment. But whatever takes place at those meetings, the public is permitted to be present as well as it being advertised.
And I believe notes have to be taken, is that correct?
There should be notes taken, yes.
So there will be also notes for.
Just like in the county, they do that all the time. And I think it's something that can really allow some type of cohesiveness and understanding where people's thoughts and vision and moving forward. I think a lot of times we just get lost in the sauce. And if you have one-on-ones and be able to discuss issues, you can kind of hammer out a lot of issues. So I'm looking forward to doing that next year. Lastly, I want to give my condolences to the stalwarts that we lost this year. Mayor Mishkan, Mr. Campbell, and Sandra Douglas. So I wish them, I pray for them and their families, and look forward to a speedy and meeting this evening. So let's get the show on the road. Thank you. And happy holidays. Stay safe.
Move to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
City Attorney.
Yes, sir. Item 9.1, Commission conference minutes of October 15, 2024. Item 9.2, regular commission meeting minutes of October 15, 2024. Item 9.3, special commission meeting minutes of November 7, 2024. Item 9.4, special commission meeting minutes of November 26, 2024. Item 9.5, resolution number R 2024-127, approving a task order for engineering services with Carollo Engineers for the Norwood Uffler Water Treatment Plant Corrosion Control Study Compliance Assessment, and that's brought by Mr. Nick Van, the Water Director. A resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving a task order for engineering services for the Norwood Uffler Water Treatment Plant Corrosion Control Study Compliance Assessment. Task order number 1 in an estimated amount of $358,220 under the Continuing Services Agreement with Carollo Engineers, Inc., for professional consulting services, and authorizing the city manager or designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, subject to budget appropriation and availability of funds, and providing for an effective date. Item 9.6, resolution number R 2024-128, approving Federal Justice Law Enforcement Trust Fund, Fund 172 request, sponsored by Juan Pinillas, the interim chief of police. Resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving Federal Justice Law Enforcement Trust Fund, Fund 172 request, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. Item 9.7, resolution number R 2024-129, ROK Technologies Purchase Agreement for Geographic Information System, GIS, hosting service, sponsored by the Chief Information Officer, Mr. Castillo. A resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving an agreement between City and ROK Technologies, LLC, for a cloud-based GIS, Geographic Information System, hosting services, and authorizing the city manager or designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, for subject to budget appropriation and availability of funds, and providing for an effective date. Item 9.8, resolution number R 2024-130, LSTA grant approval, sponsored by the Library Director, Ms. Hernandez. A resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, accepting the Library Services and Technology Act, LSTA grant, and Consent State Aid grant, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. Note that is to approve both grants. That's the consent agenda.
Move to adopt.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Next item is
Move to introduce resolution number R 2024-131.
okay. That
You need a second on that?
10.1.
no. Call the city attorney and read the.
Well, you asked for a second.
It says.
You need a second.
Do I have a second?
Yes, second.
All right.
Okay, resolution number R 2024-131, Central Subdivision, Aura, final plat, introduced by the Community Development Director, Mr. Ahmed. A resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving presumably approving, that's up to you, the proposed final plat entitled Central Subdivision, the same being a replat of lots 1 through 12, inclusive, Block 5 and Track B, and a subdivision of a portion of Tract A, Reynolds Park Gardens, Plat Book 55, page 57, together with that portion of the 20-foot public alley within the limits of said plat, as further described on the attached Exhibit A, for the parcels located at 16955 to 17071 West Dixie Highway, and specifically identified by Miami-Dade folio numbers 07-2209-002-0010, 07-2209-002-0060, 07-2209-002-0090, 07-2209-002-0120, and 07-2209-002-0130, and in accordance with Chapter 24 4, Article 15, Section 24-178 of the City of North Miami Beach Code of Ordinances, Land Development Regulations, Chapter 28, Section 28-8 of the Miami-Dade County Code of Ordinances, and Chapter 177, Part 1, Sections 177.071 through 177.091 Florida statutes, providing for findings of fact, confirming expiration and limitation of approval, providing for conflicts, and providing for an effective date.
City Clerk, do we have any Jennings disclosures?
Per resolution number R95-24, the subject matter of any ex parte communication, together with the identity of the person, group, or entity making the communication shall be disclosed and made part of the record on file with the city prior to final actions on the matter. I've received Jennings disclosure forms from Commissioner Daniela Jean as well as Commissioner Lin Su. So we'll start with Commissioner Chernoff.
I believe I did speak with them in Commissioner Mickey Stein's office with all the parties. So I don't know who was there, but it was Parkway, it was the attorney, it was 3 or 4 different people.
And are you able to make
I'm able to base it on what I hear tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Florimon.
I have not spoken to staff or anyone else on this matter, but I am able to make my decision based on information provided this evening. Thank you.
Commissioner Smuggler.
This is for 10.1?
Yeah.
Yes, so,
No,
No.
it's not Parkway.
That's a plat. No.
No,
yeah, that was,
that's why I was confused too. It's-
Mickey Stein, I was like, oh,
This
for-
isn't the one.
that's not
this
Parkway.
this is for West Dixie Highway.
This is Alan Mackin's property.
Yeah.
It's just a replat.
It's a
Do you need to clarify anything?
Yes, please. No, please, for clarifying for the record.
So then I didn't speak to all those people. I spoke to Alan Mackin.
Yeah, me too. Okay, so the only person I've spoken to is our city manager, Mario Diaz, and that's it.
And
Oh, and I can make a decision based on whatever here tonight.
Vice Mayor Smith.
I spoke to city manager and I can make my decision based on what I hear tonight.
Mayor Joseph.
To the best of my knowledge, the only one I spoke to was, I guess, counsel for the applicant, because we bumped into each other. And but other than that, I can make a decision based on the evidence presented to me this evening. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, Vice Mayor and members of the Commission. My name is Zafar Ahmed. I'm the Community Development Director. The item you have before you today is a final plat application for a replat of lots 1 through 12.
Mr. Mayor, if they plan on providing testimony.
Apologies. If you plan on giving testimony this evening, please stand up and raise your right hand and provide. You want to read out the statement?
Yeah, I'll do it.
Thank you. Thank you for keeping me on track.
If you plan on providing testimony on this item, do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to provide shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
With your permission. The application before you is, the item before you is a final plat application for a replat of lots 1 through 12, inclusive of Block 5 and Tract B, and a subdivision of portion of Tract A at Reynolds Park Gardens, and Plat Book 55, page 57 of the Public Records of Miami-Dade County, Florida. The final plat application is related to a mixed-use proposed development entitled Aura, to be built at 17005-17071 West Dixie Highway. Folio number 2209-002, 002-0060, 002-0090, and 002-0120, as well as 002 2209-002-0130. The intent of the central subdivision plat is to close, vacate, and abandon from the public use, this is the important part of it, that portion of the 20-foot public right-of-way, public alley lying within the limits of the plat. So the whole idea of this application is to vacate that alley, and that's what the replat application is. And I'm here to answer any questions if you have any questions.
Does the applicant have any, want to speak or no?
Would you like to, please?
Just briefly.
Okay.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commission. Vanessa Madrid with the law firm of Holland and Knight at 701 Brickell Avenue. I just want to clarify real quick for the record. The alley was vacated by resolution back in 2017. You may all remember that process when we did the site plan approval. Some of you were part of the approval process. It had various iterations, with the latest being from 2021. The project is actually close to completion. If you've driven by the area, it's on its way. So really, this is just a housekeeping item. If you recall, when we did the original approval, there was a restriction on the plat that required a certain amount of parking spaces on a property that was then owned by the city to be reserved for parking purposes only. Since then, that parcel was conveyed for a fair market price to the applicant, and it's part of the development. So the purpose of this replat is to clean up the old plat. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer, but don't want to delay this further.
Okay, I'll bring it back to the dais. I'll start with Commissioner Smuckler because she raised, and I'll go to
Public comment?
No, well, just to clarify, City Attorney, if you could clarify, because
we've consulted with the Commission on Ethics, and the fact is that by providing an opportunity for the public to speak at the beginning of the meeting, it is not necessary that every item that's on the agenda separately get public comment. So that's an option that the Commission has, but it is not a requirement, and I reconfirmed that as recently as today with the Executive Director of the Commission on Ethics.
Thank you. Now, Commissioner Smucker, your thoughts?
Yes, can you repeat about the parking, what you were talking about?
Yes, so this project was subject to a site plan and a development agreement back in 2017. It was, I think, the pioneer of development agreements here in the city. And so part of the agreement was that we were going to relocate the public spaces on the property owned. If we could share my screen, please, for the commission to see. This is the old plat. The property in the middle that's called out as Tract B, and I apologize, it's kind of small, but it's really the triangular piece right in the center, has a plat restriction that reads, for exclusive use of lot owners in the subdivision. And it was an off-street parking area. Your development agreement contemplated the conveyance of that parcel. Closing has occurred. But in exchange, on the ground floor of this new development, you were going to get, I believe, 41 parking spaces, which you have as part of your approved site plan, right? So we're just replatting to clean up this restriction to show that all the folios that you see numbered 1 through 12 are now a single tract, and there's a building on top of those today.
The reason I'm asking is because, I'm going to say like 3 months ago, I got a phone call from the owners from across the street from, did you get that phone call too? From Alan Rosenthal. His son apparently owns it, and he's having some problem. And he was asking about that. And he said he couldn't find it.
I didn't get the phone call, but through the mayor, if I may, just so to put it in my kind of words, we owned the parking lot of the strip store. We, North Miami Beach City, owned part of the parking lot of the strip store. The developer needed that parking lot space to build his project. And across the street, where there's no parking for that strip store, they were parking in the city-owned parking lot that was open. So what the developer had arranged with the city was, we'll take that space, and in our building, when we build our inside parking garage, we will give you parking. That parking that they gave us was supposed, I didn't get the phone call, but from what I just heard from you, that parking inside was supposed to be that they could park and go across the street and shop. So
It's public.
but do we need to make a requirement that there be some kind of advertising or sign so that the public across the street will know that there's parking inside a building? How would they know that? How would they know that?
So, with all due respect, that's outside of the scope of this replat, but the site plan itself shows those parking spaces as publicly reserved parking spaces. Your development agreement with the city and the developer shows that language as well. So, you know, they're open to visitors for the site, they're open to public, they're open for anybody, they're not restricted.
No, but with all respect, I don't think the people that are buying lettuce saw the site plan. So we have to have the people that want to go into that strip. I mean, I didn't get that phone call.
Vice Mayor, it is a binding requirement. It's not that the developer could change their minds, because it's not only in their approved site plan, it's in their development agreement. I would think that if you own strip stores across the street, that you would post some signage that would say public parking available across the street, in public parking is available, and just direct people to where to go. You would think that they would do that, but surely if the owners don't know that, you know, you or anybody or the manager can certainly reach out to them and say, remember, the parking across the street is public. It is binding that it has to be open to the public. And I would think someone might suggest to, I mean, I know Alan's son, that's Kerry Rosenthal. He's a very smart guy and a very smart lawyer, and was, you know, like chair of the Dade County Commission on Ethics for many years. I think he would probably be able to figure out that he should tell the people who are looking to park in the public parking to get to his tenants' stores, that posting some signage to that effect, so people who are just coming to patronize that would know that's where they can go. But the point is, from the city's point of view, notwithstanding that's not directly related to this replat. Pardon? Well, I mean, but
No, I didn't get the phone call, so
I'm just
luckily you can
saying
address
that
it to the-
it is
saying
it is
that-
something that Mr. Rosenthal, he's a very smart lawyer. I'm sure he'll figure out that his tenants who need to utilize that parking should post something that says free public parking available across the street. I think they'll figure it out.
City manager had a point.
Yes, Mayor, thank you. And again, just for clarification, that is not part of this item. However, I'm sure that we can work with the applicant. Public parking usually has like a blue sign with a P to indicate that it's for public parking. It's signage that you would put on the street. We can definitely work to be able to indicate so that as someone is looking, they can see the signage and know that there is public parking there as well. So we can definitely do that to make sure that the public is aware.
All right, thank you.
And Commissioner Smuckler, just for clarity, the construction is ongoing, certificates of occupancy haven't been issued, so, you know, for the time being, the parking spaces are not available. But when they're up, I'm sure signage can be accommodated.
Any additional thoughts?
I just want to clarify for the record what I clarified with the manager this afternoon. On the north side of the project, from the south side of 171st Street, on the west side of the railroad tracks, on the east side of West Dixie Highway, there's a little square piece of property there. That is not under this. This is just what we already have designated. I wanted to put that on the record.
Correct.
Thank you so very much. Do I have a motion?
Second.
It's a roll call vote, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Chernoff?
Yes.
Commissioner Florimon?
Yes.
Commissioner Jean?
Yes.
Commissioner Smuggler?
Yes.
Commissioner Sue?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Smith?
Yes.
Mayor Joseph?
Yes.
The item passes 7-0.
Thank you all. Happy holidays.
Thank you. I just want to point a personal privilege.
Yes.
So I understand how what you're trying to do here to make sure that the meetings end earlier.
No, just I want to clarify something.
Mhm.
The issue is when it comes to certain items. I'm sorry. When it comes to certain items, major developments, those issues.
that's where-
No. I want to make that very clear.
All right.
That is state, county, and we have to adhere to it. We will. However, these types of legislations that, at the end of the day, our decision is the one that's going to be binding, moving it forward.
All right.
But you have me on that. But I know why. So clarify. Next item is 11.1.
So ordinance number 20-24-15, 11.1.
All right.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, second.
Ordinance number 2024-15, this is first reading, permanent irrigation ordinance sponsored by the Public Works Director, Mr. Zamacona, an ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, amending the Code of Ordinances of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, 2008, amending Chapter 19 entitled Water and Sewers, amending Article 2, Water, Section 19-24, Emergency Water Conservation Rates, removing the surcharge for water usage based on customer type, adding language that provides uniform standards for water shortage emergencies, enforcement action, and penalties, amending Article 2, Water, including Section 19-25, Irrigation, providing for specific definitions and permanent year-round irrigation requirements, providing for uniform standards for irrigation practices, and providing for applicable variances, enforcement action, and penalties. Amending Chapter 24 entitled Zoning and Land Development, amending Article 11, Landscape Ordinance, providing for specific definitions and requirements, providing for uniform standards for landscaping design, application, installation, and maintenance processes, providing for concise language throughout the ordinance, providing for reference to current reference literature and manuals, establishing training requirements for commercial fertilizer applicators, removing language relating to xeriscaping, and adding Section 124-1 sections, I believe it is, 124-1 through 126, which defines the requirements for a site survey and assessment.
Public Works Director, this is your item.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Commissioners. The South Florida Water Management District has requested that all cities and counties implement this such permanent irrigation ordinance. And as such, we present to you the proposed changes to our ordinances.
Concise?
Oh, he has a presentation. You see you.
And a quick update. The updated 3 areas of the city code to remain consistent with the county, South Florida Water District, are emergency water conservation rates, irrigation, landscaping, and the goal is to provide additional protection of the city waterways and habitats to enhance environmental sustainability. Some of the details are: it defines water sources emergencies, sets water use restrictions, sets enforcement procedures, and it defines penalties to be consistent with Section 1 through 8 of the City Code. For the irrigation, Section 1925, it revises based on the model code of the district and sets mandatory year-round irrigation restrictions. For the landscaping, Chapter 24, Article 11, it adds Sections 126, and it adds language modeled after the Florida Department of Environmental Protection approved language from Broward County, and the guidance to design, installation, and maintenance of conserved water, enhanced habitats, and pest controls. Some of the Planning and Zoning Board, it was presented to the Planning and Zoning Board, and it was approved unanimously. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Bring it back to the commission. Do any of my colleagues have any thoughts? Commissioner Smith?
I just went over with the manager in reference to this, that because they're going to fine them if there's a emergency water shortage and you turn your water on, how people would be notified that it's an emergency, so they will know not to turn their water on and clean their driveway, etc. And I didn't know if we needed to put some kind of regulation in here, but it was first reading, whether or not we need to say how we're going to notify.
Mr. Manager?
I don't see anything that would conflict with putting an additional requirement above and beyond to ensure that communication is given to all of our customers. I would ask for the flexibility not to prescribe exactly the way that communication is, so that our communication ends up evolving with whatever the mode is during that time. But typically, these emergency conservation measures are dictated by the county and by the state. As it relates to droughts, I know several years ago there was a drought and we were required, the county had put, so this is just copying what is already state and county requirements of how that is worked. And usually when the state had issued those type of declarations, it was all over the news. But I think additional communication will obviously be good, but that would be, the county would be putting information out, the state would be putting information out, we would be putting information out, so there will definitely be notice to everybody, but we could definitely add something in addition.
Yeah, very general, because as the manager pointed out astutely, was that who knows 2 years what the mode of communication would be. So just something general that the public would be notified when an emergency comes.
And Mayor, if I might add, while your point is extremely well taken, Vice Mayor, putting that into the ordinance itself is not necessary legally for it to be sufficient. It's just something that needs to be done administratively, and certainly any member of the council, if you wanted to have a reso about something to do with notice to be sure of something, to be double sure, or just advise and ask the manager to do it, you could, but it's not, you could direct it by resolution, but it's not something that would properly be part of the ordinance itself.
I don't think it's necessary to bring back another resolution on the same thing. If a sentence could be added, I thought that would be sufficient. If you don't feel it's...
If you choose to amend it, that's your privilege, of course.
Well,
that's of course your.
I think a simple sentence amending it for the second reading would suffice. Being as they're going to.
You could do that at this time if you wanted to add a sentence.
Well,
you could amend it right now if you wish to do that.
Well, that's what I'm suggesting, and the only reason it comes to mind is because the public will be fined when it comes to that, and we're the ones fining them. So if that's the case, I think we have a little bit of an obligation to tell them that they will be. So it could be very general.
Do you want to make the motion?
I make the motion to amend it.
With if I might, the language might be to insert at the most appropriate place, and we'll get with the Public Works Director, to just include and to notify the public of these restrictions.
Yes.
Of these regulations and
That's right.
restrictions. Would that meet your purpose?
That's it. Just so that
Then that would be your amendment, Mayor. That's the language.
Should I turn off?
No, I'm fine.
You have to vote.
Oh,
I'll move to approve as amended.
No,
Well, you haven't amended it. You
No,
have
no.
to have a motion.
You made a motion.
Made the motion.
No, no,
amend
we do have a motion.
with second.
And Commissioner Smucker
And
seconds,
so then you.
as
need-
amended.
If
Now
your
we vote.
debate is over, then you need to vote to accept the amendment. Then you can
All right,
accept it as amended.
let's vote on accepting the amendment. All in favor?
Aye.
Ayes have it. Now we do.
I make a motion to accept the ordinance as amended.
Roll call.
Commissioner Florimon.
Yes.
Commissioner Jean.
Yes.
Commissioner Smuckler.
Yes.
Commissioner Sue.
Yes.
Commissioner Cernoff.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Smith.
Yes.
Mayor Joseph. Passes 7-0.
Move to introduce ordinance number 2024-16. Second. 11.2.
11 what?
11.2.
11.2, ordinance number 2024-16, First reading, abandonment, vacation, right-of-ways, and easements, brought by the Community Development Director, Mr. Ahmed. An ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, amending the City of North Miami Beach Code by amending Chapter 17, entitled Streets and Sidewalks, by creating a new section, Section 17-7, entitled Abandonment and Vacation of Rights-of-Ways and Easement, to provide a uniform procedure for abandonment and vacation of city streets, alleys, easements, and other fee or non-fee property interests of similar character, providing for codification, conflict, scrivener's error, severability, and providing for an effective date.
The community director, please come up. This is your item.
He's up.
Oh, yes, there you are. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of the Commission. This is an ordinance that has been created because we do not have a process for abandonment of vacation of right or ways of easement. So we created a section within the code, Section 17-7, which basically lays out the procedure whenever a vacation has to take place, what would be the proper way of doing it, and that's what this ordinance does. Staff has had in the past numerous requests for such vacation, but we didn't have a consistent process. So we've studied the adjoining communities and other local governments of similar nature and created this process that basically provides for the application, a pre-application meeting, apply the procedures that would be required, and for an application package for the applicants to request for such a process. The abandonment review standards basically look for fee or non-fee property interests sought to be vacated or abandoned. It is not being used by city for any intended purposes, or there's no comprehensive plan or transportation master plan or capital improvement plan program that anticipates the use of the right of way, and that is being considered for vacation. So it provides for some benefits to the public health, safety, and welfare or convenience by the overall benefit anticipated to result from the vacation or abandonment outweighs the specific benefit derived from the non-fee property interests. So it basically lays out procedure. It's something that was missing in the code. We've added a section in the code, and that's what this ordinance does. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Bringing it back to the commission. Commissioner Smith.
Thank you. I'd like to make two amendments for this in reference to this. One is that if there is an appraisal cost, just to state it, that the applicant will pay for the appraisal. And the second one is, I went over this with the manager and didn't take notes. I hope he did. The second one is that
you wanted to ensure that the alleyways
once they're approved, that they would pay, if there is going to be a charge for the piece that they want to buy the whatever piece is next to them, the right-of-way, and we appraise it and it comes to the $20,000. Once it's approved, they have 30 days to pay the money. So that there's a deadline. It's not just approved and they don't pay, and then they don't get the rights until the money's paid in full.
Vice Mayor,
Second both of them.
Are you making the motion?
Yeah, wait, there's another one.
The other one was to ensure that during consideration of an alleyway abandonment, that the entire segment of the alleyway would have to go to all the property owners, not just abandonment of one property.
Most important of all, that you can't live behind a house and you want to have that alleyway, and then you have the alleyway, and I'm going to let the attorney and the manager put it in words, but that you can't have, we have that in one section south of 159th Street, and it's horrible, where the backyard owns that piece, and next door it's part of an alley, and then next door there's a fence. No, if you want to take a piece of the alleyway, it has to be continuous, that the entire back alleyway is given up to the homeowner. Not given, it could be purchased by the homeowners.
Through this process.
And then did we want to put in that the tax, they're automatically notified, you said, once this goes through planning and zoning? Because to make sure that the tax assessor knows that the land has been turned over to somebody else, because when in real estate, when you, as you well know, when you get a copy of the, and this happened to me personally, when you get a copy of the legal, it tells you how big the lot is. Well, if the lot gets bigger, we want to make sure that they know down in the county, so they increase it. Because I sold a house once.
How do you want to accomplish that, Commissioner? Vice Mayor?
How do I want to accomplish it? The manager's going to tell you how I want to do it.
It's just a process. We have regular communication with the county on various departments for things like this, such as the building department, where we'll, as an example, we send them over monthly reports of all the permits that are taken out, so that they can then put it into their system to properly allocate the square footage when doing the evaluation. So it's already communication that we do.
To the ordinance, though.
This part wouldn't be, no. We already do that on the back end.
Two parts.
He shared with me that that's automatic. I don't know if you feel it should be an amendment, because
Not particularly, but my concern on that, I have a little question about when you're saying, first of all, if it's an abandonment, typically it should not be sold to somebody. If there's a right-of-way in the city, that's the purpose of this ordinance. If the city is abandoning a right-of-way in an alley or something like that, then it's really not something that should be subject to a purchase. If it's not being used for the purpose for which it was, the right-of-way was reserved, and we may want an easement to pass over it.
It also
My
included
concern
alleyways.
is more to, pardon?
It also included alleyways.
Well, an alleyway, I mean, if it's a right-of-way, an alleyway is a right-of-way that the city might need. We might still need an easement over it, but the question of, we had an issue with that's come up not too long ago in the city, where there was an attempt to charge for an abandonment, and the idea is if it's not being used for a public purpose, it really shouldn't be an abandonment. I was a little unclear about exactly what it was you wanted. Now, I know it was the manager.
There's a few cases that came up. For instance, somebody lives on the golf course, and they have an easement there that they have been for years, called me for years, they've maintained it, they had their kids' swings on it, their grandkids' swings on it, and they've wanted to have that piece of property deeded as a part of their property they own. As it turned out, when I brought that property up, the manager knew quite well about that property, and that property turns out to be part of a way to get to the house behind it, three lots behind. But this also includes alleyways. So and that's what brings it up, I know that south of 163rd Street, there's a street that has, you can't do anything, go through it, because one or two of the properties have secured part of the alley. So that's why those came up as.
Vice Mayor, just to be clear, I'm not questioning or disagreeing with any of the things you want to see. I'm simply saying that the third one in particular is a little more complicated than it sounds. There are a total of 3 amendments, although Mr. Ahmed and his staff worked very hard on this. The fact is, it's not urgent. It's something that's been missing from the city code indefinitely, and I would suggest perhaps, because you raised 3 good points, one of which is a little complicated, perhaps instead of trying to do first reading amendments, maybe we should just defer this item, get with you, make sure that we have a chance to work this through and get these amendments and get the exact language agreed to them, especially the examples you just gave, where we need to be sure that access, ingress, and egress easements are maintained for other properties, and just bring this back for first reading at the next meeting. I'm all in favor of first reading amendments such as we just did on the previous item, but 3 of them, and one a little complicated, it might be better to be sure
I
we get the
concur with
language
you as the
right.
professional.
To your point, Commissioner Jean wanted to opine on an issue before.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. To the attorney's point, I think with a lot of the developments that we have down the pipeline, delaying this further might not be the best thing. I think, addressing some of the amendments that were mentioned and then coming back with the second reading more fine-tuned may be better.
Okay.
So I know we had did we have a motion on as amended?
Well, we didn't amend it the way we need to vote on. We have to,
How do you
No,
want to?
pass it as first reading by title only.
Okay.
And let them work on it for second reading.
Can I get a motion?
okay, I make a motion to pass it on title only and to come back as the second with corrections for second reading.
Okay, roll call, right? Or
Commissioner Jean?
Yes.
Commissioner Smuckler?
Yes.
Commissioner Sue?
No.
Commissioner Chernoff?
Yes.
Commissioner Florimon?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Smith?
Is that fine with you, Mr. Attorney? Yes.
Mayor Joseph?
Yes.
It passes 6-1.
Move to introduce 11.3, resolution number R 2024-119.
Resolution number, I'm sorry, you need a
Second.
Okay, thank you. Resolution number 2024-119 approves city events fee waiver and facilities usage policy brought by Vice Mayor Phyllis Smith, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, adopting the city events fee waiver and facility usage policy, providing for conflict severability and an effective date.
Okay.
Mayor, if I may.
Oh, this is the city attorney's item, right? This is the fee waiver. This is the.
Well, it's the vice mayor's.
Vice Mayor's.
No, I know it's a vice mayor, but it says city attorney. Well, yes, Vice Mayor Phyllis Smith.
Well, again, it's very interesting how life works. We went yesterday, as I said, to the League of Cities for the day, and one of the seminars was from a mayor that is not only the most gargacious and fun and brilliant man, but he has changed his city. Absolutely changed his city in El Portal. And one of the ways he did it was to stop all events for a year. Just stop all events for a year. And we discussed that here. We've discussed it and we've done nothing. So this is a way of at least narrowing the events and not an event every week and not draining our staff and draining our resources. And what he did when he did that, and he put the money towards the police department, is he made a safe city, and he also changed to where they do have 2 events years later, 2 signature events that everybody comes and enjoys. So I think we needed to bring it in, and we discussed it many times, and this is what staff came up with.
Okay. Do I have any thoughts from our other commissioners on this issue?
I do have a
Commissioner
question
Sue.
for, I'm not sure if this needs to be deferred or not. It's regarding the 501c 3, 4, 5, and 6. 3, no doubt, is not going to be politically driven or motivated, but 4, 5, and 6 do have a tendency to endorse. Yes, so my question is, there's an exemption and a fee waiver for 501c6, but there hasn't, there was no mention about 4 and 5.
Well, City Manager, I have a question. I know traditionally C4, C3s, because like 501c3s are like churches. The Washington Park Voters Council, non-for-profits, you can get some tax deduction by giving resources to them, so there's a benefit, right? The other IRS designations, 501c4s, are politically allowed to politically be involved. They're lobbying, so those aspects could be a double-edged sword. That means a group because it's not hard to be a C4. Like a C4 can start like the next day. It's hard to get a 501c3 because of the benefits that you get. and what have you. So on this issue, I want to be a little more, I wanted, to your point, be a little bit more strict, because you're giving a benefit for an organization that's doing a specific issue that's non-political, that, oh, no, I mean, I'm just saying, like, just for the reasoning behind it, why I think 501c3 and I think 501c6 are like fraternal orders where, you know, they're in membership groups that all that, like, you know, lodges, those groups that they meet to congregate on a specific issue, like those type of groups. 501c4s don't have those distinctions.
Okay.
I'm just saying, like, I'm just,
Yeah.
those, because I know when you mention 501c4s, I'm like, those are like little action committees, those type. No.
So political action committees are a separate code altogether.
Okay.
So the tax code is 501c3. That means fully tax exempted.
Yes.
And if you donated to that organization,
And you would get a tax benefit?
right, they are absolutely allowed zero to endorse anyone. Now,
they'll lose it,
501c4, 501c6. Okay, let's go 501c6. Professional organizations.
Yes.
Such as the Fraternal Order of Police.
Yeah.
Right, and such as real estate, Miami Realtors.
Yes.
Okay, these are all, or attorneys.
Yes.
Right. So the attorneys, these are 501c6, and they are still allowed to endorse.
Well, no. Well, there's some caveats to that. Those organizations, because the process to get either a 501c3 and 501c6 are arduous. They're not just, you can start a C4 like tomorrow. If somebody want to do the Sons of Liberty or the I hate this or whatever group, they can start this like tomorrow and then adhere to the same benefit that we give to church or religious organizations. I just think that's a bridge too far. So that's why I feel it's comfortable the way it is now, because it makes this a bright line rule that we're only giving it to organizations that fit in these two categories, that they are fully tax exempt, as opposed to opening the floodgates where a group out of nowhere could just say, well, if you do it for them, you got to do it for us, and get that same benefit.
You know, Mr. Mayor, I through you without taking away from my commissioner's time, but I had asked maybe for organizations like that need a place, whether it be an Orthodox or Winnie's organization that needs a place, and there could be a judgment call of just charging the fee, $10 instead of the fee being $200 or whatever the fee is. So rather than putting it in writing that is, as you say, across the board, if you are that designation, you're exempt. No, just those that mean something to the city that don't fit in the three category. We just have a scale, or somebody makes a judgment, whether it's the manager, whether it's the head of the recreation department, of what their fee would be. Because I know many times we reduce the fee. Many times we do for free.
I understand. Like, there's a group that came in here, the soccer. But they need paperwork to, I guess, qualify for that particular exemption. I'm pretty sure they'll do it because they'll be able to get it, given the fact of their history and what they're primarily want to do. They want to just utilize it for recreational play. Simple. However, like I said, and that's going to be an arduous thing, and I'm looking forward and I think they're going to complete that. What my issue is having a group, or any group, maybe, because I know how complicated and how aggressive C4s can be, and I'm just across the board, can utilize that ability to take advantage of the system. You utilize that ability that anybody can sign up for this like within 24 hours. And that to me is an issue.
The example the manager gave me, we wouldn't want them in our city. So that's what's scary.
And I don't want to have a situation where, one group says, well, if you do it for them, you got to do it for us. And that's the only problem. With this, we're utilizing a very arduous tax code that makes everything above board, and that you have to adhere to it. If you want to, and if a C4 wants to convert to a C6, do the process, or C3, do the process. That's why that's there.
Let me ask the manager and the attorney if they have a solution. When you heard about the group that does meet, and that's the only place they can find to meet, and they are benefit the way they've set it up now to the city, do you have a solution? either
Well,
one of you.
you articulated one, Vice Mayor, which is to not amend the suggestion, I think, is that the policy be amended, so it's not just C3 and C6. What's, I think, being proposed is to amend it to include C4. But what you proposed, which is that it not be amended to include C4, but that some discretion can be shown in a sliding scale of what's charged, seems like a solution that would work if it could be reduced to, in some circumstances, depending on the specific group and the nature and the relation to the city and city goals and things like that. It would be easier to defend if somebody did challenge to say, well, we agreed to reduce the fee but not eliminate it, as opposed to saying, well, one group gets to not have to pay at all, gets exempted, and the next one we're going to charge $200. Given a choice to defend, I can't promise you that some judge would see it our way, but defending that because of the nature of it and ties to the community and what it was trying to do, that we reduce the fee, that seems like that would be a solution, at least to me, and that avoids amending the policy, but it does provide a little direction to the administration as to what you're looking to see. Now, I'm not an expert on that tax policy. I have a partner who is. This kind of came to my attention today. I'd want to consult. If we were going to amend, I'd want to consult with my partner. But if there's not an amendment, you're just talking about reducing, then that, and not amending the policy, I might not need to do.
Before we go, I have a Commissioner Jean that wants to opine on this matter.
Thank you so much. I think when we have a policy in place, not that I support this policy, but when we have a policy in place and we consistently add clauses to circumvent the process, it defeats the policy. So if it has to be amended to include those groups, let it be so, but then to put the burden on, be it management or administration or whoever, to then make the decision whether or not that particular group's mission is validated by what they do for the community is relative, it's subjective. So amending it, I think, would need the proper tax information, because if you do it for one, you have to do it for another.
And that's the floodgate.
And who makes that decision?
City Manager.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify on this. This is not preventing the organization from renting the facilities. This is strictly on giving the organizations a fee waiver. And part of the guidelines also says that no group or organization, business, or user may exceed one allowed waiver per fiscal year unless an exemption is made through the city commission through a vote. So organizations could still rent city facilities. We're just talking about waiving the rental fee, because hard cost, if we have to have additional staff time, we have to have any additional services, would still have to be covered, right? One of the things that the city tries to do is when an organization comes, if they try to have their event while we have normal operating times and there's no additional needed staffing for whatever it is. So using the organization that spoke during public comment, they typically meet while staff is here, and all they need is for someone to flick on the light and then that staffer leaves. So there's no additional costs on there. That's how we can kind of help accommodate and lower some of those costs. But again, under the current policy, it'd be only one facility rental waiver unless the commission decides to waive for the entire year if it's a monthly. The addition to it would be, we do have a provision, and I would have to kind of meet a little bit more with legal, in which we have a provision for community groups and local as it relates to North Miami Beach, and it's based on a case-by-case basis. So there may be some flexibility for us to talk a say and then bring to the commission for your consideration, especially if it's more than one or anything like that. But in best practice from a government position, you never want to get into electioneering.
Yeah,
or
that's
endorsing an electioneering type of
and
event.
using the facility
And
to
so-
no, that's one.
And so I would just caution, this is absolutely a policy decision for the board, and we will implement and do whatever you all feel is right, not only for the city, but for the community and how the community engages. But I would just throw up that caution and remind, this subject is only for one.
The fee waiver.
Currently, the policy that is being recommended is one facility rental waiver.
Okay.
And that's it.
I'm fine.
Okay.
Okay, so just to clarify, right? I'm fine with this for various reasons, because it pretty much puts everything out there. It makes it clear to everybody. I think only 501c3 should be able, and 501c6 should be able to get this type of fee waiver, because it is of the arduous aspects of getting those type of distinctions, and they have a very laser focused type of mandate in what they're doing, and it doesn't open us to the floodgates of other organizations coming out of nowhere that don't have this particular arduous stamp. If we open up it up to other like tax designations, so I'm fine the way it is, and I know we needed a policy, and I'm all for it.
But there is the gray area of a realtor organization who has
but
then does a political endorsement.
Well, I'm glad it. So, like for example, right? You have the Realtors Association. However, the Realtors Association has a C4 organization, so they have their 501c3 or their 501c.
So
they have both. They have both, but they can't they do have a 501c3 organization that can avail of the full tax benefit. That's typically
C6.
a C6 or C3. So you can't. That's typically what happens.
So can our fours that are talking to us, can they apply for something else and have dual also?
No, well, they would utilize their 501c3 designation.
So in the IRS website, it says that, excuse me. In the IRS website, it does say that 501c6s have unlimited lobbying abilities, as well as political and election campaign. So if we want to keep this clean, we can just cut 501c6 out and allow 501c3 and be done.
That's what we should do.
All right, I'm fine with that.
You make that motion.
I second it.
I make the motion.
I second it.
And I want to say, there's a lot of organizations that do come. The Orthodox, remember, had lunch there. The Chinese had lunch there. And but that's why, as sometimes at discretion, and what Commissioner Jean said was very astute and something we have to pay attention to. But at the same time, without that even being said, they make those decisions all the time. How much to lower the fee or to.
Wait, that's a interesting standpoint. Huh. I am, you mentioned, we do have an Asian senior club that meets. Would that fall within that category?
And the Orthodox as well.
But if they're C3,
Mr. Mayor, may I?
Yeah, no, Commissioner Floorman, please.
Okay. I feel like there's so much that we're sifting through that it feels like we're workshopping an item on commission during a commission meeting. So
you want to?
I think we did the removal of the C6. Everybody was fine with that. Do we have to?
there has to be a motion and a
Right.
vote. Motion,
So
second, and amend.
Commissioner Sue made the motion. Can we approve that and then we can move on?
I think
Yes.
it was Vice Mayor Smith that made that.
You made the motion?
I made the motion, she seconded.
So can we vote on that item and then we can come back to approving the item as amended?
That's procedure.
Okay,
And,
yes, we could. It's up
And then
to
we can move on?
Mayor, that's procedurally correct. You have to vote first on the amendment to delete C6, and then you can vote on the item as amended. It did seem to be consensus, but it takes a vote.
Okay.
All right.
You have motion and second, Mayor, so you just need to call the vote.
Can I call
on
the vote
amendment
as amended?
Delete C6.
All those in favor?
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Ask for nay.
Aye.
Are any opposed? Sorry.
No.
Nay.
No, I said aye before.
So it's passed.
Amendment carries.
Yes.
Amendment carries. Now we go to the full.
I have a question
Yes.
before we take the next vote.
Okay.
What's the fee for commissioners using spaces? Was that, I know that's in here as well, so we get the market rate as well, right?
One moment, Commissioner, and I'll bring up the language directly.
So once every 3
How did you two vote? I didn't hear what your vote was.
Two against.
once every 3 months they get
5 to 2.
right?
Yeah, once, I think.
Who was the, who?
There were two
Commissioner John
nays.
and I.
I believe it was Commissioner Chernoff and Commissioner Smuckler voted nay, and there were
No.
five.
No,
Oh,
she voted
John.
yea.
John.
I'm
John
sorry, I
and
misheard.
No, we got it.
My,
I think this is incomplete. We need to work it harder. We need to work it better.
What are we doing?
well, you don't have to.
Commissioner, we have indicated, and it's one of the topics that you all discussed at the last time that this policy came in, into being able to have events that are paid through your contingencies accounts without having to go through the full process. In that, the commission would pay any of those hard costs that may be needed. So any additional staff time, if there's any type of MOT or something like that, or if there's food, things like that, that would come out of contingencies. The facility rental itself would essentially be waived.
And those are for the 50 and under events, or is that?
Community scale, correct.
Yeah, okay. So I will-
The smaller scale.
Is community scale not 350 and above?
Yes.
350 and below.
So anything 350 and below is okay, gotcha. And that fee is waived for commission members. Correct.
Okay. All right, so I want to call a vote.
Could I-
Commissioner Sue, sorry, I apologize.
No problem, thank you. Mr. Manager, so that of 50, when you, is it the size of the attendance that dictates how many police officers and how much staff we have?
Yes.
Okay, is there a sort of set way, and what is the cost of that? Is that also published?
Yes, Commissioner, we have that within, and I'll tell you exactly the direct page. It's on page 15 of the policy. And so it goes into what the cost is, the minimum, and then like for police, it's for 4 hours minimum. For events expecting 100-plus participants, 2 police officers are required at a 4-hour minimum. For every 50 participants after 100, an additional police officer would be required. Public Works, it just depends on the size of the event and the type of event to include for additional cleanup or event. And then there's language, because I know it'll be mentioned now. The hours are dictated by the collective bargaining agreements that are in there. And so police, this would end up changing to match. And there is language in here for future that is always dictated by the collective bargaining agreement.
Great, thank you.
Still doesn't say how many of them we're able to have, though.
I'm sorry?
It's dictated by your contingency fund.
No,
But it's a way.
that was one of the topics on page 4, Commissioner Florimon. We put X because there was no consensus on an actual number of how to come back to the commission, whether it was 1, 2, 3, or just depending on your budget. So I didn't want to presume on behalf of the commission, so we left it as an X for you all to decide how many community scale type events you would want within the fiscal year without coming back to the commission for approval.
So do I have a motion to approve?
Fill in X,
Do we need to fill in the X?
yes.
Community scale is over 350? And then there's the 50 and below, which is like the municipal use and stuff like that, right?
Like a town hall
Do
meeting.
you have
or
a
something.
suggestion?
I mean, it's like, it's the number and then below. It's not the number and then above, right? Which
Okay.
I think kind of throws me off. So I don't know if I'm making sense, that it kind of throws me off that way. So, you know, I'm gonna say 3.
I like it.
3 per what?
A year.
Right, but
Well,
you got to remember now, once you get to 50, we're not talking about those events. 50 and below, we're not talking those. We're talking anything between 50 and 350, correct?
Oh.
Yes, Commissioner, the community scale event.
So just do by quarter, just say quarter, four quarters, four.
Because you do need 90 days notice, right?
Yeah.
So then there it is, four a year.
4 a year. Okay, I'm fine with that.
I'd like to make that suggestion, thank you.
Are you making them
What happened to 3?
We went to 4.
four quarter?
I heard you, but there's 7 of us.
Well, no, you have to adopt it by a motion.
Right, exactly.
So do I have a motion for 4? I'll
Make the
second
motion for 4.
I second.
There's 7 of us, so that's 28 events. I go back to,
Well, I mean, the potential of 28 events don't mean that there will be 28.
but why have the cap even there? I mean, the potential is so far removed, but why do it? Why not just make it 3? I mean, 3's a lot. Why do that? Let's just make it 3.
I mean, well,
And then come on, if one of us wants to have a 4th one, you can bring it before council and we could vote.
If it's important, we'll do it. Everybody will say
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, look, see, this, there is a motion in a second, and look, I just want you guys to understand, we are all adults, and some of us show the way we engage in this community very differently on various aspects. So I just want us to be able to give some grace to our,
Those don't count.
our through our other commissioners, because I'm saying, like, I mean, look, for example, I at most do probably like 4 events that I'm really passionate about. Expungement. We do have
Cancer screening.
yeah, Juneteenth. And I have other various small events when it comes to, like that, right? But other people might see it a little bit different. I just like to treat everybody as adults, allowing them to have some type of grace and autonomy.
What I will say.
Okay, yes, please.
Maybe what we can do, I don't know what staff and what our team here thinks, maybe what we can do is we can move that number, the 50 number, for government use, I think it was. Maybe we can move that to 100, right? And then we can keep the 3 for the events, the amount of events that.
Well, the purpose of this, could I just say, Mr. Mayor, I know you're getting frustrated.
No. I understand.
But the purpose of this was to narrow down how many events. So why are we saying, vote on 4, because I'm a no, and if there is not a majority, it'll be no, and we'll go maybe back to 3. But I just we're trying to narrow the events, and even though we want to be cooperative, I think 3 is cooperative, because you're talking about events with 350 people.
But here's my question: Are you open to the government use going up to 100, maximum 100?
No, because it changes staff. It changes what they have to do with chairs and with everything else.
So then we can vote on the 4 and then go from there.
Before we vote, I just ask that we're all adults. Let's give some grace and let's move forward collectively. And we're stronger together. So I'll call the vote. All in favor in having it as 4, as amended by Commissioner Foreman, signify by saying yay. Aye. All that oppose?
Yay, or nay, or however you say it.
Okay. So now we're down to 3 per.
Yeah, so I want to make the motion for, do I have to make it for 3 now?
Yes.
Motion for 3 events.
Per quarter, yeah.
Specifically filling that X with the number 3. That's what I'm saying. All right.
Per quarter, okay. All in favor?
Aye.
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 All opposed?
Opposed.
Passes 6-1. Okay.
So now we have to approve the entire policy?
Yes.
All right. I'd like to make a motion to approve the policy.
I'll second it,
As amended,
as amended,
twice.
twice.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. All opposed?
Opposed.
Passes 6-1. Thank you.
11.4.
11.4, resolution number R 2024-120.
You need a second, man.
Second.
11.4, resolution number R 2024-120, approve coastal waste and recycling of Florida contractual obligation donation allocations, brought by the Chief of Staff, Ms. Montestima, resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving additional contractor obligations of the agreement between the City of North Miami Beach and Coastal Waste and Recycling of Florida, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Commission. This item has been on the agenda for some time. What I'm presenting is a proposal for you to approve as shown on Exhibit A, the sheet that you received, and also on the slide up here, to allocate funds that are received by Coastal as such. So the $50,000 allocation that goes towards rent assistance and utility assistance to split evenly so that $25,000 goes to rent assistance and the other $25,000 go to utility assistance. Establishing a program similar to what we have that currently exists through the ARPA funds, just providing stipulations that would allow for various residents to participate despite earning a little bit more. That way, if there's any issue and the ARPA funds can't be provided to these residents, we may be able to look at the coastal funds that are obligated for that same effort. In addition to that, there was another $60,000 that we would receive every year that would go towards city scholarships and city community initiatives. And so we're suggesting, based on the conversations that you all have had on the dais, to leave about $15,000 for general scholarships that would allow for one-time scholarships. There was also conversation about a John Falone scholarship fund that would be established, and we're suggesting that you use the coastal funds to do that at $15,000 a year. That would go specifically to individuals that are interested in education related to police or justice, law enforcement, et cetera. In addition to that, there's also a $30,000 proposal to spend funds on community initiatives. Initially, when you saw this item, it was with the suggestion to leave these funds to the city manager's office to submit to events or for food drives. But I want to remind Vice Mayor that she also had asked, after it was published, to allow for funds for the senior programming at $10,000.
Yes, and I appreciate your bringing that up because I just had a senior meeting and I have another one tomorrow morning, and they need the funds. They want to increase enrollment of lonely seniors. And in order to do that, they're going to go to the condominiums that are 65 and older, but they do not have the funds for even the stamps or the printing and whatever. It's not in the budget. So I definitely would like maybe half of that or something close to half of that, 30,000 for seniors, something for seniors.
Okay, so then the change would be $15,000 for community initiatives to go towards senior programming, and the rest would be towards food drives and city signature events.
And it became very apparent this past year how many people, that's their whole social life, is what we do in North Miami Beach. And they even come from out of the area. But we want to bring in North Miami Beach residents by going to the condominiums and going to having more and a lot, far reach to try to reach the seniors to let them know the programs we have.
Move to adopt.
I have a
We have
comment. Yeah.
Commissioner John was first, and then Commissioner Smucker.
Do we have anything in the budget for litter cleanup or community cleanups? Anything?
Yes, Commissioner, we have in the budget this year for a beautification of the neighborhoods. That's something that both yourself and Commissioner Florimon to go in and do like a bigger project, not just one or two little houses or something like that. We're currently organizing that. so that can be an initiative that comes in. We also have been partnering with the CRA, and they'll be starting a service for litter cleanup, and based on, which I had never seen before, a mini sweeper, I guess is what it's called, for the sidewalks. So we'll be looking into that to see what kind of cost is associated with that. Is it on the sidewalk? I have never seen it.
No, not on the sidewalk, on the street.
No,
Yeah.
we used to have a little one.
Oh, really?
So, no.
All right. On the John Falloum Scholarship Fund, the last line says NMB residency not required.
Yeah, that was a suggestion made by the police department because they get candidates from everywhere. Even though they're working here, they may not be living here. And so that would expose more opportunity for individuals to come and work into the city.
Last thing I wanted to add real quick.
Wait,
Yes.
let her finish.
I didn't know that I had interrupted you. I'm sorry.
Can't hear you.
Okay. No, I didn't know that. I thought she had finished. That's why I had gone.
Go
So
for it.
finish
No,
and
go
then-
ahead. Go for it.
Okay, thank you. I'm not sure I'm happy with that. I feel like it should be for NMB residents,
Okay.
unless my other commissioners disagree.
They might move into NMB.
As a result, yeah, it might be a recruiting. So
But this is it's a scholarship fund. It's to go to school. It's so they can be living in they can be living in Broward and get money off of this, and we'll never see them again.
Restricted.
How long do they have to stay in this to work with the city?
So the residents.
We didn't establish further guidelines outside of this one, but we can have the conversation with PD.
Because it
And
doesn't say they have to work with us here or anything. It doesn't say anything that they have.
this would be the opportunity either for residents or non-residents to not only get scholarships to go to school specifically for the subject matter, but also to be able to be to join the cadet program. And that limiting them to just being residents would mean, there's less chance that we can promote candidates through the PD recruitment process.
Maybe that would be an incentive.
Okay,
I'm
so
sorry.
so can we make them stay, like if we give them the $1,500, can we make them commit to being here a certain amount of time?
I'm sorry, Commissioner. I just wanted to clarify, and I'm asking our chief to clarify. Is it cadets as in coming out of the academy, or are teenagers that are part of our Explorer program? Because I know sometimes they're interchangeable with that word.
Yeah, so cadets are individuals that we'll sponsor to send to the academy. The Explorers are separate. They're underage. They're not adults.
So the 1,500 essentially goes for the employee that we are hiring, and they are going to the academy.
Yeah, but when we send them to the academy, does it obligate them to stay with us, or they can just take off after they've graduated the academy?
For how much time?
They can go.
So we prefer them to be with us for at least 3 years. And actually, that's something that we're looking into. So when they're in the academy, they wear NMB police patch, and we're essentially sponsoring them to go to the academy.
And if not, they would have to reimburse.
Correct.
Okay, so we can add that stipulation.
That they would have to reimburse the $1,500 as well, or that they have to be a resident?
I would say reimburse.
The $1,500 as well, okay.
The 15,000 does not have to be a resident for the scholarship?
So the John Falloum Scholarship is broken up into two possibilities. One is for a resident that is interested in criminal justice, law enforcement, or similar career path. And the second is a fund used up to $1,500 to go towards the education or equipment of a cadet, a police officer that we are hiring to go to the academy.
So if somebody gets 15,000, they have to be a resident?
No, the cap is 1,500 regardless.
1,500, but it could be several.
10 awards.
The 15,000 is for is the total for the
It
funds.
could be 10 students.
Nobody gets 15,000.
It could be 10
direct.
students at 1,500 each.
Okay, so
Commissioner
before you
Sue.
go there, I'd
Oh, but
like
Commissioner
to,
John didn't finish.
oh, I'm sorry, yes.
I wanted to find out what's the platform for people to apply? Because I think even the other funds that we had for ARPA, there was no particular, we spoke about how do people apply? Is it going to be the online portal, or what the channels are, and when will be the start date?
Because there's a lot of paperwork that we would require, because we're mimicking the program that currently exists, they would have to apply in person or take the application, bring all the documents and backup that's required, including IDs, et cetera, that we have to physically see and then make copies of. So it would be in person by appointment, and the program can start sometime, I would say in January, end of January would be reasonable, because we're wrapping up the next phase for the home rehab program.
And I think that was a point of limitation for a lot of the programs that we have, that everything is in person, versus us actually getting into the 21st century and having more methodology where people can upload a document. I mean, I don't think that's a foreign concept. So I would implore and, really encourage you guys to make the process more streamlined so that you have different platforms so people can just upload certain forms. It doesn't have to be, they have to make their way here, but we're also already limited in staff.
Well received. Thank you, Commissioner.
Do I have a motion?
No,
Commissioner, sorry, I apologize, Commissioner Sue. Sorry, Commissioner Sue.
Thank you for coming back to me. All right, so I wanted to just point something out to the commission, my colleagues here. It is the income of 120% AMI is earning $105,000 a year. So we're providing rental assistance for someone who's earning over $100,000 a year for $2,500. I am not just saying, I believe there are people who are more in need of this.
Yeah, I agree.
Right? And if we are going to give rental assistance, I would prefer that we lower the threshold, well, cap the threshold, because if you are earning $105,000 and I hope I don't offend anyone.
That's a household.
Yeah, but household could be one person.
Yeah, but that household only has one rent. If there's 4 people earning and each one's only owning $25,000, they don't have 4 different rentals.
May I, Mr. Mayor? Commissioner Sue, this particular amount as far as AMI and household sizes, we had a very lengthy discussion, and the commissioners up here, obviously you weren't on here at that time, voted on that because the money wasn't moving. When it comes to, as far as water utility, that was an issue there. And also we started seeing issues too, as it relates to monies and different funds that were actually moving, because the AMI was you had to make next to nothing to qualify for this.
And if I may add to that, just to prove the point further, we've seen a lot of applications for rent and mortgage assistance where folks do have maybe less than 30% AMI and they're able to, take care of their bills. But then there are extreme cases, and this just provides that flexibility. It's not saying that it's only going to such group, because of course, depending on the issue, there are going to be people that come in that may have, I made 90 up to the month of July, lost my job, and I'm struggling. I've seen that before. We've had to deny them under the ARPA program, but this will give the flexibility just to be able to review all applications.
How much money is there to go around, though? Do people that only make $43,000 a year not have enough funds left to give them the money? Because we had the ability to give it to people that, just as you explained now, that still means that they had $105,000.
Each application would be reviewed based on need. I personally wouldn't recommend establishing it at a lower AMI, but of course it's up to you guys. So just let me know.
So the AMI established by HUD is $87,600. That's the standard. Usually the cost of living, I believe, somebody was doing a chart at one of our, at the Miami-Dade League of Cities, saying that if you're earning $70,000, you're pretty much okay. Right? So I mean, okay, but
No, well, not in my.
definitely not in South Beach, but.
Oh, not in not in North Miami.
But let's so basically that's what they're saying, right? Let's just use that standard. 87,600. I believe that if you are a little wise and savvy with your money, you might be able to, unless you an unfortunate situation, which is why we have this program. So the reason why I'm saying that is because I believe that there's I just want the money to go farther and actually go to people who really need it. And I understand anybody who is applying needs it. But if we lower the AMI or just go at 100% AMI, right? Now, mind you, I do mortgages. Everybody might not know, but I have lended money to people who are making less than 80% AMI in order for them to qualify for Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac programs, and they actually can still afford to buy, to buy a home. Now, the reason why I'm pitching this is I really want that money to go a little further. I want that to, go to the people who are really in need, since we are doing this. So that's my proposal. I'm proposing to amend that to 100 AMI.
I'll second it.
If I may, is the qualification also to show that the person is actually, has some difficulties? So they would have to provide more than just what their income is. They would have to show that they are in, a particular need.
Yeah, we review bank statements, tax returns, et cetera.
I'm assuming you speak to whoever their landlord or mortgage company is to see that the need is
It's a
actually
complete
present.
verification process.
How much are they getting? 2,500?
Yes, for rental assistance, yes, correct. 2,500,
And how much is in that?
25,000.
So it's 10 families. It comes to 10 families. So out of the 10 families, how many of them are really going to make 110,000?
But to your point, Vice Mayor, like you said, if there's two people in the home making $50,000, you have children, you have groceries.
Kids don't work. Believe me,
I'm just saying, worst case scenario, right? There's so many different variations of that.
If we're using the standard of U.S. HUD income chart, they have household sizes. So that's already factored in, and it's going to be more than that. So if they're using that income limit, there is a grid that designates if they say they have 4 people in the household, the income level's higher.
Are you using that same grid?
To that point.
Well,
Just
we
at
should
the
use that income limit
120%
chart.
mark was the
chart.
recommendation.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
One last thing, the General Scholarship Fund, if we can maybe change it to the Mayor Mishkan Scholarship Fund?
Well, that would be nice.
I'll second. Okay, so let's work on as amended, right? So do I have a motion?
We already have a motion.
Say it again. I'm sorry. Sorry, City.
There's already a motion to amend it to 100 AMI. That was from Commissioner Sue, seconded by Vice Mayor
Can we
Smith.
vote on that issue? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Nay. Okay, passes. Now we vote on amending it and
This General Scholarship Fund to read the Mayor Jeff, did he have a middle name?
Jeffrey A. Mishkan.
Jeffrey A. Mishkan Scholarship Fund.
second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All of us second.
All in
All of us second.
We're all seconds.
Oh, we're all seconds.
Yeah, that we all second.
Okay, are we all seconds? So let's call the vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Did we amend my 15,000 for seniors? All in favor? For my seniors, 15,000?
No, that
Didn't
was.
you already change that?
I'm asking, did we do that? Madam Clerk, did we do that?
No.
Oh, okay. I'm amending it.
Which part is it?
Which part, which?
Under community initiatives.
I thought you said 10.
No, I said 50. I said half, which is 30. Half of 30 is 15.
That's the community initiatives, Vice Mayor?
Pardon me?
That's the community initiatives, the last item. Is that correct?
Do you,
It
Commissioner
was
Dodd?
under.
Yes.
Commissioner, Vice Mayor, I thought you said 10. You had initially said 10.
Oh, I amended it to 15 then.
So we have consensus at 10. Can we agree on 10, please?
What happened? What are we going to, first, there's 20,000 less. What are you going to do with it? Tell me what you're going to do with it if you're not giving it to my poor seniors who never get out of the house
We're
and
funding
don't
food
get to see
drives,
We're funding
anybody.
food drives.
We do it.
signature events.
Yeah, food drive signature. So let's. Commissioners, do you want to?
Me and the commissioner.
What are we going to do with the 20,000?
We have
No,
a
there's
lot
other
to do
initiatives like
with
food
it.
drives and what have you that could adhere to some of that.
We have food drives. We have food drives. The poor seniors are sitting in a corner with no
Oh my
social
God.
life.
No, we're not.
We're literally debating over $5,000 here. Okay, so just like the previous item, I voted no because
we
we
all
were
have-
debating over, Commissioner, we were debating over something very minute.
Okay.
So I think if it's 15, it's 15. We all love the seniors. Let's just vote on it.
Okay, I made the motion 15.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed.
Nay.
Opposed.
Nay.
Oh, it fails.
Doesn't pass.
Okay, let's vote as amended currently, the item. Can I get a,
Well, I would change it to 10.
All right.
no,
I make the motion to amend it to vote, give 10 to the seniors.
Second.
all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes.
You cost me 5,000.
All right, as
Sorry, I got a couple committees too that would
Okay.
like money.
Okay, as amended, on the current item, can we vote on, can I get a first and a second on that?
Hold on, one second.
Yes, okay.
I just want to make sure, because it sounds like everybody's voting on every change. Commissioner Smuckler asked for the PD item that they stay at least 3 years or return the funds. Do you guys need to vote on that as well?
What now? For what?
The PD item.
For the scholarship, the $1,500 scholarship that's not going to residents, but is going to cadets. Now, many times, cadets, they train and then they leave. So I want to make sure that if they don't stay for X amount of time, that they have to pay the money back.
I thought he said they did. The chief said that's already in place? No? Okay, then I make the amendment.
I make a motion.
I second it.
Wait, did we say how many years they have to stay?
3 years.
3 years.
Okay, as amended, can we vote on the amendment? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
We voted on something, you guys, what?
Yes.
Okay.
It passes. Can we vote on the item as amended?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimous. Okay, thank you so very much. Next item, please.
So moved. Resolution number R 2024-124.
Resolution number R 2024-124, External Audit Services, brought by the CFO, Tarek Romani. A resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving the engagement agreement between the city and Markham LLP pursuant to request for qualifications, RFP. Okay, there's a typo there. I think it was an RFQ. Is
RFP.
George here?
RFP.
It was an RFP? Okay. Pursuant to request for proposals, RFP-24-018-SG, external auditing services, and authorizing the city manager or designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, subject to annual budget appropriations, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
Ms. Procurement Director, thank you.
Good evening. This item is for the solicitation for external audit services. We presented this back in October, and it was deferred. We're bringing this back for the approving the engagement and the award to Markham LLP. And this project is for a term of 5 years, the standard 3 years with 2 one-year renewals.
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay, I have a city attorney request because this is an item that was bidded out. There is another bidder that would like to opine on this issue. Is the bidder here?
And yes, you're certainly permitted to allow somebody to speak when they've waited this many hours to be able to.
And was a bidder on this particular process. please step forward and state your name for the record, sir.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commission, and citizens of City of North Miami Beach. I mean, it's actually troubling for me to stand before you tonight.
State your name for the record, please.
My name is Tony Brunson for Anthony Brunson, PA. It's actually troubling for me to stand before you tonight. Yet, as a professional service firm, reputation and integrity serves as the bedrock and foundation for which firms like mine stand. And I just am here to seek fairness in the evaluation process. If we were to look as how that evaluation occurred or was done, I do believe it's clear that my reputation has been damaged in that there was an outlier, clear outlier, in the evaluation process of the CPA firms, as one evaluator ranked my firm 100% less than the other evaluators in the area of past performance. Now, prior to coming here tonight, I really have sought tried to seek a reasonable explanation as to how that occurred. Yet, what I've heard just didn't add up or make sense for me. The area was past performance of my firm. And when we look at past performance, I perform audits for 3 of the largest 10 cities in Miami-Dade County. We do work at the City of Miami. We do work at the City of Miami Gardens. We do work at North Miami, in addition to providing significant services at Miami-Dade County, as well as Broward County. So in essence, I just want to kind of get on the record the impact, and it did have an impact in the rankings of my firm. And in addition to the cities, if there were 30 grades that came from the evaluators, the actual cities themselves, 29 were exceptional. There was 1 that was very good from the actual folks that performed the evaluation. So again, this outlier of 10, when everyone else rated this area 20 or above, is just what I want to get on the record. And that's it. Nothing beyond that. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Mayor, this might be unusual, but let me just say, in the course of my career, I've worked with all 3 of the proposers. I just would say, for the record, on speaking up, which I rarely do, all 3 proposers that the city received are excellent firms with excellent reputations, and none of them should feel impugned in any way by our selection process. They are all good firms. That's not to say anything to detract from the ranking or the manager or procurement director's recommendation. I just want to say on the record, they are all excellent firms with excellent reputations. I hope you'll forgive me that personal moment.
I will bring the issue. Oh, no, I'm going to bring it back for Commission. Commissioner Jean, you have the first.
Two questions. The first question that I have was to the manager. I had asked for the names of the individuals who were chosen for the selection and who they were. I had asked that information be provided to myself and my colleagues. I don't know if you have that.
I do. Would you? So there were 3 members of the evaluation committee. Hugh Dunkley, who is the CFO at another municipality, I believe Delray at the time. The former Mayor Piper, as well as another financial firm, the president of that firm. Her name was, or is, Barbara Hastings, I apologize.
What were they in the order of participants, like 1, 2, and 3? Because I know there was a highlight in participants 2 scoring that I remember seeing. So I wanted to know them in order of the.
Okay, so there weren't in any particular order. On the scoring or evaluation sheet, I have Barbara Hastings, Hugh Dunkley, and Mayor Evan Piper.
So you're not sure which participant was which, meaning on their ranking sheet?
Oh, yes, I do know who, you mean who ranked what number, or who provided which ranking?
Yes, yes.
Oh, okay, yes, I have that. So each of their scores would you like them for each of the firms? Because we have that too.
Would it be good to go through the presentation?
No.
That you have? No? Okay.
No. Just to
No, I just wanted to, if you have that
No,
information.
we have
for
that
us.
information.
Okay.
For everyone.
Okay.
So all of the committee members and their rankings based on each firm.
Okay, awesome.
And all of the
So the
criteria.
scoring sheet that's provided in the agenda, Commissioner, evaluator 1, Barbara Hastings. Evaluator 2 was what?
Hugh Dunkley?
Hugh Dunkling. Evaluator 3 is former Mayor Evan Piper. And the ranking was Markham number 1, Cabrero, Freeman, Lenera Garcia number 2, and Anthony Brunson, PA number 3.
Awesome. And I know, Mr. Manager, there was highlight that I spoke to our attorney about with the merger. Is that firm here tonight? Can they speak also to the point of the merger?
Yes, they are
To the
here.
manager, to the mayor?
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Mo Riza. I'm the office managing partner for our firm. We've been in business for 70 years, and we practice and specialize in audits of government entities. Just in South Florida, over 60 government entities, from counties to cities like yourself, the largest cities in the state of Florida, as well as some county and federal and state work. And we were ranked number 1 of the 3 firms. If you have the scoring sheets, it was not a slight comparison in points, nearly 50-point difference, which I think is a reflection of our credentials, our references, and the savings and costs with choosing our firm. We are one of the largest firms in the U.S., the 7th largest firm in the U.S., built over our reputation and the work product. As noted in the proposal, there is a substantial savings that we're providing driven by the technology that we use as part of our audits. We were ranked the best firm for technology in the U.S. in 2019 as well as in 2022. So by using technology, we have not only more effective and efficient audits, but it reduces the cost of the audit, which goes ahead and handed down to our clients. In this case, it will be the city of North Miami Beach to have you savings in your cost.
I made through the chair. Can you speak to the merger?
Yes, so Markham is the 13th largest firm. There's the 11th largest firm called CBIZ. We came to an agreement in the recent weeks to merge and rebrand as CBIZ CPAs. Same offices, both Brandon and myself, same emails, same phone numbers. Same office location, so there won't be a difference or any difference that the city of North Miami will see or the promised team to the audit. I also not only run the Miami office, but I also run the government service practice for the firm. And again, now we are the 7th largest firm in the U.S. With more resources and service lines to provide more services and bring more value to our clients. So very excited about what we could bring to the table.
The last thing I wanted to say, if you would indulge me, is I think this is to the procurement director. I think there's a highlight when we have local firms. I mean, you're local as well.
Yes.
And I think when we have local firms who can specialize the city, obviously when you have over 60 municipalities and you run the gamut on county and government statewide, that brings us value. But I think from the auditing standpoint, it's also good to know when we're going to be priority, right, to the services that you provide. And I think that's something that we have to look into our code on local preference, making that a highlight for companies who are local to receive, because we're a city that wants to be catered to. And I think even in these services, you have to already have started this process, right? June is, I think, when that process starts, right?
No.
So I mean, I'm not sure exactly the time frame, but you get my point, right?
So just to clarify on that, so the city's financial statement audit is due June 30th.
Right.
And I will tell you, I think we have the best possibility to bring the city up to speed. Why? We're over 10,000 people strong. So we have the resources we could start the audit tomorrow. And just to give you a little bit of flavor is we get about 10 RFPs a day. And we digest them every day, and we only respond to the ones that we could bring value to, number one. And the second criteria is, do we have the staffing to accommodate that RFP? So before we put an RFP out there in the public, it already was vetted through that process. Number one, can we bring value to the city of North Miami Beach? And number two, do we have the staffing resources? And again, coming to 500 shareholders, 10,000 employees, there's nobody that we're second to none when it comes to being able to do this and produce the product. Pleased to say we're the only firm in the state that was able to complete 3 fiscal audits for a city in the state of Florida in less than 2 years. So rest assured, you're in good hands. We're here to help and get you through that bump and bring you up to speed with compliance.
Thank you.
Commissioner Forma.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I just wanted to get this question answered about our former mayor being part of this evaluation committee. Can you speak to that and how that works? Because I don't recall seeing someone on the board being part of the evaluation committee.
Absolutely.
In the recent time.
Absolutely. State statute for the external audit services requires that the mayor or a designee be on the evaluation committee.
That's why
it does. But how do they keep in line with the cone of silence issues?
We don't talk.
They don't talk.
No. What I'm saying is, at some point, is there any other communication other than with your office? That's the question I have. Is there any other communication other than your office? No. I'm trying to sift through to see, because I've never seen it. This is the first time. So if it's state mandated, I just wanted to make sure I understood how that works.
We would normally receive the bids, and then the evaluation committee will get a copy of the bids to read through, and then at a publicly advertised meeting, they would get together, they would do the evaluation, do the ranking, and then send that to my office for recommendation to you all for vote.
The cone of silence says that members of an evaluation committee, from the time they're appointed, should not be contacted by any proposer or anyone on their behalf, except at a publicly noticed meeting. Questions have to be presented in writing to the procurement officer, and there's not supposed to be any communication external to the meetings that are held, publicly advertised, presentations being made by anyone until such time as the evaluation committee report is presented to the city manager and the city manager makes a recommendation to the city commission. At that point, typically it's lifted so people might be able to contact their elected officials directly, but they are not permitted to contact evaluation committee members during the time the evaluation committee is active. That's what the very inaptly named cone of silence provides for.
Okay. Thank you for enlightening me on that. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you very much. So I spoke to the manager about this issue because I had the pleasure of meeting with you and enjoyed every minute. And he has worked for North Miami Beach in the past and did an excellent job, excellent rating. But right now, we have no auditor. We're out of contract completely with anybody. So when they did the rankings, what I was concerned about was the person that was in question of the ranking being much less than the performance was obvious when he worked here. That's very typical that they go outside of the community to find a professional to help make the evaluation instead of it just being people that are local. So that, which was, I thought, a concern, turned out to be very standard and not a concern at all. What also, I must say that even if that, what would, in his estimation, is a very big tarnish on his career, which I think your reputation speaks much louder than that. But still, the ranking, if you gave it another 20 points, the ranking wouldn't be the first person to be selected. So I'm just, it's always disappointing when people come to you. And it's funny when you have all these bids that go out for mechanical things, they win because they're the lowest bid, and then you get all the change orders. So a whole bunch of it doesn't really make sense when you're a commissioner. But in this particular case, because we're out of, as we speak, have no auditor, and it was due in June, I think we are fortunate that we have a company that's coming before us and has a huge staff there that can catch us up. But even if we changed it, it still wouldn't rank where it would be possible to give that consideration. So I think that whoever does have you working for them are very lucky to have you. But I think that the way we do it, to change it now, somebody would have to give me a reason that that needs to be done.
Well,
Mayor, for clarification.
Yes, Mr. Manager.
The city has turned in its audit, and they, the incumbent firm did present to the commission over the summer. So we don't have a missing fiscal year audit with the state. We are up to date. Typically by this time, we would have already started our planning and beginning the legwork for the audit. So we're behind on that aspect.
Oh, okay, I
But
misunderstood.
not on a fiscal year audit.
So it goes to your point, like, there is an opportunity, and that's why, we have the other bidder here, and he has a history with the city. So, I don't want to belabor the point. I just want to know where do you want to go with this? If someone wants to make a motion? Wait, no, there isn't a motion. I'm just like, do you?
Well, there's a recommendation.
There's a recommendation, but if someone, I don't know, Commissioner Florman, because I want to move on.
How big was the firm that we had previously? Do we remember?
The incumbent is a fairly large firm. I don't know how many employees they have, but they do have most of
I could answer.
in Miami-Dade. They do have quite a few of the clients here. Cabrera.
Caballero Furman.
The second bidder.
So, Commissioner Florman.
No, he was going to answer the question.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
sorry. So there's a total of 3 firms. We're the only, I would say, in terms of ranking size, the only top 20 firm that presented to the city of North Miami Beach. The other 2 firms, very reputable firms, but in terms of size, I don't say much about other firms, but in terms of size, we're just a more robust firm. We're the 7th largest firm in the U.S.
With respect to what you're saying, I'm not familiar with your firm, and I respect what you guys bring to the table. I've been I've worked with the previous firm or the current firm that we have now, and I don't think we've ever had an issue with them, right? So as far as the way the rankings lined up, you know, for me, it really doesn't, the 40-point difference really does not make the difference. You see what I'm saying? For at least in my seat.
Yeah.
Because I know what I've seen from the firm that we had before.
Right.
And so when I have a firm that we've had before that's only 3 points different from Anthony Brunson, PA, and yours is 40 points difference, it really doesn't tell me that the quality of work is going to be that much better. What it just tells me is that this is what the people who ranked each of you felt.
Can
right?
I say?
Am I making sense what I'm saying?
Yeah, can I respond to that?
Sure.
Yeah, so of course, you haven't had the chance to look at our proposal, but outside of just making a why we bring the most value is, I don't think it's an easy task to be ranked the best firm for technology. There's thousands of CPA firms, so I think that's a differentiation. The second thing is, just like the city gets audited every year, we as CPA firms get audited. And in order to be going from CPA firm to CPA firm and auditing them, you have to be approved by the AICPA, the American Institute of Certified Public Accountants, as a team captain. So meaning, which I am approved, and I think that makes a large difference, is I go from CPA to CPA firm teaching people how to audit. I think it's very difference in terms of being an AICPA approved team captain. I also, your document, when you finish the audit, you produce what is known as ACFR, the Annual Comprehensive Financial Report. That gets sent to the GFOA, the government. There's a committee that reviews them. I sit in the committee, so I review ACFRs around the U.S. And again, the proposal goes into a lot of detail why we're different from the rest, and why we bring that additional value. There was four factors: qualifications, project proposals, past performance, and costs. And again, I could talk forever, but outside of those factors, as mentioned, in this sheet, you may not see it, but there was a substantial cost savings as compared to the other auditors. One of them, over the 5 years, by choosing us, Markham, the city will be saving $110,000. So again, I know the pamphlet won't tell you much, but our proposal was quite lengthy and will provide a lot more value.
How could you say there's not a big difference between Caballero and Markham? There is.
That's not what I said.
What did you say?
I said that the ranking.
The ranking is. It is a big.
No, that's not what. And that's why I asked if they understood what my question was. The ranking is how those who rank them. Right, the three people who were on the committee, if you will, felt that they ranked in different areas. Now, one of the issues that that Anthony Brunson, PA, had was that in one particular area, they were ranked by one evaluator vastly different. By I believe it was, about 15 points on past performance, and so that to me is very subjective to a certain degree, because it doesn't really coincide with the patterns that I see here. So in that sense, what I'm saying is Anthony Brunson, PA, and Caballero Fearman are only 3 points apart. And so that 40-point difference between those two firms and Markham doesn't really speak to me as, critical points that are being missed by the other two firms. It speaks to me as more of an objective perspective of the people who are ranking them. Is that clear? It's more objective to me than anything else. And so it's kind of hard to tell the difference about who's going to perform better right now when the company that's with us at this point has always done a good job. And so this is not telling me that, they're going to be better. I appreciate your responses because they make sense. So I can make a motion for what I believe.
If you have a motion,
For me, being in the community is very important, and being present in the community is very important. I think Anthony Brunson, PA, brings that to the table. They've always been involved in our community, and they're a present figure in the community. I'll make a motion for that and see where it goes.
I'll second the motion.
Could I make a comment, please, Mr. Mayor? Thank you. The company before us, which I would have to let my colleague say the names because she's Cuban and I, but Fearman worked here.
Yes, so
He
you're,
worked here for a long time, and he was excellent. And he then went to work for the company, and they did not get the award. So my question is, because of what you do in training others,
yes.
and what we do, will you be the man that
Yes,
will come
but-
before us with the?
Correct. And just to add, in full transparency, Mr. Fearman, that is your current auditor, he used to work for us, so we trained him. And he went and took a different path. But yes, what I was saying was, the city has 6 months to get this audit done, and you want somebody to be side by side with you that has the resources to start this tomorrow and get this done. And I could assure you that we fit the best bill when it comes to taking away to make sure you meet the Florida statutes and meeting the value. I think just to add, we too are local. Everybody that works on the audit is local. We've been here for 70 years. We also have a foundation called the Markham Foundation that we give back to the communities. Just to clarify, we are local, born and raised, and have deep roots in Miami-Dade County. Just to clarify that's not a different approach.
And 22,500 a year savings.
Yeah.
Would pay for my seniors.
That being said,
Our seniors.
we are seniors. Also, I'll just call the vote on and then we'll see where it goes. So
question.
Okay, Commissioner, jump so we can try to.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had a motion second. Yes,
Real
Commissioner.
quick, the question I also had was with the manager. Whenever there's a switch like this, I think the current firm has been serving for quite some time. It would have been good to at least give each commissioner a chance to meet. Just especially since there was a discrepancy with bid sync, or it wasn't posted the last time. And I wish I had a chance to meet with this group as well prior, like some commissioners had the chance to. So even with big projects like this that affect all of us, please give us that courtesy the next time as well. If we want to meet with a vendor, extend that to all of us. That would be nice.
I mean, they reached out, not Markham, but the other two firms reached out to me. I didn't meet with any of them, but they both reached out.
No, I didn't meet with this company either. I met with Mr. Bronson.
I didn't meet with anybody.
But you see what I'm saying?
Commissioner, to be clear, you are
Phone
privileged.
and silence.
Once the cone of silence is lifted,
Right.
you are privileged to meet.
Well, just
we didn't know.
No. Here's the issue with this, and just to Commissioner John's point, when it was lifted and when it came on the agenda or two, it was pretty quickly. It wasn't that. It was like a month, or it was like what, a couple of days, if not a couple of days, and that is something we have to have a discussion on for that never to happen again, because I don't think that gives real due process. Mr. Bronson, you.
I just, if I may.
I'll allow you this privilege. You can go on the other side, whichever works. I know you have a lot of stuff with that.
These gentlemen are with national firms, and they're totally qualified to do the work. But what he's sharing, I'm not in any way discrediting Markham in this process. What I'm concerned about, if the ranking were done properly, in my view, I would have been the best local firm alternative to Markham, and clearly ranked second. So the issue is a national firm or the best local firm, and all the things that he's sharing, we could fully commit to as well. There's no issue with the June 30 deadline in our firm, and that's why we get exceptional reviews from our clients. So I'm not here to disparage Markham in any sense. They're a great firm. we think we provide the best alternative as a local firm.
Thank you.
Period. End of discussion.
So just to call the vote on the Commissioner Flourmon's, and I seconded. I'm gonna call that vote now.
Wait, before
so-
we do that, are we allowed to do that and not vote on the item in front of us?
No, you just have to.
Oh, the attorney?
Oh, I don't know.
There's a recommendation in front of you, but it's committed to the discretion of the commission.
Like
You can make
all
a motion.
yeah, right.
The commission can make what motion a member of the commission who's duly recognized wants to make. It's up to the commission to vote up or down. You're not bound by the recommendation of the manager. You should give it due consideration, but it's up to the commission, and there's a motion.
So I'm gonna call the vote now on Commissioner Flourmon's motion, which I seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
Nay.
Nay.
It fails.
All right, I'd like to make another motion to hire the recommended firm, Markham LLP.
Okay. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? It passes.
Thank you. I look forward to working with all of you, and if you would like to meet with us, with our firm one-on-one, we make ourselves available. Our approach is not only to be here for the audit, but our approach is to be here year-round. There's no additional services. If the city is about to sign a vendor agreement and says, hey, Markham, what do you think about this? We're about to record this entry. We're here to give guidance. And then also, in the month of October, our firm provides free training to all of our clients and accountants. So your entire staff, we provide them free training. So something that we're very proud of. So I hope you guys will join us. I will try to make accounting as fun as possible.
Thank you.
But we'll try.
Looking forward to it.
Mr. Mayor, can I just make a statement real fast?
Please do, Vice Mayor.
I just want, really quickly, I want to say that I voted yes because I want to trust my staff. I want to trust my staff in the process, and I don't want to go against their process. But I will say we'll be watching you because we have somebody right behind you that is more than willing to come back to work for North Miami Beach. So thank you very much.
I'm going to ditto that. I seriously, because I do trust our staff, I also agree with Vice Mayor Smith, but Mr. Bronson is right there, and he's
very committed.
ready, willing, and able.
And Mr. Burns is an old-time friend of ours, so we understand.
Well, and that's the thing, is that once you set up a precedent, that you start changing when you have outside people giving rankings, and you didn't talk to them, and you second-guess, why did they vote that? Why did they put that number? How do I know? Maybe they knew Mr. Bronson and wanted to get him. But we didn't have that opportunity. So truthfully, and the public should know, we have to go with what our system is.
Not always, but it is very subjective.
And I appreciate you for the service you did do for North Miami Beach. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much. Next item, please.
And I will say, FIFO, LIFO.
Move to approve 11.6, resolution number R 2024-132.
Commissioner Smuckler wanted to know what FIFO, LIFO.
First,
I studied accounting and never learned that. But
You never?
for what she has, she knows exactly how
First
to
in,
count.
first
I
out,
believe-
last in, first out.
Oh.
I don't know, but I'll second that.
Debits equal credits.
All right,
That's what's
thank you.
important.
All right. So next item, yes,
Did you
please.
get a second?
Yes.
Okay. Number 11.6, resolution number R 2024-132, ratification of the collective bargaining agreement between the City of North Miami Beach and International Union of Police Associations, IUPA bargaining unit, sponsored by the Human Resources Director, Ms. Friedman, a resolution of the Mayor and Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, ratifying the collective bargaining agreement or CBA, between the City of North Miami Beach and the International Union of Police Associations, AFL-CIO Local 6005 Bargaining Unit, providing the city manager with the authority to execute the agreement, provided that the agreement is reviewed for form and legal sufficiency by the city attorney, and providing for an effective date.
I make a motion to just approve it.
I'm right on you, but we have to. I'll give the HR a brief
Brief
explanation because we've seen this before. So if you can do a brief one.
Alrighty, thank you so much, Mayor and Commission. Babette Friedman, HR Director. I'm going to briefly go over some of the changes that are being proposed for the wages and salary. For 2025, the proposed was 5% COLA for 25, 26, and 27. What was agreed upon was for 2025, a 5% COLA and a one-step increase. And for 2026 and 2027, it's 4% and one-step increase. The other major change to the contract is regarding the assignment pays. For example, K-9, motor, crisis, those kind of assignments. Currently, they're being paid a dollar amount. That is very antiquated. All organizations, mostly in Dade County and Broward County, do percentages. So we're doing the same thing. We're moving to a 3% for most of the assignments, and then for a few, we'll move to 2%. I'm sorry?
Does that equal what they're getting paid now?
It's, yes.
Can you speak up, Commissioner Chernoff? The question you had, Vice Mayor wanted to hear what you just said. She can hear you.
I asked if it was equal to what they were receiving right now.
Okay, and she said yes.
It's an increase.
Oh, increase. Go on.
Alrighty, and then just to go over some of the other minor changes, the off-duty rate, increasing it from 48 to $70 an hour, and then for the holiday off-duty from 72 to 115.
Quick question. Did you guys notify the businesses and about the change? And I know there was a question about the Eastern Shores Guard Gate. Did you guys do the due diligence there?
Commissioner, excuse me, for Eastern Shores, we've been working with the Special Taxing District. We are still looking. That's a different component, as they have to set a budget that then gets reported to the county and to the state. And so the city is looking to see how that gap, it's about $130,000 for the rest of the year. We're seeing how that can be taken up and with the Eastern Shores. Once this becomes available, then we'll be communicating with the various businesses, the increases in off-duty ranges, as well as the police officers, because oftentimes there will be off-duties that they will receive directly, and so they will be communicating all of that as well. So we have two different ways in how we'll be communicating that to the businesses.
Oh. Okay, do I have a motion?
So moved.
Do I have a
Second.
second? Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It passes, thank you.
Thank you.
Next item, please.
11.7, resolution number R 2024-133.
Second.
Item 11.7, resolution number R 2024-133, approve Black & Veatch Corporation to provide program management and staff augmentation for the Washington Park redevelopment project, Phase 1, pump station and force main installation, introduced by the Water Director, Mr. Nick Vaughn. A resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing Black & Veatch Corporation to provide program management and staff augmentation for the Washington Park redevelopment project, Phase 1, pump station and force main installation in an amount not to exceed $280,000, authorizing the city manager or designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener errors, providing for severability, subject to the budget appropriation and availability of funds, and providing for an effective date.
NMB Water Director.
Good evening.
I'm sorry, Amit, if I may.
Sure.
This was typically when you look at organizations and looking at CIPs, there's different types of components and consultants that work on CIPs. You have a engineer of record and a design. You have a construction company. You also typically have a project manager / inspections type of role. When something happens in the field and it was installed wrong or it was constructed wrong, the construction company will point to the design saying that they were flawed. The designer will point towards the construction company saying they didn't know what they were doing. And then often the government agency will kind of be like, okay, who's at fault? And so in this kind of case, having an inspection company would help remove further liability from the city during construction to ensure that the project is being built per the design plans, and if anything is wrong on the field, they can help coordinate that response to ensure that the engineer of record is providing accurate information and is reflected on the field. This is also typically used in other government agencies, whether it's DOT, Miami-Dade County, larger cities, or anything like that, to help also mitigate any kind of litigation. In the past, the city has had litigation, and we currently have
one now, right now.
In which we're mediating and we're working out for some projects. Some of those things may have been taken longer to resolve because we didn't have enough supporting staff on house. With that said, one of the things that I know that I've discussed and I've said not only publicly but to you all is we are reorganizing the capital improvement program, creating its own department instead of having in Public Works and Water. Water has been very, very successful in moving their CIP program and their 5-year program forward, in which the cities, whether it's Parks or Public Works or any of the other CIPs, has been slower moving. And so I'm reorganizing the entire department. We are using Black & Veatch because we already have a contract with them, and this will kind of fall under that kind of contract that we can expand the services for the project.
Thank you.
I know Amit was ready to go, but I felt
you
that
just
it was important for
everything.
me to do that because it is a new way for the city to look at this and the program management that North Miami Beach hasn't done in the past.
Thank you, Manager. I'm bringing it to the dais. Thank you. Commissioner Shaw.
You know, I wanted to start with the conversation that we had about the reporting, right? So now that you add another party to oversee the project, you know, that can cause expeditious movement, or that can cause delays, or like we kind of talked about, or efficiencies, however you want to word it. So my question is about reporting. You know, how will we gauge what this consultant is doing in contrast to what the staff is doing, and how does that work? I think the $280,000 is for the duration of the project. So how are you divvying that up, and could there be a possibility of a change order that comes in the case that the work that you foresee supersedes what is necessary? And when you talk about reorganizing, we're also talking about the CIP projects in general, that if you're hiring a consultant just for this particular project, which I know it's important, but this is just a pump station. So what about the construction of the entire building? So are we compensating for that? And what funding source are you using for the 280? So is it coming from the actual bond for the project? Does that factor into the cost? And have you factored in, once this 280 is up, what happens to the actual construction of the building itself? Will that ensue another however much amount for more inspection? So those questions are the questions that I kind of have, and you know, in tandem to what happens to the entire CIP that needs oversight. So you know, those are some of the concerns that I have.
Mr. Manager.
Commissioner, excellent questions. Yes, as we've talked about, we are providing monthly reports on the agenda, and we talked about for Washington Park, for this project specifically, that there would be an additional call out for the project. So it's a lot easier because when you have it as a list of all of the projects that we got going on, it kind of just fades into another line item, right? So you had requested that we do a special call out for the project apart from just the CIP report. We also mentioned we are looking from a reporting standpoint, putting everything online with our GIS system, and as well as additional information. So there will be a map on our website where someone can click on a little pin, for example, and all the information on the project will come up that will explain where the project is, what % complete is, where's the funding, how much of the funding has been expended, and so forth. So all of that will be available not only on this project, but for all CIP projects moving forward.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, and Yes, with regards to the funding, this is being funded through the project funds that we've identified through our the financing of the project. This is for the pump station and force main of the project, which is to connect it to a sewer force main, so that the building can be constructed. It is not for the building aspect of it, but I'm sure that we'll be pushing and taking a look at the inspection services for the park redevelopment as well.
Thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Smith?
Thank you. You know, I'm a little skeptical of the fact that when we have them, Black and Decker at
Black and Veatch. Black and Decker.
whatever,
Okay. All right.
at 11:15,
No, we're trying to.
it could be any name. When we have them, they're very expensive, very expensive. Do we negotiate this? I mean, not only are they going to get $280,000, but they're also going to get travel. If they have to go to project sites, they're going to get travel. If they need something more, it's per month, and it doesn't say how many months. Is there time sensitive? I get very skeptical with consultants because it just keeps adding up to what the basic cost should be when we have people on staff that do exactly this. We have engineers. We have people in charge of putting in millions of dollars worth of pipes. So I just get skeptical. Did we reach out to other companies to see what they would charge to oversee it? Do we negotiate with them when they say $280,000?
If I may,
That's
Vice
their
Mayor,
standard rate?
the concept of this project that is before you is for construction management of constructing new lift station and force main. Yes, we do have the engineering record that they have limited construction, management as part of their scope of work. The big portion of the proposed approach is over 1,200 hours of inspection, meaning day-to-day inspection on site management. And typically, full construction management in this scale of the project, based off my experience, it ranges somewhere between 5 to 15% of construction costs. We're talking about $5.7 million of the construction cost. And we're at low end of that as far as this proposal. So I'm not saying this is not expensive or it's expensive. What I'm saying, pretty much most of the consultants that I work under CCNA consultant firm, they're at the same ballpark rate. But when you look at it as an overall picture, the dedication that we're receiving out of this proposal to have full, day-to-day operation management and inspection, I think it's reasonable. Plus, as far as our staff, we have 2 inspectors in our operation right now, ma'am, and they're occupied with over 20 development projects in the city. And they're doing the inspection and performing the inspection on that area. So if I want to take them away from new development that are in the city, then we're going to fall on the other side. Yes, we might need to, consider the expansion in our operation, but right now we have a vacancy of construction manager position as well that are posted. So without putting the pressure or stress on this project, I think this is the right approach from my opinion in short time based off my assessment.
Well, there's history here.
True.
And I want to not only tell you, but I want to share with the public. Because this is an area that the people that live there have waited over 25 years for this project.
That's not long.
And the last few years, it's been like dangling something in front of them. So when you're up here as a commissioner, how do you even discuss anything except yes? So we bring before me a $30 million bond. $30 million when it's a $25 million project. $20 million, and we have $5 million put away. Why are we doing $30 million? Nobody answered me. Nobody helped me. Then I get the email. Guess what? We were fortunate enough to only get $20 million and another $2 million for expenses. So, you know, the reason I tell that story is I was accosted in the hallway by somebody that lives there. How dare I jeopardize the project? Well, guess what? This Commissioner Phyllis Smith was right, because we only got $20 million. So I can only say to you that it makes me nervous that we're putting money in for another consultant. If you as an engineer say we need it, we need it. But again, I appreciate what Commissioner Jean said very much, because how many times do we see where there's a change order? How many times? And you're going to build a whole building worth $20 million. Usually the contractor has somebody that's following it, has to go periodically and get the final CO for this or that, or whether it's the plumbing or whether it's the electrical, or in stages. So are we going to hire a consultant to watch the general contractor too?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
That's what construction management is somebody that's an extra set of eyes to keep an eye on them and be sure the contractor isn't taking advantage.
While we're hiring them, though, I want it to be under the same umbrella that the $20 million or $22 million comes to us. I don't want it to be additional and additional and additional. Tell us what it is, so that we don't hurt Washington Park and we don't hurt our reputation. The manager has promised to have it done, and we don't want to delay that.
Okay.
None of us up here want to delay
No, we
that.
do not. And so I understand the need for it. It is a pump station that it's, to the manager's point, to see why, to cover our butts if litigation comes about, because we're currently being sued. So I'm looking at it from that standpoint. I don't know if we have a motion to.
So moved.
Second.
Quick question, Mr. Mayor. So, for example, like Director said, about over 1,200 hours, right, or more. So this is just for phase one. What's the duration of phase one? What's the duration? So, for example, if you divide it by 23, that's like $23,000 a month, right? I'm not an engineer. I don't know what it encompasses, but how long is the phase? And should this not be a continuation into phase two, or does it kind of constrict them to saying we're going to utilize those funding within phase one?
I think the awarded contract is 300 days for completion, if I'm not mistaken. So it's about a year after issuing the notice to proceed to contractor, which we're close to, execute that. So the moment we execute the notice to proceed and we have effective, service available to us, I think with 1,200 or 1,400 on the proposal, we can cover all the needs from the, construction service management that we're getting proposal from. And this item before you is only for construction of lift station and force main. That's a separate topic we can consider, but in this item, this is something that, we reviewed and proposed and bring before you guys for this specific section of the project.
Thank you. Okay. So
Mr. Mayor, I just want to say that I concur with this. Don't misinterpret that, because we are spending $5-6 million. And we have to make sure it's done correctly, and we have to make sure that it's done now correctly so we can go on to the next phase. That's the problem. We have to make sure. But I'd like to really know the package and know that that's it.
No,
that's the point.
Understood.
Thank you.
Understood. So we got a motion and a second. I'm gonna call a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Got one opposed. Passes 6-1.
Move to introduce 11.8, resolution number R 2024-134, Jackson North Medical. Right.
Second. Jackson is here.
11.8, resolution number R 2024-134, Jackson North Medical Center right-of-way abandonment and vacation request, brought by the Community Development Director, Mr. Ahmed. A resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving the vacation and abandonment of a portion of Northwest 171st Street, Fulford Boulevard, a portion of East Drive, State Road number 9, East Drive, and a portion of a 5-foot planting strip as shown on Parkway Estates according to the plat thereof, as recorded in Plat Book 64 at page 37, and as shown on Commercial Arlington according to the plat thereof, as recorded in Plat Book 30 at page 39. All of the public records of Miami-Dade County, Florida, lying in Section 12, Township 52 South, Range 41 East, and being in the city of North Miami Beach, Florida, for the expansion of the Jackson North Medical Center, providing for conflicts and providing for an effective date.
I make a motion to approve.
What? No, we're going to follow suit. Do you have any, sir, do you have any direct additional information besides what's being presented to us?
No.
Okay, do I have a motion?
Based on the ordinance that we talked previously.
Okay, do we have a motion?
I make the motion to approve, and I might add that the county had given us that property, so the county has the right to have it back. So let's just call the question.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you so very much. Tell Carlos Magoya, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next item.
Move to introduce.
Oh, yes, Dr. Severe as well. Thank you. All right, next item.
Move to introduce 11.9, resolution number R 2024-135.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay.
11.9, resolution number R 2024-135, American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA, final allocations, brought by the Chief of Staff as modesty in a resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, authorizing the reallocation of American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA, state and local fiscal recovery funds, SLFRF, from Tranche 1 and Tranche 2, authorizing the city manager to make additional allocations, and further authorizing the city manager to establish programs and guidelines as needed to ensure the timely disbursement of grant funds, providing for an effective date and all other purposes.
Chief of Staff.
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. This item has come to you several times. Tonight, there's just a slight modification on what we're requesting, and that is on the resolution, which typically would say that you're giving the manager authority up to $250,000 to make any changes. In this case, we're asking that you give him full authority. We did go through the process with the consultants where we've recategorized all of the projects so that we can be within the threshold that they allow to allocate projects towards revenue loss. In the complete exercise, there's still a little bit of questions and follow-up that we have to do, including making sure that we meet the December 31st obligation deadline. And so approving the resolution will allow for the city manager just to finalize between December 17th today and December 31st so that we do meet the Treasury's deadline and we minimize the risk of the city having to pay any funds back because of how we've allocated projects.
Thank you.
Move to approve.
Second.
Yes, call the vote. All in favor, say
Who seconded it?
Commissioner.
Oh, no, I heard me. I don't know if anybody else said it.
Commissioner Chernoff, motion, and Commissioner Smuckler, second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Passes unanimous.
For the record, I'd like to add to the minutes this as an attachment because the exhibit wasn't provided to you initially, and just for the sake of clarity and transparency, I would ask that the clerk add this as an attachment to the minutes, please.
I'll make a motion to accept it with the minutes.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Thank you.
Aye. Any opposed?
Move to introduce.
For the record, the previous 1110 and 1111 were deferred, so we're now on a new 1110.
Wait a minute, Mr. Attorney, do we have to cancel the last vote?
No, it's just that was an addition, and you authorized the addition to the record.
To the record.
Okay.
Yeah.
But good question.
That was, thank you, Vice Mayor.
We're now on 11.12, the original 11.12.
The new 1110.
The new 1110. Resolution number R 2024-138.
Yes.
Second.
The new 11-.10, resolution number R 2024-138, previously it was 1112. Approving multiple piggyback contracts for the purchase of city vehicles from Allen J. Fleet Sales, brought by the Chief Procurement Officer, Ms. Depusois. A resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving the utilization of multiple piggyback contracts for the purchase of city vehicles from Allen J. Automotive Management, Inc., DBA Allen J. Fleet Sales, subject to annual budget appropriation, authorizing the city manager or designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
I make a motion to accept.
Second.
Okay. Well, before we vote, do you have anything to add to the discussion? Okay, nothing to add from staff. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes.
I like that. I like that.
Passes unanimously. All
Mayor,
right.
the next item is the add-on. It is the new 1111. It's Resolution R 2024-139. We need a motion.
Move to introduce.
Second.
The new 11.11, the walk-on item, Resolution R 2024-139. A resolution of the mayor and city, that's brought by the Public Works Director, Mr. Zamacona.
Yep.
I am a resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the city manager designated to execute an agreement with the Florida Department of Transportation, FDOT, providing for terms and conditions for the Public Transit Services Development Program grant to provide on-demand transit service via freebie and reimbursement of such on-demand transit services from the FDOT to the city, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
30 seconds, and I promise, Mayor.
Staff, please go ahead.
Essentially,
City manager, sorry.
the mayor and commission has previously passed a resolution accepting the grant from DOT for the expansion of the freebie fleet services from 5 to 10 vehicles. However, after finalizing the contract language with the state of Florida DOT is requesting a resolution from the commission accepting the contract now. That is what is before you. That was finalized yesterday. We apologize for the walk-on, but it is time sensitive, which is why we brought it up.
And I also want to know, when do we get these cars?
A freebie tells us that they're ready to go, and as soon as the state gets it, we can go.
I want to know where our $600,000 matching funds are coming from.
CITT, which currently pays for freebie services.
Okay. Do I have a motion?
The motion.
Second.
No discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously.
Mayor, that concludes your legislation.
All right.
Mr. Mayor, may I?
Yes.
Okay, after the appointment of our vice mayor, I know that we're supposed to be having council conferences or commission conferences. Are we able to take those discussion items in city manager's report and move them to our next council conference? And then adjourn the meeting after the appointment of the vice mayor? So there's there's 2 discussion items.
Right.
And also city manager's report.
There are 3 discussion items, so one was added.
Yes.
What was the third one? Right, so I was asking if we can put that on our council conference for the next meeting versus, because these items are going to need to be flushed out.
I have no problem with that.
Yeah, but when is that coming?
Our next meeting.
Our next meeting, in January.
January
Because we didn't have a
21st.
conference.
We were supposed to have a
We're supposed to
conference
have one
today,
this one. We didn't have one.
but we didn't have
I
one.
thought we did. So I'm fine with that.
Well, wait just a second, because at the conference, we usually give out any kind of proclamations or any awards.
We
So
decided we-
we also have to have time to do that and this as well.
Meaning that we can't start giving out 30 proclamations if we're going to do this as well.
Well, I think that,
What I'm saying is that for the next commission meeting, or we could, just for this specific one, that we could just talk about these issues at that meeting. That's
right.
Well, is there something in particular, whoever put an issue on, that they want to discuss tonight and not wait until?
I mean, I'm very interested in trying to resolve, take care of is gun mount.
Oh, yeah.
But in regards to the
what?
commission
I'm
meetings of the CRA, I think that should be put at the next conference, specific, just for that. But let's just, if everybody's fine, let's do the appointments. Let's do the appointments of our
So moved.
vice mayor.
I'm second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
You're it.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, you're in when does it start? It's January
January
1st.
1st.
January 1.
Okay. Next item is the gun mount 5.1.
Okay, this will be quick. We have a gun mount on 19th Avenue that nobody knows it's there. Nobody, everybody's driving. Nobody stops. Nobody looks at it. Even when we've done the magical history tour, we don't even get off the bus to see it because of all the traffic. So I also think that it would be more appropriate to have it somewhere like, let's say,
You want to move it?
I want to move it. I mean, it needs to.
That's all. Okay, I didn't know that.
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, it needs some tender loving care, and I think we should move it
does.
to like the veteran or the Challenger Park or the
The vet, Bob.
park where it's more significant to something and people can appreciate it, but you can't appreciate it on 19th Avenue. We don't want people stopping there in the middle of 19th Avenue.
As a kid driving up there, I was wondering, what were they firing at that they put it right
I mean,
there?
it has no significant value to North Miami Beach. It's just, it has no history.
No, I got
No,
you.
I don't mean value. I mean, no history to North Miami Beach, but let's put it somewhere where it has some meaning.
Is there a way that you can come up with the overall the costs for doing that,
We'll look into
and where we would put it?
Right.
And I would suggest really that you do, one of our residents, Bruce actually refurbished it.
Right.
And he does have history
Okay.
of the people. I would suggest that you do call him up and
Not a problem.
collaborate and then again, find out where in the park, because we also want to continue to have, our celebrations there too.
No, but I
Right, it'll be part of the celebration.
Can we get a report on that before we vote on that?
No. I'm saying
We'll
get a
investigate.
No, we're gonna get a report. One, how much it would cost to move it, where we would move it, who would be involved in the restoration. You heard the consensus thus far, so
I just need some tender loving care. Last time they spent $60,000.
that was 4 years.
No, that was 10 years ago.
Was it 10 years?
Well,
Yeah.
the JCs used to paint it. I mean, and I remember when I was president of the
I'll
JCs,
paint
we
it.
took care
I'll
of it.
paint it. It's fine.
Well, you have the consensus.
Yes.
All right. Next item.
A consensus to bring back information, right?
Yes, consensus to bring out
Right.
that information at the
Uh-huh.
next meeting. We are at 16.1.
When I first was commissioner.
Hold on.
No, we put that at the city conference that we're going to have next month, right before our city commission. That's going to be specifically tied to those two items, 15.2 and 15.3. because
What are the two items?
The 15.2, the commission meetings, and 15.3, CRA transportation. Those are going to be added specifically to our commission conference. We're not going to be doing awards specifically for that.
So the person that's requesting that we talk about it, what do you feel about that?
Just because it's going to be dedicated right before our meeting to discuss it and flesh it out.
Okay, so I agree with Commissioner Smuckler that if we are going to give out a bunch of proclamations.
No, we won't, not for that commission,
No,
not for that conference.
the mayor can limit no proclamations to go over the business.
No, for this one meeting, because like I said for this one meeting, to flesh out those two items.
Right.
We can do this for just that one conference, can we not?
Actually, if there's managers or anything that's really important to you in the city manager's report, because otherwise I'm going to make a motion to adjourn.
Wait, I just want to give him, let me give credence. Mr. Manager, 16.1, do you have, in regards to our weekly settlement claims?
So this is, I did want to bring attention to this. It's something that we'll be providing on a monthly basis at the commission to give the commission and the public an update as to where the settlement and the claims are with regards to the customers that are making claims on the Miami Gardens, North
settlement,
Miami
yeah,
Beach.
okay.
So this is going to be a summary of the prior. It's on your agenda as part of the manager's report, and it'll continue to be there.
Okay.
So that we can highlight, and we know in November, out of the almost 17,000 customers that were in the lawsuit, it was only about 500 and some odd that have made a claim. You will have in January, December, and I think the last number that I saw was about 1,400. So there is some going in, but it's not a racetrack or anything. Yeah.
All right. So
What percent of our money have we spent?
We've provided the required amount that we had to give to Miami Gardens in this fiscal year, which was, I believe, about $2 million.
Oh,
Okay, so now we are, next item, we did the police report, right? We did that already.
The manager's report.
Right. Managers report, for the most part, they can be long, and they're on the record, and we can talk if there's any specific questions. But
Appreciate you,
we're
Mr.
good.
Manager. City Attorney,
Nothing to report.
I think we have, if you guys want to do some closing remarks, City Commissioner reports, I'm fine either way, since I'm.
Move to adjourn. Everybody have happy holidays.
Second.
happy holidays.
Happy holidays. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Thank you.